Chapter 118. Reap the benefits first. Subscribe please. _2 And the characteristics of those who pass the test. Less than half an hour had passed, and the test had been accomplished. Many examiners only felt that they had lived in vain. Teacher once said that my aptitude is the strongest he has ever seen. But it is precisely because of this that I need to join a more powerful force. In the distance, the silver-haired girl was thinking silently to herself. Joining a powerful force is not only to gain a higher platform, but also to meet other geniuses. Only then can you avoid becoming arrogant due to talent, and continue to move forward. The silver-haired girl took a deep breath. At this moment, she profoundly realized that her teacher was right. Seeing Lin Yuan pass the 4th star cave test in much less time than she had, the silver-haired girl immediately felt motivated. I am close to. Just a bit more. The silver-haired girl once again looked at the statue in front of her, immersing herself in deep contemplation. Really want to smash this statue with an axe. A nearly 3-meter-tall brute was somewhat anxious. Originally he was contemplating somewhat restlessly, but seeing someone pass the test made him even more so, especially since the person who passed wasn't one of the other 2 red pattern examiners, but a gold pattern he hadn't taken seriously. My three-eyed clan is naturally adept at comprehension, yet I didn't expect to be overtaken. The man with a blood-colored fine line on his forehead thought to himself, but I'm also close. The bloodline man looked up at the statue, the bloodline on his forehead faintly spreading open. The 5th star cave. Lin Yuan's figure appeared here. I was actually teleported directly to the 5th star cave. Lin Yuan felt a bit regretful in his heart. Originally, after comprehending the mountain mystic skill, he didn't plan to rush off, but instead wanted to stay in the 4th star cave and see what else he could comprehend from the other statues. Although all statues were identical, and in the interest of fairness, supposedly contain the same secret techniques, what if they didn't? The mountain mystic skill is truly extraordinary. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan began to keenly sense the changes within his body. When operating the mountain mystic skill, his blood and chi solidified, and his entire being seemed like an immovable mountain. Lin Yuan could feel his physique and flesh body slowly improving. Although the extent was almost imperceptible, it was indeed advancing. After a while, Lin Yuan began to look around. The 5th star cave. According to the information provided by Feng Qing, the first 3 star caves tested the physical body. Whether it was the gravity of the 1st star cave, the speed of the 2nd star cave, or the reaction time of the 3rd star cave and so on, all were aimed at the physical body, whereas the 4th star cave tested comprehension. Following the 4th star cave, the 5th and 6th star caves tested the soul. Cave test. Ascend to the mountaintop along the mountain path to pass. Hint. There is no danger to life in this cave test. Reach the mountaintop. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a mountain standing not far away. The mountain was roughly 100 meters tall, and at its base was a narrow mountain path entrance. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn. Even without thinking, he knew the ascent would not be so simple. No danger to life. Lin Yuan took another glance at the hint on the stone tablet. The rules of the 7-star cave test had 2 premises for elimination. One was spending over a month in the world of a particular star cave. The second was death. First, try climbing the mountain. Lin Yuan approached the base of the mountain, paused for a moment, and stepped his right foot onto the path. An invisible force suddenly descended. Inside the Naiwan Palace at his forehead, the black and white Tai Chi force in the form of a star system suddenly began to vibrate. This suddenly descending force, ignoring Lin Yuan's many defenses, directly attacked the soul. Boom, boom, boom. The black and white Tai Chi grinding disc slowly began to spin. Soon it ground the intangible force to nothing. Is this a soul attack? Lin Yuan suddenly understood the content of the test of this star cave. It was soul defense. Each step would bring about a soul attack. If one withstood it, they could step onto the next stair. If they could not withstand it, they would fall into a brief unconsciousness and tumble down from the stairs. Lin Yuan finally understood why this star cave was said to hold no risk to life. Given the strength of a 3rd or 4th rank evolver's physical body, even tumbling down from the mountaintop 100-meter fall wouldn't cause any injury. Of course, during the climb, all soul defense weapons are unusable. Lin Yuan's soul-suppressing bell is also included in this list. Just as Lin Yuan was deep in thought, another wave of soul attacks descended. Hum hum hum. Inside the Naiwan Palace at the center of his brows, the black and white Tai Chi grinding disc slowly turned. Before long, it crushed the soul attack to smithereens. Suddenly, your innate understanding is defying the heavens. Enduring soul attacks, you are perfecting your own soul defense. In a trance, Lin Yuan sensed that inside the Naiwan Palace at the center of his brows, the black and white Tai Chi star system seemed to become a bit more stable. Is there also this benefit? A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. An innate understanding that defied the heavens not only allowed Lin Yuan to comprehend martial techniques, evolution paths, various secret techniques, and even rules far beyond other evolvers, but it also improved Lin Yuan's adaptability. This adaptability had a wide range. For example, in the Dragon-Tiger world, when Lin Yuan's consciousness descended upon an infant, on the brink of death from freezing and starvation, he comprehended a method to resist the cold and hunger. Now, as Lin Yuan endured soul attacks, the black and white Tai Chi star system in the Naiwan Palace of his brows was shaken. Thus, he comprehended a method to stabilize the soul. Of course, this kind of adaptability has its limits. At the end in the Divine Arms world, when Lin Yuan entered the spatial rift, he was instantly turned to dust, with no time to grasp any understanding. But the soul attack at the first step clearly couldn't crush Lin Yuan's soul defense rapidly. Good. Joy filled Lin Yuan's heart. He naturally knew the importance of the soul. The stronger the soul's defense, the safer he was. Boom. Yet another soul attack descended. And this time, inside the Naiwan Palace at the center of his brows, the black and white Tai Chi star system was much more stable, merely accelerating its spin to erase the soul attack. Your innate understanding is defying the heavens. Enduring soul attacks, you are perfecting your own soul defense. Instantly, the black and white Tai Chi star system became even more stable. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan simply decided to stay on the first step and not move, allowing wave after wave of soul attacks to fall, then stimulating the black and white Tai Chi star system inside the Naiwan Palace of his brows to slowly transform. 10 minutes later, the soul attack from the first step had already lost the ability to shake the black and white Tai Chi star system inside the Naiwan Palace of his brows. The descending force of the invisible, unable to even approach the outermost edge, dissipated on its own. Only then did Lin Yuan somewhat reluctantly step onto the second step. The soul attack from the second step was somewhat stronger than the first, but to Lin Yuan, it wasn't much of a challenge. Unless it could crush him rapidly, any damage he suffered could only serve to make him stronger. By the time Lin Yuan reached the sixth step, whoosh, a figure once again appeared inside the fifth-star cave. It was that red pattern examiner, the silver-haired woman, Yinling, the fifth-star cave. The silver-haired woman caught sight of Lin Yuan climbing the steps at first glance. At the same time, she also understood the content of the trial. So much time has passed, and he's only climbed that many steps. The test must be very difficult. Yinling now regarded Lin Yuan as an opponent from the red pattern challenge. Although in the 7-star cave trial, everyone was not in competition, and as long as one passed through the 7 caves, they could join the Red Kuan lineage, there was no limit on the number. But seeing Lin Yuan's performance in the 4th-star cave, Yinling subconsciously compared herself to him. I'll try as well. Yinling walked to the foot of the mountain, and without any hesitation, stepped onto the first step. Not difficult. The descending soul attack merely shook Yinling's outer soul a bit before being blocked. The second step, the third step, the fourth step, the fifth step. Yinling continued her ascent towards the summit. Before she knew it, Yinling had already climbed the 40th layer of steps. The mountain was 100 meters high, with roughly 300 steps. At this point, the soul attack that descended was serious enough for Yinling to treat with caution. Her gaze instinctively glanced below. Seeing Lin Yuan still dawdling on the 7th step, this guy, a strange expression crossed Yinling's face. Chapter 119 Pagoda of the Mind. Please subscribe. Yinling painstakingly climbed up step by step. She naturally knew that the first 20 steps posed no difficulty for 3rd rank and 4th rank evolvers. They could basically withstand it. After all, Lin Yuan was a gold pattern evolver. If he had begun to comprehend the rules, how could he possibly linger on the first 20 steps for such an extended time? Could there be some sort of mystery? A thought flickered through Yinling's mind. She felt that Lin Yuan's progress to this point definitely wasn't due to foolishness. Every move he made was profound. With this thought, Yinling also stopped moving on the 40th step. Boom boom boom. Wave after wave of soul attacks descended. Even though Yinling could completely withstand soul attacks of this level, she ultimately found it was a total waste of time. What kind of damned mystery is this? Yinling's face soured, feeling her actions were foolish. This lengthy halt, while not weakening her strength, was definitely of no benefit whatsoever. With this realization, Yinling once again began her climb toward the summit. Soul defense has increased by 20%. The stability of the black and white Taiji star system within the Naiwan Palace has fortified by 1.5%. At the 7th step, Lin Yuan felt quite pleased. These soul attacks were, for him, far more efficient than practicing in solitude. Whether or not I can join the Red Kuan lineage, it's best to take advantage of the situation first. Seeing that the soul attacks at the 7th step posed no threat to him, Lin Yuan stepped onto the 8th step. His stay in the 5th star cave wouldn't affect his ultimate passage through the 7-star cave challenge, so long as the time spent in each star cave didn't exceed a month. In the 7-star cave world, within a layer of the mysterious space, Lin Yuan's actions also caught the attention of 12 silhouettes. What exactly is Lin Yuan doing? Why isn't he hurrying to the 7th-star cave to pass the final test instead of wasting time in the 5th-star cave? Could it be that his soul is his weak point and he is struggling with those soul attacks, which is why he is dawdling? The 9 silhouettes below whispered among themselves and speculated. The trial of the 7-star cave, set by the majestic Qikuan Star Lord, was something not even the 12 disciples could interrupt. They could only select disciples based on the performance in each test. If Lin Yuan's performance wasn't intentional, then it meant he was not adept at resisting soul attacks. And the intensity of the soul attacks in the 5th-star cave was tailored according to the foundational strength tier of each challenger. For instance, if you were a 3rd-rank evolver, you would face soul attacks of 3rd-rank intensity, at most reaching the peak of 3rd rank. Lin Yuan, being a 4th-rank, Section 10 evolver, was subject to soul attacks of at least 4th rank, so if he wasn't skilled in soul defense, it wouldn't be surprising for him to find such attacks strenuous. Not skilled in soul defense. The 9 silhouettes looked at each other incredulously. The issue is not major. The 3 silhouettes above were unconcerned. Soul defense could be improved later. If Lin Yuan was deficient in that area, they could simply bestow a few soul defense treasures upon him later. At this pace, can he truly get through the 5th-star cave within a month? The silhouette on the left spoke, a hint of worry in his voice. He was called Gu Zhe, the 3rd disciple of the Qikuan Star Lord, and also a being beyond 6th rank. Among the 3, Gu Zhe was most optimistic about Lin Yuan. Take your time. Gu Zhe thought to himself. Even if Lin Yuan didn't pass the 7-star caves, he had the ability to bring him into the Red Kuan lineage. However, in that case, Lin Yuan's status would certainly not be as high as other challengers who had passed all 7-star caves. Moreover, without testing his specific talents in the 7th-star cave, Gu Zhe didn't know how to formulate a subsequent cultivation plan for Lin Yuan. The 7-star cave trial set by the Qikuan Star Lord wasn't always open. The implication was that activating the trial came at a certain cost. The effectiveness of the trials within the 7-star cave was also extremely precise. The 7 differing trials essentially allowed for an assessment of each challenger's potential. On the mountain steps, Lin Yuan took a step forward and paused with each step. This incessant soul attack isn't something one comes across easily. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Soul attacks are a very special method of assault, as they severely drain the soul power of the attacker. And the recovery isn't as quick as that of vital energy or stamina. Generally speaking, a soul-type evolver who unleashes 10 or 20 full-power soul attacks would likely be drained, and need to rest for some time. Thus, Lin Yuan could hardly find a soul-type evolver who would be able to continually assail him. As for higher-tier soul-type evolvers, Lin Yuan was somewhat apprehensive, fearing that if one suddenly struck with full force, wouldn't his life be in danger? However, the pace of improvement is noticeably slowing down. Lin Yuan clearly perceived a decline in the enhancement of his soul strength. If the enhancement brought by the initial step was 10, it was now 8 or even 5. Mainly because the soul attacks now have an increasingly weaker effect on me. Lin Yuan thought. Only when he felt threatened could he stimulate his against heaven's understanding to perfect his current physical and soul condition, so as to better cope with the impending crisis. But now Lin Yuan barely felt threatened. It was just like in the first star cave, walking along a 100-mile black track. Even without relying on other means, such as the Taiji field and so forth, Lin Yuan could easily complete the track simply with his physical body. Therefore, from beginning to end, the against heaven's understanding hadn't devised a way to enhance his physical capabilities. Chapter 120 Tower of the Mind. Please subscribe. _2. There's still plenty of time, Lin Yuan said. He stopped on the 20th step. By now he had completed nearly 1/10 of his journey to the peak. Lin Yuan looked up towards the summit, and noticed that the silver-haired woman had reached the very top few steps. However, it was clear that her complexion had turned somewhat pale. The final few steps seemed to cause her considerable discomfort. It's a pity I didn't go all out to exert my strength, and just resisting spiritual attacks doesn't really reveal much. Lin Yuan felt a slight regret. He had hoped to continue gleaning insights from her, as realizations about space are quite rare. But to achieve any understanding, she would need to make a move. Like when the silver-haired woman employed the spatial step, Lin Yuan saw it and started to gain insights into that aspect. If it were just about watching the person, then Lin Yuan's gains could be in other areas, like how to turn his hair silver, or how to transform into the opposite sex. Utterly meaningless epiphanies. Friend, what are you looking at? Just as Lin Yuan was contemplating, a voice came from beside him. She was also a golden pattern challenger, a prodigy born from 1,000 life planets. But at the moment, this golden pattern challenger was somewhat out of breath. Climbing 20 consecutive steps in a short time was equivalent to withstanding 20 spiritual attacks, each stronger than the last. The experience was quite unpleasant. Nothing much. In watching that red pattern, looks like she's about to pass the 7-star cave challenge. Lin Yuan found a casual excuse. Ling Ha? I know her. Her mentor is the renowned 6th rank fallen star warrior. This time, she's participating in the 7-star cave challenge, hoping to become a disciple of those 3, said the golden pattern evolver with a grin. If you stay on a particular step, you will continue to face the soul attacks of that step. But the time interval is at least 1 to 2 minutes, and the intensity is consistent, so as long as you survive the first wave, there isn't much problem afterward. Those 3. Lin Yuan knew of whom she spoke. They were the 3 strongest disciples of the Qikuan Star Lord. Each was a being exceeding 6th rank. It seems that the Qikuan Star Lord is quite adept at teaching disciples, Lin Yuan remarked. Each being that surpassed 6th rank needed to carve out their own path. External help wasn't much use. The Qikuan Star Lord being able to mentor 3 disciples of such caliber showed he was quite skilled in this area. That's indeed true. Not just that. The Star Lord's strength is commanding. In the war against the insect race, the Star Lord manifested his true body and downed an insect race hive in one gulp. The golden pattern evolver spoke with obvious admiration for the Qikuan Star Lord. He knew very well of the Qikuan Star Lord's many feats of valor. An insect race hive. Lin Yuan's expression grew slightly solemn. Each insect race hive was under the watch of an insect queen, and a queen capable of forging her own hive would surpass the 6th rank, according to the strength classification of the human race. An insect race hive could continuously spawn insect race warriors. 1st rank, 2nd layer, 3rd rank, 4th rank, 5th rank, and even 6th rank could be produced in large quantities. For other races, reaching 5th or 6th rank was a matter of countless years, with perhaps one emerging for millions. But for the insect race, as long as there was sufficient energy, the queens could create without limit. A 6th rank insect race warrior might not match a human race 6th rank evolver in direct combat power, but the sheer numbers are overwhelming. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000 6th rank insect race warriors. Can they not defeat a single 6th rank evolver? This is the terror of the insect race. With their sea of insects tactics, they stand nearly at the peak of the cosmic starry sky. The humans' war with the insect race didn't start off very smoothly, but luckily, humanity had an edge in peak combat power over the insect race. That's how the current situation was formed. The Chikuan Star Lord swallowing an insect race hive on the battlefield was a tremendous achievement, indirectly saving the lives of countless human race evolvers. Of course, as the source of the insect race, the hives would be protected to the highest degree and were not an easy target. Many evolvers exceeding 6th rank often disappeared under the overwhelming tide of insect race warriors before even finding the hive. And the hives weren't defenseless. They had their own means of survival. The Golden Pattern evolver chatted with Lin Yuan for a while. Then she went offline to rest. Lin Yuan continued to stay on this step for a little while. After a while, he climbed a few more steps. Then he also disconnected from the virtual world and returned to reality. Somewhat tired, Lin Yuan rubbed his brow. In fact, once reaching the level of a 4th rank evolver, the physical body hardly felt any fatigue. With the circulation of qi and blood, inhaling the pervasive power of Taiyin and Taiyang between heaven and earth, they resembled a weakened version of a perpetual motion machine. But while the body wasn't tired, the mind certainly was. Especially when subject to spiritual attacks. Even with against heaven's understanding slowly bolstering the soul's defenses, prolonged strain still led to exhaustion. Time to sleep. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. He had not slept for a long time. Now was the perfect time to have a good sleep. One day later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. He felt completely refreshed, with all fatigue swept away. Because of your against heaven's understanding, having suffered a great amount of soul attacks, you have comprehended the soul defense secret technique Mind Palace. Within the Naiwan Palace in the center of his forehead, a great amount of soul power began to surge, and the black and white Yin-Yang Taiji star system also started to vibrate. Ultimately, a translucent 5-colored pagoda took shape, enveloping the entire Naiwan Palace within. Soul defense secret technique. Lin Yuan's heart was filled with joy. He could feel that outside the Naiwan Palace, the invisible pagoda constructed from his own soul power had defensive capabilities that even surpassed the soul-suppressing bell. What was this concept? The soul-suppressing bell is a weapon for soul defense, capable of guarding the soul. And now Lin Yuan, without relying on the soul-suppressing bell, could achieve the same thing? Or even surpass it. From now on, even if I shuttle through worlds, I probably don't have to worry about soul defense. Lin Yuan was in a good mood. When shuttling through the door to the myriad realms, unless his physical body passed through, Lin Yuan couldn't bring the soul-suppressing bell with him when only his consciousness descended. But now, with the soul defense secret technique, even without the aid of the soul-suppressing bell, Lin Yuan had enough confidence in his soul defense. Keep going, keep going. Lin Yuan was full of motivation and reconnected to the virtual world, entering the 7-star cave world again. Whoosh. 5th star cave. Midway up the mountain, Lin Yuan's figure suddenly appeared. Lin Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. The moment he appeared, the soul attack belonging to this level of the stairways descended upon him. However, this soul attack hadn't even reached the Naiwan Palace before it was blocked by the invisible pagoda. Mind Palace. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel. The soul attack from this level of stairways was capable of shaking the outer defenses of Lin Yuan's soul. But now, faced with this soul defense secret technique, it couldn't shake him, let alone affect him. Disperse. With just a thought from Lin Yuan, the invisible Mind Palace began to dissipate. Since it was a soul defense secret technique, it was naturally controllable. To continue benefiting from the soul attacks of the Star Cave, Lin Yuan would certainly not allow the Mind Palace to block his path. Boom, boom, boom. As time passed, Lin Yuan increasingly felt the enhancement from the soul attacks slowing down, until eventually they had no effect at all. Because even if Lin Yuan stood motionless, the descending soul attacks could no longer threaten him. It's about time. Lin Yuan thought to himself. At this moment, he had reached the last step. On to the next star cave. Unknowingly, Lin Yuan had spent more than half a month in this star cave already. Although he had quite a bit of time left in the month he could stay, since he couldn't glean any more benefits, there wasn't any reason to continue lingering. There are still quite a few evolvers. Lin Yuan glanced downward. At the foot and mid-levels of the mountain, numerous evolvers were scattered about. These evolvers, mostly with silver patterns, passed the 4th star cave's challenges and arrived at the 5th star cave, where they were struggling hard against the soul attacks. Let's go! Lin Yuan's figure flashed, and he directly reached the mountain's summit. A slight spatial fluctuation was transmitted. The next moment, Lin Yuan had already disappeared from the mountaintop, heading towards the 6th star cave. Mysterious space. Upon seeing Lin Yuan pass through the 5th star cave, the 12 silhouettes breathed a sigh of relief. He finally made it past. The difficulty of the 6th star cave isn't great. Having passed the 5th star cave, it's just a matter of time for the 6th. Among the 3 figures at the top, Guze looked towards Lin Yuan, his face expressing anticipation. He was very curious to see how Lin Yuan would perform in the 7th star cave. Chapter 121 7th Star Cave. Please subscribe 6th Star Cave. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Walk to the opposite side and you can pass. Reminder. There is no risk of losing your life in this star cave. Lin Yuan glanced at the stele next to him. It described the method to pass through this star cave. The opposite side? Lin Yuan looked up. The so-called opposite side was about 10 steps away. Lin Yuan looked around. Within these 10 steps, dozens of testers were scattered about. These evolvers were either standing still, or looking down in thought, or frozen in place, or appeared bewildered. This star cave tests the soul as well. It's probably not just a simple soul attack. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. The evolvers who stopped within the 10 steps showed different expressions, but overall they seemed calm, not showing signs of being under attack. After observing for a while, Lin Yuan, confident that there were no issues, took a step towards the opposite side. In an instant, the scenery around him changed. Lin Yuan was sitting at the top floor of a luxurious building, clearly seeing the outside world through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Spaceships and warships were landing one after another, and beyond the planet, there were space fortresses as big as the sun and moon standing guard. Now my identity is the wealthiest merchant in the Qikuan star domain? Do I have enough wealth to buy a whole star system? Am I conducting business with other star domains, and even different species? A flood of memories appeared in Lin Yuan's mind out of nowhere, allowing him to quickly understand his current situation. Master, the level 6 resource planet you bought a month ago has now been fully taken over. This level 6 resource planet, rich in all kinds of precious ores, brings in an income of 230 trillion cosmic currency every year. Master, the interest from your central bank deposit last year has been credited in full, which is roughly an income of 120 trillion cosmic currency. Master, the cosmic galaxy company you invested in, the shareholder dividend this year is 83 trillion cosmic currency. Master, intelligent robots stood not far away, continuously reporting various incomes. The unit of measurement used was not the Human Alliance's civilization currency, but the higher-end cosmic currency. Compared to the civilization currency, which can only be used within Human Alliance territories, cosmic currency can be used in many racial territories. The exchange rate between the two is 1 to 10,000. 10,000 civilization currency can be exchanged for 1 cosmic currency. Too wealthy. Lin Yuan checked his account balance. The string of zeros at the end made him gasp in amazement. Too bad, it's all an illusion. Lin Yuan sighed softly, and the scenes around him began to shatter. He was back in the 6th star cave. So, with each step taken, one experiences a kind of illusionary realm? Lin Yuan looked thoughtful, having now completed the first step. To continue, he would have to take the second step. The illusionary realm is not difficult. Assuming you are prepared, it's not much of a threat, but it's too tempting. Even knowing it's fake, it makes one want to stay a little longer, to experience it a bit more. Lin Yuan thought to himself. If one harbored such thoughts, it would be dangerous, because for every second you linger in the illusionary realm, days might pass by in the outside world. Indeed, the illusionary realm would not threaten the life of the tester. However, if one stayed in this star cave for more than a month, they would be automatically disqualified. If one indulged too much, enjoyed too much, they might unconsciously ignore time and thus be eliminated. Continue. Lin Yuan reflected for a moment, then took the second step. The environment around him changed once again. This time, Lin Yuan appeared in a magnificent palace. Surrounding him were numerous beauties. These females were all stunningly beautiful, each movement capturing the soul, currently serving Lin Yuan in a submissive manner. The first step is wealth, the second step is beauty? Lin Yuan thought to himself. He couldn't deny that everything in the illusionary realm felt extremely real. The delicate touch of the skin and the lingering fragrance in the air. King. A beauty with deep blue pupils snuggled up, trailing her slender fingers across Lin Yuan's chest, whispering in his ear. King. Another beauty came onto him, caressing Lin Yuan's abdomen, with a hot breath flowing. King. 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 One beauty after another drew close, and if placed in the human alliance, they would at least be streamers or stars with hundreds of billions of fans. But now they were all trying to please Lin Yuan. Must focus on the important things. Lin Yuan withdrew his right hand from the embrace of a beauty, and with a thought in a flash, the scenes around him began to shatter, and Lin Yuan was back in the sixth star cave. To say he returned to the star cave is somewhat inaccurate because Lin Yuan never left it in the first place. Everything he experienced was an illusion. Has a minute passed? Lin Yuan looked at the time. Quite insidious. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. In the beauty illusionary realm, as long as a tester feels like enjoying the experience a little, such as trying the skills of the beauties, even if it's only for a few seconds, the passage of time in the outside world could accelerate by nearly 10 to dozens of times. After all, compared to the wealth illusionary realm of the first step, the beauty illusionary realm of the second step created sensations almost identical to reality. Enjoying it there was almost no different from enjoying it in the real world. Next, Lin Yuan took several steps in succession. The illusionary realms he encountered varied greatly, involving power, status, strength, and so on. The illusionary realms of the sixth star cave were very realistic, targeting each tester's inner desires and emotions. But for Lin Yuan, these were oversimplified. It wasn't that Lin Yuan had a particular talent in this area, but rather he had experienced all there was to experience. Chapter 122 7th Star Cave. Please subscribe. _2 Compared to the other testers under 100 years old, Lin Yuan had gone through 3 shuttles, with a true age nearing 300 years. Beauty, wealth, status, Lin Yuan had experienced them all. In a certain mysterious space in the 7-star cave world, 12 figures almost simultaneously noticed Lin Yuan, who was passing through the 6-star cave at an extremely fast pace. How is he so fast? Those illusions, do they not affect him at all? It can't be, a 20-year-old kid. How can he have such a state of mind? The 9 figures below exchanged glances. The test of the 6-star cave wasn't difficult to pass, but to do so like Lin Yuan, almost unaffected by the illusionary realm, was rare. The testers who had passed through the 7th star cave before had almost all wasted several hours, or perhaps half a day, on those 10 steps. To the 12 figures, this was nothing out of the ordinary. After all testers were under 100 years old. At such a young age, to possess 3rd or 4th rank strength meant that besides their talent, they surely spent most of their time immersed in cultivation. Where would they have the chance to experience such trials? The 3 figures above silently watched Lin Yuan. The path of evolution is an exceedingly difficult one. If one stops due to some temptation halfway, no matter how strong the talent, the eventual achievements would be extremely limited, reflected Gu Zhe inwardly, with increasing satisfaction in his gaze towards Lin Yuan. At Lin Yuan's age, to pass the 6th star cave so decisively indicated an extraordinarily firm heart towards the Tao. As such, future influences from external factors would also be reduced to the minimum. Remarkable at such a young age. Indeed, at our age, it would also be a challenge to suppress our many desires. This Lin Yuan, he's just 20 years old, right? The other two figures also voiced their admiration. Up to now, the fastest to pass through the 6-star cave was Yinling with her red patterned silver spirit. But even for Yinling, it took over an hour to walk those 10 steps. And Lin Yuan, based on his current speed, it would take at most another 4 or 5 minutes to finish. And the reason why Yinling was so fast was that she had followed a 6th-rank fallen star warrior as a teacher from a young age. With such a 6th-rank fallen star warrior teacher's protection, Yinling had access from a young age to everything that countless citizens look up to but can't have. Under such circumstances, it's naturally much easier to walk through those 10 steps of illusionary realm. It's like a native from a backward tribe who suddenly arrives on a high-level life planet, or even the main planet of the human alliance. They would definitely be dazzled by the various high technologies, and thus fall into decadence. But for a citizen who has lived on such a high-level life planet from birth, they would find it normal and could easily break free. Therefore, in the eyes of the three beings beyond the 6th rank, Lin Yuan is far more remarkable than Yinling. According to public records, Lin Yuan comes from an ordinary family on Kanglan Star. Even under the attention of the goddess of wisdom, what could a 20-year-old have experienced? The 6-star cave. Lin Yuan took the 10th step, arrived on the other side, and passed the test. Love. The last step of the illusion flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. This step's illusion was a test of love. The love here didn't refer to romantic love, but to the broader concept of love. Parental love, affection between friends and family, and so on. No matter which emotion it is, love, hate, or something else, they are just adjustments on the path of life's evolution. One can enjoy them in moderation, but one must never sink into them or let these emotions affect oneself. Lin Yuan thought to himself quickly. He had the door to the myriad realms, and was destined to travel through countless worlds, possessing countless identities. If he indulged in the emotional entanglements each identity brought, then he might as well stop cultivating. Sooner or later, he would go insane and die from inner demons. Them. Lin Yuan glanced behind him. Dozens of evolvers were still unmoving, either experiencing the illusionary realm, not wanting to wake up so quickly, or adjusting their thoughts to shake off the effects of the previous illusions they had experienced. The 7th-star cave. Lin Yuan took another step forward, and his figure vanished as he left the 6th-star cave. The 7th-star cave. Lin Yuan's figure appeared. What is this? Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Compared to the previous 6-star caves, the sight of the 7th-star cave was somewhat inconceivable. It was a huge mountain peak, floating in the cosmic starry skies. And Lin Yuan had appeared at the very top of this mountain peak. From this angle, he couldn't see the full extent of the mountain, only vaguely feeling that it was incredibly majestic. A peak within the cosmos? Lin Yuan was a bit stunned. He had a vague sense that this mountain was exceedingly real, not just a virtual image. Those stone statues. Lin Yuan looked around. He saw that at the top of the mountain peak, stone statues were situated at intervals. Compared to the statues in the 4th-star cave, the statues here varied in form, with some like the sky rock poised to fly and others like a woman holding high the fire of life. In short, not a single statue was alike. The trial of this star cave is... Lin Yuan's gaze moved about, finding the familiar stone tablet. There are a total of 136 statues in this star cave, each containing a certain evolution path. To observe the statues and comprehend the evolution path within, and then touch the statue with your hand, is to pass the trial. Hint: what suits you best is the best. Do not aim too high and seek to forcibly understand those grand statues. 136 statues. 136 evolution paths. Lin Yuan was slightly startled. At this moment, he also noticed that speckled atop the mountain were over 100 stone statues of various sizes. The largest statues were over 10 meters tall, but such tall statues only summed up to 16. The rest of the statues were only 2 to 3 meters in size. Lin Yuan walked toward the nearest statue. This statue was a sky rock with outstretched wings, nearly 3 meters in size. Its wings spread as if ready to soar into the skies. Perfect, just like the real thing. Lin Yuan observed for a while, and his mind soon immersed itself. He could feel as if the statue had come to life, each feather seemingly quivering. Wind, the wind of heaven and earth. Lin Yuan sensed that this sky rock seemed to be the incarnation of the winds between heaven and earth. With just a slight flap of its wings, merging with the wind, it could cross hundreds of miles in an instant. Soaring with the wind for 100,000 miles. Your perception is extraordinary. Watching the sky rock statue, you've grasped the Skywind evolution path. Finally arrived at the 7th star cave. In the mysterious space, 12 silhouettes all looked at Lin Yuan with expectation. Given Lin Yuan's performance in the 4th and 6th star caves, in the minds of these 12 silhouettes, he was already second only to those 3 with the red patterns. Even in some aspects, he surpassed the 3 with the red patterns. After all, the perception Lin Yuan had demonstrated in the 4th star cave was truly astonishing. The 3 silhouettes above similarly looked toward Lin Yuan. Guze, in particular, stared unblinkingly at Lin Yuan. The 4th star cave, although also a test of perception, is far less detailed and specific than the 7th star cave. The 3 silhouettes understood this clearly. The 136 statues in the 7th star cave, containing 136 evolution paths, in fact symbolized 136 different directions of paths. Examinees comprehending among them, without written guidance, just by perceiving the evolution path within the statues, meant that they were very suitable for that evolution path. If not suitable, it would be difficult to comprehend. The kind of trial in the 7th star cave was exactly to reveal the talents and potentials of all examinees, so as to provide guidance for what comes next. I hope it's one of those statues, Guze thought to himself. The several statues he was thinking of were naturally those evolution paths broadly similar to his direction. Though Lin Yuan's current path embodied the extreme attributes of yin and yang, it did not mean that he could only walk on this evolution path. Perhaps there were more suitable ones that Lin Yuan had not encountered before. Hence this choice. If Guze found an evolution path more suitable for Lin Yuan, he could completely intervene to forcefully change it. In human civilization, as long as one's cultivation has not reached the 6th rank, it's possible to choose a different evolution path after paying a certain price. Just like Lulan He from the Rainstorm Star domain, who had changed at least dozens of evolution paths by replicating his flesh. Chapter 123 I realize, please subscribe. Mysterious space. 12 figures were all paying close attention to Lin Yuan. Even though Lin Yuan could only accept one of them as his master in the end, everyone was curious about which stone statue Lin Yuan would ultimately choose to comprehend. The 136 stone statues in the 7th star cave all contain evolutionary paths of at least the 6th rank. As for those more than 10 stone statues exceeding 10 meters in height, they contain evolutionary paths that surpass the 6th rank. Of course, these are also the most difficult stone statues to comprehend. The rules of the evolutionary paths that surpass the 6th rank are profoundly mysterious, and it's unknown how much they exceed the typical 6th rank evolutionary paths. One can only imagine the difficulty of comprehending them. Even if one only needs to comprehend the 3rd rank chapter or 4th rank chapter that corresponds to their own strength, it's as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This is also why the tablet in the 7th star cave advises everyone to act according to their capabilities. If one forcibly tries to comprehend those 10+ stone statues, and ends up running out of time, they might be directly eliminated. Why is he going to choose the Skywind stone statue? Could it be that Lin Yuan is compatible with the wind rule? The Skywind evolutionary path is at the 6th rank level. Although it's not as impressive as those 16 stone statues, it's still pretty decent. Upon seeing Lin Yuan stopping in front of the spread-winged rock stone statue, the 12 figures started discussing among themselves. It's also possible he just wants to have a look. Right, no examiner finds the right stone statue for themselves right off the bat. Didn't those 3 red pattern examiners also take a while to finally decide which stone statue to comprehend? The 12 figures speculated out loud. The Skywind evolutionary path. Guze was slightly startled. He was not adept at the wind rule, so if Lin Yuan chooses this stone statue, Guze glanced at his second senior brother. He remembered that his second senior brother's path should contain the wind rule, right? The Skywind evolutionary path? Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his mind flickering through details of this particular evolutionary path. This is a 6th rank evolutionary path, and it's much more profound than the pagoda evolution path. Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy in his heart, as even among 6th rank evolutionary paths, there are levels of depth. This depends on the level of the creator of the evolutionary path. And Lin Yuan could clearly feel that the exposition on the essence of the wind rule within the Skywind evolutionary path was much more complete. The winds of heaven and earth. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Wind is everywhere, seemingly gentle, yet it can also display a violent side. The Skywind evolutionary path, the rules of wind it portrayed, are of course only a small part of the overall wind rule. Yet even so, it greatly benefited Lin Yuan. The winds of heaven and earth, they too are Taiji. Lin Yuan quickly absorbed the essence of the Skywind evolutionary path, continually perfecting the martial path evolutionary path. Taiji gives birth to all things, embracing all things. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes once again. The Skywind evolutionary path was of great help and had a significant impact on him. But at the moment, the pressing priority was not to ponder on the Skywind evolutionary path over and over. Lin Yuan raised his head. He looked towards the other 100 or more stone statues. His eyes inevitably shone with eagerness. 6th rank evolutionary paths, if placed on the Alliance Mall app, would be worth at least several billion. But now, they were piled up in front of him. And furthermore, Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on those 16 stone statues exceeding 10 meters in height. If stone statues containing 6th rank evolutionary paths are only 2 or 3 meters tall, then wouldn't those exceeding 10 meters contain evolutionary paths that surpass the 6th rank? Thinking this, Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Evolutionary paths that surpass the 6th rank, he could not even find them on the Mall app, due to a lack of the necessary permissions. So far, the only evolutionary path that surpassed the 6th rank Lin Yuan had come into contact with was the ancient god evolution path practiced by Feng Qing. However, the ancient god evolution path has many restrictions on cultivation, and Lin Yuan could not obtain the complete path, only being able to communicate by sparring and slowly comprehending with Feng Qing. But now, such evolutionary paths of this caliber, 16 in total, were laid out in front of Lin Yuan, one at a time. There's no need to rush, there's a whole month's time. Lin Yuan steadied himself and turned his head again to look at the spread-winged rock stone statue in front of him. According to the rules of passing the 7-star cave, as long as one comprehends an evolutionary path from a stone statue, then touches the statue by hand, gathering the essence of that evolutionary path to inject into the statue, they would pass the 7-star cave. In a certain sense, Lin Yuan had already passed the test. After all, he had already comprehended the Skywind evolutionary path, and could at any time gather the essence of that evolutionary path. But Lin Yuan glanced at the other 100+ evolutionary paths, and decided to stay a little longer. After all, as long as he passes the test within a month, there's no criterion regarding the duration of time taken. Next one. Lin Yuan stood up and walked towards the closest stone statue. This statue resembled a lifelike mouse, and seemed to subtly contain a chunk of earth within it. Mysterious space. The 12 figures saw Lin Yuan leaving the spread-winged rock stone statue with mixed emotions, some relaxed, some regretful. It seems the Skywind evolutionary path is not suitable after all. True, when you think about it, Lin Yuan has comprehended rules related to yin affiliation and yang affiliation. Even if there are evolutionary paths that are more suitable for him, they're not related to wind attributes. There's still plenty of time, let's just watch slowly. Although the stone statues contain complete evolutionary paths, comprehending them is not so easy to achieve. The 12 figures converse with each other, their tones relaxed. Their focus was not solely on Lin Yuan, but also on those 3 red pattern examiners. At the moment, the 3 red pattern examiners were each sitting under different stone statues. The silver-haired girl, Yin Ling, was seated in front of a Rubik's Cube stone statue that stood 12 meters high, but at times seemed as small as a fist. Chapter 124 I realize. Please subscribe. _2. The man with nearly 3 meters of brute strength and a line of blood on his forehead was also concentrating hard, trying to grasp the deeper understanding. They had chosen to analyze stone statues that were more than 10 meters tall. Those that were only 2 or 3 meters high were never even considered. That Lin Yuan. Why has he left again? A little strange. Sits for a while and then leaves? Time slowly passed. The 12 figures quickly noticed something unusual about Lin Yuan. Because Lin Yuan never stayed at any of the stone statues for more than 2 hours. At most, after an hour, he would get up and move on to the next statue. In fact, this wasn't really anything strange. After all, not every stone statue was suitable for Lin Yuan. One had to choose selectively. However, the way other examiners chose their appropriate statue was by taking in over 100 of them from a distance. Each statue contained different evolution pathways, and their auras were certainly diverse. This way, by encompassing all statues within one's view, it was easy to spot those with auras contradictory to one's own. Thus, one could directly select from the statues whose auras were harmonious with their own. This method was much more efficient. But Lin Yuan, on the contrary, would test each one from start to finish, without skipping any of them. No harm in looking at each statue. This way you also prevent missing out. Maybe you'll find an evolution pathway that's extremely suitable for you. Among the 3 figures above, Guze didn't seem to care much. Having a look at other statues was good too. At most, it was a waste of a little time, no major harm done. 7-star cave. In a blink, several days had passed. Lin Yuan had also discerned over 50 evolution pathways. With so many pathways, the understanding of the nature of rules sparked countless spiritual lights in Lin Yuan's mind. For a moment, the subsequent path for the 4th rank at the 11th and 12th levels faintly took shape. This was just the initial impact. As time went on and the numerous evolution pathways kept interacting, the push Lin Yuan received only grew stronger. This statue. At that moment, Lin Yuan approached a new statue. This statue, nearly 3 meters tall, depicted a woman holding a torch of life, emanating a faint vitality. Haven't you found a suitable one yet? Before Lin Yuan arrived, there was already another examiner contemplating at the base of this statue. It was the green-haired woman. Sensing Lin Yuan's approach, the green-haired woman stopped her contemplation and greeted him. This statue contains an evolution pathway related to life. If you don't find it appropriate, you should quickly choose another statue. The green-haired woman kindly reminded him. While contemplating herself, she had observed Lin Yuan wandering for several days without settling down to contemplate at any statue. Life. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and began to gaze intently at the statue in front of him. Seeing this, the green-haired woman did not stop him. One statue could allow multiple testers to contemplate, which was also part of the rules. Although the green-haired woman didn't believe Lin Yuan was suited for an evolution pathway related to life, since he wanted to try, she did not feel right to stop him. An hour passed. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and exhaled softly, preparing to stand up and leave. Not suitable, right? The green-haired woman also opened her eyes and couldn't help but speak up. She had anticipated this scene, and during the past hour, she had spent little time contemplating, waiting instead for Lin Yuan to give up. The green-haired woman could never have imagined that when Lin Yuan stood up, it wasn't to give up, but because he had already successfully discerned the evolution pathway within the statue. Ever since entering the 7-star cave, the green-haired woman had taken a liking to this statue at first sight. Feeling an immense compatibility with herself, she contemplated for more than 10 days. Finally, she had some thoughts and guessed that another 10 days or so, she might be able to discern the 4th-ranked chapter of the evolution pathway within the statue, and then pass the test. Lin Yuan smiled and said nothing more. At this moment, his mind kept resurfacing the evolution pathway he had just discerned. Life. In Lin Yuan's eyes, a hint of green emerged, eventually getting covered by a vast pattern of taiji. You'd better go over there and check. The green-haired woman thought Lin Yuan was a decent person, since he hadn't attacked her during the 1st-star cave test. She spoke softly and pointed in a direction. The statues there were mostly related to yin and yang, which she felt might be more compatible with Lin Yuan. Thank you. Lin Yuan nodded. There was no need for the green-haired woman to remind him. His next direction was to walk towards that side. Mysterious space. The 12 figures all found Lin Yuan somewhat unfathomable. Almost 3 days had gone by. Lin Yuan had examined dozens of stone statues. Yet he still hadn't determined his choice. Instead, he continued to move towards the next statue. Such a waste of time. Does Lin Yuan have difficulty making choices? Dozens of statues and none suit him. The 12 voices buzzed with discussion. At first, when they saw Lin Yuan linger in front of statues similar to his own evolutionary path, they felt delighted. But as time went on, they grew numb to it. Because Lin Yuan truly was just lingering. An incredibly brief linger. In such a short time, nobody believed that Lin Yuan had comprehended the evolutionary path within the statue. They only thought that Lin Yuan wanted to try the next statue. The 3 figures above were also losing patience. The evolution path of blazing sun. Lin Yuan once again stood up from beneath a statue. This time, the path he had comprehended belonged to the yang attribute, which could complement the aspect of Taiyang in the Tao of Taiji. The yang of everything. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. Even without combining it with Taiyin, the ultimate power of Taiyang was terrifying, adept at slaying and fighting. Just as Lin Yuan was about to head to the next statue, buzz. Not far away, a statue suddenly started glowing. The figure standing beneath the statue disappeared in an instant. Has someone comprehended an evolutionary path? Is it a gold pattern evolver? Sigh, we continue to strive. The numerous evolvers all ceased their contemplations, whispering among themselves. Although they only needed to comprehend an evolutionary path within a month to pass the trial of the 7-star cave, there was no need to compare rankings or compete. But seeing others leave smoothly made the remaining evolvers slightly complex in thought. It's just like during an examination, when seeing someone submit their paper ahead of time. Even if that person's grades might not be very good, it would still put some pressure on the other students still taking the exam. He left so easily? Lin Yuan was slightly startled. He then realized that others were different from him. With Against Heaven's understanding, the 7-star cave was an unprecedented treasure trove for Lin Yuan. The longer he stayed, the more he could improve himself. But to those other examiners, after painstaking efforts, they finally comprehended the evolutionary path within the statue. Lacking the energy and ability to comprehend a second one, they naturally chose to leave without hesitation. It seems the evolutionary paths beyond the 6th rank are much more difficult than those of the 6th rank. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted slightly, looking towards the silver-haired girl and the other 2 red pattern examiners. The first one to pass the Star Cave trial was a golden pattern challenger. His early comprehension didn't mean his understanding was stronger than the 3 red patterns. But the evolution path contained in the statue he contemplated was merely 6th rank. Those 3 red pattern examiners were contemplating paths that surpassed the 6th rank. The difficulty of the 2 was not on the same level. I continue. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, then once more walked towards the next statue. Time passed. 2 days later, Lin Yuan arrived at the central peak, in front of the 12-meter-tall giant cube. Merely by gazing from afar, Lin Yuan felt spatial fluctuations rippling. Although nowhere near the spatial rift in the Divine Arms world, the space power it emitted was complete and orderly. An evolution path beyond the 6th rank. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly grave. This was the first statue over 10 meters tall he was contemplating. The other statues, 2 to 3 meters in height, looked like mere pebbles compared to the cube. Begin contemplation. Lin Yuan steadied his mind, lifting his head to gaze at the massive cube before him. Chapter 125 Gradual Departure. Please subscribe. Beneath the gigantic magic cube, Lin Yuan observed carefully. Compared to those stone statues that were 2 to 3 meters tall, the magic cube was not still, but slowly rotating. Lin Yuan could see with his eyes that the 6 faces of the magic cube intersected with each other. The space flowing like water, continuously encircling the 6 faces until the magic cube completed a rotation, at which point all the space flows collapsed and started anew. repeating endlessly, without end. Space. Lin Yuan stood under the magic cube, his expression somewhat captivated. Space is infinitely large and yet infinitely small. This huge magic cube, although far from explaining all the mysteries of space, contained enough essence for Lin Yuan to comprehend. In mysterious space within the seven-star cave world, 12 figures breathed a sigh of relief as they saw Lin Yuan finally stop under the giant magic cube to contemplate. Since entering the seventh-star cave, he had been aimlessly wandering for a full 3 to 4 days. Though each candidate could stay in the seven-star cave for a month, Lin Yuan's idle manner still caused the 12 figures a fair amount of worry. Now at last he had stopped. And the stone statue heritage he chose was not bad either, one of the 16 surpassing 6th rank evolution pathways. And even within those surpassing 6th rank evolution pathways, it could be ranked near the top. The magic cube statue. If he truly fits this evolution pathway, it will save a lot of trouble in the future. Among the 3 figures above, Guze nodded slightly, showing a look of approval. The other 6th rank evolution pathways were certainly good. But for the candidates who chose these evolution pathways, if they were lucky enough to cultivate to the peak of 6th rank and wanted to surpass it, they would need to switch to cultivating other similar evolution pathways. Switching isn't starting from scratch, but it does require the evolver to pay a significant price. Now Lin Yuan had directly chosen a broad and smooth path, which made Guze happy at heart. But can he really comprehend it? A hint of expectation appeared on Guze's face. Choosing is one thing. Being able to do it is another. Of the more than 100 evolvers in the 7th star cave, who didn't know that the 16 statues contained evolution pathways far surpassing the others. But most evolvers still chose the 2 to 3 meter tall statues. The reason was that they simply couldn't comprehend them. Or rather, they weren't confident they could comprehend them within the given month. A bird in the hand is worth 10 in the forest. Although Lin Yuan had wasted a few days, with the imperceptible talent he displayed in the 4th star cave, as long as the chosen statue matched him, there shouldn't be any problem comprehending it, even if it was one of the 16 statues. Time passed. Just like that, most of a day went by. Lin Yuan stood there all the while, observing the giant magic cube. Every moment, under the perception of his against heaven's understanding, he reaped a vast amount of insight, until the quantitative changes culminated in a qualitative transformation. So that's how it is. Space has neither form nor substance, but is present everywhere. Even a newborn infant can feel the existence of space, but feeling it doesn't mean one can control it. Lin Yuan felt a sudden sense of enlightenment. Your understanding defies the heavens. By observing the magic cube statue, you've comprehended the eternal space evolution pathway. The eternal space evolution pathway. Lin Yuan's brow twitched. Hung standing for eternity, you representing space, and you meant eternal space. This evolution pathway mainly expounded on the eternal aspect of space. It's just a pity that I have only comprehended the pathway, not fully grasped it yet, and for now, I have only deciphered the first tier chapter and the second layer chapter of the eternal space evolution pathway. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Comprehending and fully understanding are two different things. The challenge of the 7th star cave was not to fully comprehend a certain evolution pathway, but merely to comprehend it. For a statue containing a 6th rank evolution pathway, one needed only to fully grasp the 3rd rank chapter and the 4th rank chapter to comprehend it, while the statues containing evolution pathways surpassing 6th rank required just the first tier chapter to be fully grasped in order to comprehend the whole pathway. Compared to using text to record evolution pathways, using statues as a medium offered greater and more comprehensive insight to an evolver. After all, some things and feelings are difficult to describe with just words. Of course, to record an evolution pathway on an object like a statue, one had to be an evolver who had reached the end of that particular pathway. It also required a great deal of energy and effort. For example, Lin Yuan could replicate his own martial path evolutionary path on a statue. Other evolvers would only need to ponder the statue to comprehend the martial path evolutionary path. But to achieve this, Lin Yuan, the founder of martial Tao, would have to give up everything and spend decades without sleep just to make it possible. And that's just for the present nearly 4th rank martial path evolutionary path, let alone 6th rank or higher pathways, which would require much more time and energy. Let's take a break. Lin Yuan forced himself to stop understanding the eternal space evolution pathway. Now that he had acquired the pathway, the remaining comprehension could be pursued later. The current priority was to comprehend other evolution pathways contained within the statues. Lin Yuan had a feeling that the reason the 7-star cave world was not always open was key to these statues. Maintaining the mysterious operations of these statues and correlating them with reality, even in a virtual world, was no simple task. It required the Qikuan Star Lord to bear a significant cost. If he didn't take this opportunity to take away all the evolution pathways contained within the statues, it would probably be difficult to have such a chance in the future. Chapter 126 Leaving one after another. Subscribe please. _2 At least Lin Yuan wouldn't get a free ride. Proceed to the next statue. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, beginning to plan his route. By the time Lin Yuan left from under the massive Rubik's Cube, the silver-haired woman Yin Ling, who had been meditating beside him, opened her eyes. Not suited for this statue? Yin Ling glanced at Lin Yuan's departing figure. Yin Ling was still quite attentive toward Lin Yuan. To be precise, Yin Ling paid attention to every evolver who surpassed her. In the 4th star cave, Yin Ling had struggled to comprehend for several days. Yet Lin Yuan had passed it in just over 20 minutes upon his arrival. This incident had somewhat impacted Yin Ling. Although in the next star cave, Lin Yuan turned mediocre, Yin Ling still didn't underestimate him. Of course, Yin Ling did not know how Lin Yuan had managed to get through the 6th star cave. Since Lin Yuan had been delayed in the 5th star cave, by the time he got to the 6th star cave, Yin Ling had already reached the 7th star cave. 22 days left. Yin Ling once again looked toward the massive Rubik's Cube. After 8 days of arduous comprehension, Yin Ling barely grasped the superficial aspects of the statue of Rubik's Cube. She estimated that another 20 days might barely allow her to comprehend the first-tier chapter contained within. This was because she, Yin Ling, possessed an exceptionally high spatial talent, and was in harmony with the vast space. Otherwise, if it were another evolver, let alone a month, even a year or 10 years might not suffice to understand the first-tier chapter. And once she comprehended the first-tier chapter, obtaining the complete evolution path within, Yin Ling would be considered to have passed the 7th star cave's test. The 136 statues within the 7th star cave had 2 standards. One was to contain the 6th rank evolution path. The 2 to 3 meter high statues required understanding the same rank evolution chapters as one's own. For example, a 3rd rank evolver needed to comprehend the 3rd rank chapter to obtain the complete evolution path. 4th rank evolvers needed to understand the 4th rank chapter. That was one standard. The second standard was for those 6 statues that were over 10 meters tall. Whether 3rd rank or 4th rank evolvers, they only needed to comprehend the first-tier chapter of the evolution path contained within the statue to pass. Mysterious space. The 12 figures saw Lin Yuan leave again, looking somewhat stunned. This time, among over 1 million challengers in the 7-star cave, what caught their attention the most was not those 3 with the red patterns, but Lin Yuan, who had the golden pattern. His impressive performance in the 4th-star cave, his strong will in the 6th-star cave, and the perplexing behavior in the 7th-star cave. Can't waste any more time like this. Gu Ze's brows were tightly furrowed among the 3 figures above. He had already decided to step forward and remind Lin Yuan to quickly choose a statue to comprehend, even if it was those 2 to 3 meter tall ones, containing the 6th rank evolution path. If this dragged on, Lin Yuan might fail to pass the 7th-star cave. Though it was said that even if Lin Yuan didn't pass, he, Gu Ze, still had the authority to let him join the Red Koan lineage. But that way many powers, perks, and treatments would be lost. Gu Ze, are you going to ask the teacher? Another figure beside him inquired. During the 7-star cave test, the 12 of them were merely observers, without the authority to intervene in any part of the test process, let alone give reminders. The only way Gu Ze could step forward to remind Lin Yuan was to ask the Qikuan Star Lord. The Qikuan Star Lord was the founder of the 7-star cave world. If he permitted, it would naturally be possible to intervene. It seems I must. Guze responded, simultaneously sending a strand of consciousness to contact the Chikuan Star Lord. Seeing this, the other two figures did not show much reaction. The three of them, being beyond the 6th rank, were favored students of the Chikuan Star Lord. Asking for a personal favor wasn't a big deal. The Chikuan Star Lord was not one of the 3 ultimate intelligent goddesses who are absolutely selfless. Even powerful evolvers still had their own emotions. Moments later, Guze's brow furrowed. What happened? What did the teacher say? The two figures beside him asked curiously. The teacher is in retreat. I couldn't see him. Guze shook his head as he spoke. In retreat? There's nothing to be done then, he said. The teacher is in seclusion. Unless something significant occurs, such as an invasion by the different species or the 3 goddesses exercise the civilization order, he won't make an appearance for other matters, they added. The two figures sighed. As the earliest disciples to follow the Chikuan Star Lord, they knew their teacher very well, especially understanding that during his seclusion, he generally wouldn't respond to anything. No matter how urgent, it had to wait until he came out of seclusion. Guze remained silent. The two figures were correct. Unless it was a truly significant matter, the Chikuan Star Lord definitely wouldn't leave his seclusion. As for the valuable challenger strolling around, not to mention it was just one golden pattern challenger. Even if all the million-plus challengers of the 7-star cave were taking a stroll, for the Chikuan Star Lord, it would still be a trivial matter. The so-called 3 red patterns were merely enough to warrant a second glance from the Chikuan Star Lord, much like an ant on the ground, differentiated only by its color. That was it. Even giving those 3 red patterns 100,000 years or 10,000 years, they likely wouldn't even reach the Chikuan Star Lord's level. Every Chikuan Star Domain competition, the Chikuan Star Lord provided a challenge, merely as a formality to satisfy the duties set by the human alliance. Specifically, the Chikuan Star Lord never paid attention to the challenges himself. It was always their group of disciples who watched and selected. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, another 12 or 13 days went by. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan had been in the 7-star cave for nearly 20 days. As for his achievements, they were delightful. Of the 136 statues in the Star Cave, Lin Yuan had already passed 121 of them. That is to say, Lin Yuan had already discerned 121 evolution paths, starting from the 6th rank, with more than 10 surpassing it. Lin Yuan turned around. He looked at the many statues he had passed. His gaze mostly lingered on the giant statues over 10 meters tall. There was a slowly rotating giant Rubik's Cube. There was a blazing hot sun. There was an entirely black, frightening black hole. There was a giant eye, lacking a pupil. There was a giant water droplet, rippling with waves. There was an incomprehensible mirror, whose surface seemed to connect to another world. The statues with evolution paths beyond the 6th rank were bizarre, with the Rubik's Cube being the most normal among them. These statues haven't given me any sense of kinship. Clearly, they aren't suitable for me. Under the against heavens understanding, suitability hardly matters. Lin Yuan thought quietly to himself. In the Dragon Tiger world, the Sword Tomb experience, the true martial sword actually hadn't chosen Lin Yuan. It was merely forcibly attracted by the Supreme Induction Imperial Sword chapter Lin Yuan had discerned and had surrendered unwillingly. As time went by, with Lin Yuan's strength becoming unfathomably deep, the true martial sword finally began to behave. Another person has left? Lin Yuan stopped, noticing a nearby evolver who excitedly stood up and reached out to touch the statue in front of him. All of a sudden, the statue began to glow. Clearly, this evolver had passed the test and was randomly being transported away. A 3rd-rank silver pattern evolver too? Lin Yuan noticed the pattern on the side of the evolver's face was silver. In the 7th-star cave, 3rd-rank challengers even held some advantages, as they only needed to understand the 3rd-rank chapter to pass the test. As for 4th-rank evolvers, they needed to understand the 4th-rank chapter. The difficulty was naturally different. Of course, with a higher realm, seeing from above, Discerning the 4th rank chapter wasn't much harder for 4th rank evolvers than it was for 3rd rank evolvers. Overall, it was considered fair. At least it was better than setting a uniform standard, like having all evolvers understand the 4th rank chapter. If that were the standard, likely none of the 3rd rank evolvers would pass. To not have completed the 3rd rank and expect to understand the 4th? Especially from within the 6th rank evolution paths? Quite a few evolvers have already left. Lin Yuan looked around and thought to himself. The quite a few evolvers referred to those who had entered the 7th star cave before Lin Yuan. These evolvers, having been in the 7th star cave for more than 20 days, nearly a month, if they had merely contemplated statues 2 to 3 meters tall, most had already passed the test. Chapter 127 10,000 Years. Please subscribe. Now in the 7th star cave, besides those 3 red pattern examiners, the least numerous are actually the golden pattern challengers. Those who occupy the majority are instead the silver patterns who came afterward. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted. He looked toward the initial location where one is transferred from the 6th star cave to the 7th star cave. A young man suddenly appeared, evidently having just passed through the 6th star cave. Fang Qing. Lin Yuan immediately recognized the other person. Early on during the previous star cave challenges, Lin Yuan had identified Fang Qing. After all, Lin Yuan was quite familiar with Fang Qing. No matter how many times Fang Qing changed his appearance or altered his stature, Lin Yuan could easily recognize him. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. It was no surprise to Lin Yuan that Fang Qing could make it to the 7th star cave. The challenge of the 7th star cave mainly lies in the word challenge. 4th rank evolvers might have some advantages, but not much, and especially in the 7th star cave, 4th rank evolvers are actually at a disadvantage. Continue. It's almost over now. Lin Yuan no longer paid attention to Fang Qing and walked towards the stone statue in front of him. What a massive mountain. As soon as Fang Qing arrived at the 7th star cave, he was immediately attracted by the mountain beneath his feet. After all, a mountain standing in the middle of the cosmic starry skies is quite a rare sight, and other evolvers seeing it for the first time would surely be shocked. Lin Yuan, when he first arrived at the 7th star cave, was also shocked by this mountain. Fang Qing's attention shifted from the mountain to the many stone statues atop the summit. To comprehend the evolution path contained within the stone statues. Once Fang Qing understood the rules, he looked up at the summit again. 136 stone statues came into sight and instinctively, Fang Qing was drawn to 2 of them. Those 2. Fang Qing immediately walked towards the 2 stone statues. Time passed. Another 3 or 4 days went by. Lin Yuan had already reached the last stone statue. This statue was a huge mouth, 13 to 14 meters wide, as if it wanted to swallow everything. Swallowing. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned. Under other statues, there were usually several examiners comprehending them. Especially those with simpler entry-level statues, there were even more than a dozen examiners sitting cross-legged. But not a single challenger was before this strange statue, just as Lin Yuan was about to start his comprehension. Buzz. A faint spatial fluctuation came. In the distance, below the colossal Rubik's Cube, a silver-haired woman showed joy on her face and reached out to touch the cube. Suddenly, the Rubik's Cube stopped spinning. It radiated a soft glow. The silver-haired woman disappeared. This scene caught the attention of most evolvers on the field. After all, the silver-haired woman was one of only 3 red pattern examiners among a million. Moreover, the silver-haired woman was also the first who comprehended a stone statue over 10 meters, and then passed the challenge as an evolver. In the mysterious space, 12 figures saw the silver-haired woman leave, and immediately started talking. That's the everlasting cosmic evolution path. Just 27 days to comprehend the first tier chapter. Well nurtured, she might even surpass 6th rank in the future. Too bad, such a genius has nothing to do with us. What's wrong? You want to take her in? Do you even understand the everlasting cosmic evolution path? The 9 figures below casually chatted. At this point, they no longer paid attention to Lin Yuan. 23 days, a whole 23 days. While other examiners labored in comprehension and gained a lot during those 23 days, it all came to Lin Yuan, who just idly wandered for 23 days. If it weren't for the fact they had no authority to interfere with the trials, some would probably have gone to ask Lin Yuan what exactly he had been doing those 23 days. Lin Yuan. Among the three figures above, Gu Zhe silently looked at Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan was sitting under the giant mouth statue. The swallowing sky evolution path is not so easy to comprehend. Gu Zhe still had a faint hope for Lin Yuan. But this kind of faint hope had already appeared more than 100 times. Half a day later. Swallowing sky evolution path. Eat, 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 devour everything to fulfill oneself. The cosmic starry sky will become my sustenance. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and steadied himself. He had to admit, this statue was truly strange. The evolution path it contained could actually affect one's mind. I can draw lessons, but I cannot follow this path. Lin Yuan gazed at the giant mouth statue before him. The swallowing sky evolution path discerned from the statue emphasized one key aspect. Consumption. To consume everything, planets, even galaxies. Of course, following this evolution path to the end would lead to losing human form, with spiritual wisdom gradually diminishing. Finally done. 136 stone statues comprehended all. Lin Yuan was in good spirits. It was the first time he had seen so many evolution paths at once. Each evolution path, Lin Yuan had only comprehended parts or even small parts of it. To comprehend as many evolution paths as possible, he almost gobbled them up whole. As soon as he met the standard of comprehension, he would immediately turn to the next statue. Of course, Lin Yuan's standard was the upper limit for other challengers to pass this star cave. I should rest for a bit. Lin Yuan left the giant mouth statue and sat down casually on a clearing at the top of the mountain. Even with against heaven's understanding, furiously comprehending statues, embracing 6th rank and beyond evolution paths for half a month had left Lin Yuan somewhat exhausted. It's been 23 days, it's time to pass. Lin Yuan braced himself with his right hand on the ground and glanced at the numerous statues. It would be extremely simple for him to pass the 7th star cave. Just randomly choose a statue and then touch it with his hand. The statue would naturally sense whether Lin Yuan's body contained the trace of the evolution path it encompassed. Chapter 128 10,000 Years. Please subscribe. _2 Lin Yuan had figured out all the stone statues, and he only needed to touch any of them to pass through. Choose one of those 16 statues, she said. Lin Yuan looked towards the 16 huge statues that contained evolutionary pathways surpassing 6th rank. The 7th star cave was a test, naturally involving a ranking. Comprehending evolutionary pathways beyond 6th rank, compared to those of the 6th rank, would naturally receive different evaluations in the eyes of the Red Kuan lineage. Lin Yuan had no intention of hiding his abilities. Having decided to join the Red Kuan lineage, he certainly wouldn't be worse than those 3 red pattern examiners. According to what Feng Qing had said, joining the Red Kuan lineage meant becoming a disciple under one of the 12-star lords. And the strongest 3 among these 12-star lord disciples had all surpassed 6th rank. Which one should I choose? Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on the 16 statues. This one it is, he declared. Lin Yuan looked towards the terrifying stone statue of the Taiyang that was more than 10 meters tall. This statue, containing an evolutionary pathway surpassing 6th rank, was utterly firm and positive, complementing Lin Yuan's Taiji Dao. Hold on. Once you touch it, you have to leave this treasure land. Before making a move, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a reluctance to leave. Throughout these 20-odd days, even though he hardly rested, the gains had left him immensely satisfied. There shouldn't be anything I've missed. Lin Yuan's gaze swept back and forth across the summit, reviewing all 136 statues. Dividing the 136 stone statues into strong and weak was naturally done by size. For example, the statues 2 or 3 meters high contained 6th rank evolutionary pathways. Those over 10 meters tall contained pathways surpassing 6th rank. In fact, even among the 6th rank evolutionary pathways, there was a distinction between statues 2 meters high and those 3 meters high. Those statues nearly 3 meters tall, though also containing 6th-rank evolutionary pathways, were definitely stronger than those 2 meters tall. The same was true for those surpassing 10 meters. Among the statues containing evolutionary pathways beyond 6th rank, some were only 11 meters high, while others nearly reached 15 or 16 meters. The evolutionary pathways contained within these two types of statues, of course, meant that the latter was a bit stronger. Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything? Lin Yuan scanned all 136 statues, and then looked over the entire summit, even beginning to observe the mountain beneath his feet. The mountain peak? Lin Yuan was slightly taken aback. Inside the 7-star cave, the cosmic starry skies were merely the background. Visible, but untouchable. What the examiners could come into contact with were only the 136 stone statues, and the towering mountain peak underfoot. If one were to talk about size, merging all 136 stone statues together would still be far from matching the magnitude of the mountain underfoot. The peak of the mountain? Lin Yuan fell thud onto the ground, laying completely flat, his awareness slowly spreading out, beginning to sense the mountain pressed against his back. Imposing. Majestic. Substantial. Can this mountain also be comprehended? Lin Yuan couldn't help but immerse himself in it. In just a moment, Lin Yuan sensed the vastness and inclusiveness of the mountain beneath him. As if the entire world existed within this mountain, be it 6th-rank evolutionary pathways or those surpassing it. All were merely a part of this mountain. How perfect! Lin Yuan's heart trembled. On this mountain he saw everything, including the Taiji Dao he had established himself. Why? Why have I only noticed this mountain now? Lin Yuan closed his eyes. What is the most noticeable thing within the 7th star cave? The cosmic starry sky? The 136 stone statues? Neither. The most noticeable was the mountain peak beneath their feet. Standing against the background of the cosmic starry sky, the mountain peak was the first thing all the evolvers saw upon entering the 7th star cave. Only afterwards did they notice the 136 stone statues. But such an obvious mountain peak, why did nobody pay attention to it? Is it due to a lack of realm? After figuring out the 136 evolutionary pathways, my cognitive realm has greatly improved. When I focus on the mountain, I then have an epiphany. Compared to the 136 stone statues, the mountain underfoot was too vast, just like the cosmic starry sky. Even if Lin Yuan gazed at it for a long time, he wouldn't gain much, because the difference in their levels was too great. Against heaven's understanding was not omnipotent. It depended on the height Lin Yuan had achieved. Time slowly passed. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days. In the mysterious space, the gaze of 12 figures fell upon Lin Yuan once more. What is he doing? Lying on the ground to rest? The 12 figures were dumbfounded. They had already more or less gotten used to Lin Yuan's wandering for more than half a month. But now Lin Yuan had become even more extreme, forgoing wandering altogether, and simply lying down listlessly. Is it because he did not find a statue suitable for himself? One of the figures below guessed. In the past 20-odd days, Lin Yuan had circled through all 136 statues, finally sitting down to rest at the end. If Lin Yuan had found a suitable statue, he would have been eager to comprehend it. The scene now could only indicate that among the 136 statues, none contained an evolutionary pathway suitable for Lin Yuan. He's giving up just like that. Among the 3 figures above, Guze's eyebrows furrowed once again. He too thought that Lin Yuan might not have found a suitable statue, but even if they were unsuitable, one could still forcefully comprehend them. The pathways contained within the statues merely facilitated comprehension speed if they matched one's own. Even if they were unsuitable, forcing comprehension would still yield gains. The 16 statues that contained pathways surpassing the 6th rank were too difficult to forcibly comprehend, but one could still try to comprehend the other statues containing 6th rank pathways. Chapter 129 10,000 Years. Please subscribe. _3 Even if he still hadn't figured out the evolution path in the end, at least he had tried and had not given up easily. Thus Guze would have a reason, after the test ended, to include Lin Yuan in the Red Koan lineage. However, now seeing Lin Yuan lying on the ground having completely given up, Gu Zhe began to doubt his own judgment. Junior brother. Let it be. This person's perseverance is too weak. Even if they possess strong comprehension, their future achievements would be limited. Two figures beside him tried to persuade Gu Zhe. They even felt that Gu Zhe did not need to take Lin Yuan as his disciple anymore. After all, nurturing a disciple in the Red Kuan lineage requires resources, especially in the early stages. So be it. Gu Zhe sighed internally. He also felt that Lin Yuan's perseverance was lacking. To become strong, aptitude is one aspect, comprehension another, but strong perseverance is equally necessary. Encountering any issue, without even attempting to address it, surrendering proactively, such a person would achieve nothing. Time slowly passed. Another couple of days went by. This day was Lin Yuan's 29th in the 7th Star Cave. According to the rules of the 7th Star Cave test, if Lin Yuan hadn't figured out the evolution path by the next day, he would be expelled from the 7th Star Cave world. Why is that person lying there? I don't know. Maybe they are tired. Lin Yuan's actions also drew the attention of other test takers. However, these test takers just took another look, as their main goal at the moment was to pass the 7th Star Cave. No test taker had the time to meddle too much. Just then, Lin Yuan, who had been lying motionless on the ground for nearly 10 days, suddenly opened his eyes. So that's how it is. In the depths of Lin Yuan's eyes, a vast starry sky was faintly reflected. An extremely profound aura began to condense within Lin Yuan's body. Because Lin Yuan was lying on the ground, parts of his skin were in contact with the mountain peak beneath his feet. At the moment this profound aura appeared, the entire mountain peak began to tremble. For a time, the remaining dozens of evolvers were thrown into panic, abruptly stopping their contemplation and standing up to look around. The tremor of the mountain didn't stop. It even seemed to intensify. Mysterious space. Shock appeared on the faces of 12 figures. The main peak of the 7th Star Cave trembling was something that hadn't happened in nearly 10,000 years. What is this? Among the top 3 figures, the one in the lead, as if realizing something, had his expression suddenly change. The final test. Someone has passed the final test. The other 2 figures quickly caught on. The 9 figures below all stood up, looking towards the 7th Star Cave again, as if searching for something. In a vast grand hall, an old man dressed in a red robe was sitting on a throne, his eyes half closed, dozing off. Star Lord, Star Lord. It was then that the voice of an intelligent assistant came, waking up the red-robed old man. What is it? Don't you know I'm in seclusion? The Qikuan Star Lord did not open his eyes, but frowned and muttered. Speak. Qikuan Star Lord spoke again, knowing that something capable of interrupting his seclusion must be no small matter. In the 7-Star Cave world, someone has passed the final test. The intelligent assistant quickly said, The final test? Upon hearing this, the Qikuan Star Lord's eyes silently opened. Boom. A terrifying heat quickly spread thousands of miles. The Qikuan Star Lord's eyes shone like 2 constant stars illuminating in all directions. The Qikuan Star Lord connected his consciousness to the virtual world, overlooking the whole 7-Star Cave world. His gaze directed towards the continuously trembling mountain peak of the 7th Star Cave. Immediately, he returned to reality, sitting on the throne in the center of the palace, slowly closing his eyes, isolating light and heat. 10,000 years. Chapter 130 Xian Huang Evolutionary Path. The 13th Disciple 7th Star Cave. The mountains shook and swayed. The most affected were undoubtedly the challengers who were still comprehending the stone statues. Among the numerous challengers in the 7th Star Cave, only 3 or 5 were golden pattern challengers, and all the rest were silver pattern. As for those 3 red pattern examiners, they had already passed the test and left the 7th Star Cave several days ago. The majority of golden pattern challengers had also left. What's happening? Why do I feel like the ground is unstable? An earthquake? Can virtual worlds even have earthquakes? The challengers looked at each other, puzzled. They were all 3rd or 4th rank evolvers, not one to lose their balance due to such tremors. But what place was this? The 7-star cave world. A test world opened by the great Chikuan Star Lord. To ensure the fairness of the challenger's comprehension of the stone statues, the entire 7th-star cave was incredibly stable, with no chance of any unexpected variables. But now? Why do I feel that the statue in front of me is trembling? At that moment, a challenger seemed to discover something, staring in disbelief at the stone statue he had been contemplating for half a month. This statue, nearly 3 meters tall, was one of the top statues among the many containing 6th-rank evolution paths. And with the attention of the other challengers, it was immediately discovered. Under the trembling of the ground, not only the 2 to 3 meter tall statues were affected. Even those over 10 meters tall that contained evolution paths surpassing 6th rank were also affected. The specific manifestation was the originally motionless giant statues of over 10 meters. For example, the huge Rubik's Cube, whose 6 faces slowly rotated, creating waves of spatial ripples. And that gaping mouth statue, which seemed like an abyss within, with an indistinct whirlpool swirling. Every one of the giant statues containing evolution paths surpassing 6th rank was releasing its own aura as much as possible, influencing and assimilating its surroundings. But at this moment, all the giant statues over 10 meters tall were as if dead. The 6 faces of the huge Rubik's Cube stopped turning, and the eerie breath of the gaping mouth statue had completely subsided. As if it were just an ordinary statue. Something special has definitely happened. Fongqing also stopped contemplating the statue in front of him. What the old man with the white beard had told him about the 7th-star cave was very clear. That was, this star cave tested the enlightenment of each evolver. What's with him? Fongqing observed his surroundings. He noticed that the challengers sitting beneath the statues all showed puzzled and shocked expressions. Only in a distant corner, a challenger lying on the ground resting remained unchanged. While everyone was conversing anxiously, this challenger was lying on the ground motionless, paying no heed to the continuously trembling ground. Golden pattern. Fongqing had noticed this peculiar golden pattern challenger early on. Without rushing to comprehend the statues and past the 7th-star cave, he was just lying there resting. Mysterious space. 12 figures experienced a surge of emotions. Those challengers did not know what the trembling mountains meant, but these figures were different as disciples of the Star Lord. They knew much more than the outside world. Has someone passed the final test? Who on earth was it? The difficulty of the final test is so high. Even if I were to comprehend it, I might not succeed. How did these 3rd and 4th rank little ones manage it? A momentous event. Something my Red Koan lineage hasn't encountered in 10,000 years. The 12 figures were immensely shaken, precisely because their greater knowledge made them acutely aware of the difficulty of passing the final test. That was not meant for the normal challengers. It's Lin Yuan. It must be Lin Yuan who has passed the final test. The 12 figures glanced over each challenger. In the end, their gaze stopped on Lin Yuan. They had no choice. Compared to the shock, anxiety, and unease of the other challengers, only Lin Yuan remained unchanged from beginning to end. Moreover, the 12 figures could feel that the trembling of the entire mountain emanated from Lin Yuan, rapidly spreading in all directions. Lin Yuan, wasn't he just loitering around before? Could it be that he wasn't just loitering but was secretly comprehending the final test? It must be so. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that Lin Yuan could bring us such a big surprise? The 12 figures rapidly exchanged thoughts, immediately deducing the reason behind Lin Yuan's previous strange behavior. As disciples of the Star Lord, the 12 figures knew that besides the 136 stone statues containing evolution paths in the 7th-star cave, there was a 137th evolution path. This evolution path was not found within the statues, but within the mountain itself. Unfortunately, despite the 7-star cave world being opened hundreds of times over 10,000 years, and thousands of red pattern challengers entering the 7th-star cave, nobody had even thought of comprehending this evolution path. So much so that the 12 figures had also overlooked this final test, only realizing it after the mountain trembled for a while. The final test. Lin Yuan is actually suitable for this evolution path. If he continues to develop smoothly, there is a great possibility of surpassing 6th rank. The 9 figures below, looking at Lin Yuan who was lying on the ground, could not help but speak out. From 6th rank to 7th rank is a major bottleneck in shackles. In the cosmic starry skies, among the billions of races, even the very few with special bloodlines and high starting points, powerful beings, cannot easily surpass 6th rank. The Chikuan Star Lord's original form was the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan, one of the pinnacle bloodlines in the cosmic starry sky, reaching 6th rank life upon maturity. Even so, to surpass 6th rank, the Chikuan Star Lord had spent thousands of years. This was because the Chikuan Star Lord had good aptitude. Most Wanderer Kuns couldn't break through 6th rank. Chapter 131 Xian Huang Evolution Path. The 13th Disciple _2. Bloodline or talent. The limit is 6th rank. To exceed 6th rank, one can only rely on oneself. Lin Yuan, having passed the final test, elicited a high probability of surpassing the 6th rank assessment from the 12 silhouettes, which was an extremely high praise. Sigh. Among the remaining 9 silhouettes, Ka Wu sighed. He noticed Lin Yuan during the second layer chapter, considering whether to speak out early and ask his senior brothers for the mentee. Then he witnessed Lin Yuan's stunning performance in the 4th star cave. By then, Ka Wu realized his own indecisiveness. In the end, during the 7th star cave, Lin Yuan did not select a statue, which led to a significant drop in his esteem among the senior brothers. That raised Ka Wu's hopes once again. You do not want him. I do. However, at this moment, Ka Wu was filled with complicated thoughts and emotions. Disciple brother, don't regret anything. A silhouette beside him noticed the change in Ka Wu's expression and spoke to comfort him. That Lin Yuan, having passed the final trial, is beyond our capability to accept as a disciple, including the 3 senior brothers above. The tone of this silhouette was light. Glancing at the 3 figures above, Ka Wu was taken aback. The final test was left by the teacher. 10,000 years ago, an evolver who passed this ultimate test was directly taken as a disciple by the teacher. Regrettably, this evolver could not grow up and drew the attention of a different species due to their high-profile behavior. Eventually, the different species sacrificed 9 6th rank powerhouses to forcibly exterminate this evolver with boundless potential. This incident enraged the Chikuan Star Lord, who descended upon the battlefield and targeted that different species for centuries before departing. The 3 silhouettes above. We all misjudged him. This Lin Yuan never valued those 136 statues. He has been comprehending that ultimate evolution path from the beginning to the end. The tone of the 3 silhouettes was full of emotion. They didn't feel envy or anger. Instead, they felt genuine surprise and delight. After all, since Lin Yuan chose to participate in the 7-star cave trials, he was one of the Red Kuan lineage. Who would complain about having a powerful member in their own family? Gu Zhe, it looks like you can't accept him even if you wanted to. The figure in the middle teased, looking at Gu Zhe. Lin Yuan, having passed the final trial, meant that only the Chikuan Star Lord had the qualification to formally accept him within the entire Red Kuan lineage. As for them, they might wish to claim him shamelessly, but they couldn't guide him. If Lin Yuan deciphered other evolution paths, even those 16 evolution paths that surpassed 6th rank, they knew how to provide guidance and advice. But the evolution path from the final test, this evolution path, though also surpassing 6th rank, there are differences between those that surpass 6th rank and others that surpass it. Just like the 3 of them, who are also evolvers that exceed 6th rank. But compared to the Chikuan Star Lord, they are like the light of fireflies against the brightness of the full moon. 10,000 years have passed. Finally, another genius suitable for practicing the mysterious yellow evolution path has emerged. Inside the palace, the Chikuan Star Lord, while seated upon the throne with eyes closed, had ripples of thoughts stirring in his mind. The mysterious yellow evolution path, obtained by the Chikuan Star Lord from some cosmic secret realm, was an incredibly mystical evolution path. This path is extremely accessible yet also exceedingly high. The threshold is low, and yet it is high. The reason for its accessibility is that not only the human race, but even different species can practice this evolution path. As for its difficulty, since the Chikuan Star Lord acquired this evolution path, he has found only one person suitable for practicing it. The Chikuan Star Lord was initially delighted and took him directly as a disciple. Unfortunately, that person perished at the hands of a different species 10,000 years ago. The mysterious yellow evolution path. The Chikuan Star Lord's face was filled with anticipation. With his strength, even if he was not suited for this particular evolution path, he could still forcibly practice it. However, if he did, he could at most cultivate to the 6th rank, and the chances of breaking through the 6th rank were virtually non-existent. Only an evolver utterly suited to this evolution path might hope to reach a higher level. Lin Yuan. The name Lin Yuan immediately conjured many details in the mind of the Chikuan Star Lord. My good disciple. With a flicker of intent, the Chikuan Star Lord once again connected his consciousness to the virtual world. 7th Star Cave. Lin Yuan lay on the ground. In fact, he was trying his best to comprehend the mountain beneath his feet. Which evolutionary path is it that after nearly 10 days of comprehension, I still haven't grasped even the first tier chapter? Lin Yuan was somewhat shocked in his heart. When he comprehended the 16 giant statues above 10 meters, he could usually grasp the first tier chapter and the second layer chapter in at most half a day. Yet, in comprehending the mountain beneath his feet, he felt there was no end in sight. Your understanding defies the heavens. By sensing the mysterious mountain, you have comprehended 1% of an unknown evolution path's first tier chapter. 1% of the first tier chapter. Lin Yuan had long noticed the vibrations of the mountain beneath his feet, and understood that he should meet the criteria for passing the 7th Star Cave. Testers who comprehended the 2 or 3 meter high statues needed to fully grasp the 3rd rank chapter and 4th rank chapter to pass the 7th Star Cave. To comprehend the statues over 10 meters in height, one only needed to grasp the 1st rank chapter to pass. Now, having comprehended the towering mountain beneath his feet, and grasping merely 1% of the first tier chapter, Lin Yuan was considered to have passed the trial. Among the 3 aforementioned methods, one was harder than the next, especially the last one. If it wasn't for Lin Yuan having comprehended all the statues, attaining a higher realm of insight, and then re-examining the mountain several times, he probably would not even have considered the idea to comprehend this evolutionary path. After all, from beginning to end, Lin Yuan never felt any attraction from the mountain. In other words, in reality, Lin Yuan was not suitable for practicing this unknown evolutionary path, but his understanding against heaven forcibly let him enter its gates, thus allowing him to pass through the trial. Worth it. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had only comprehended 1%, and it was just 1% of the first tier chapter. But since he had passed the test, Lin Yuan naturally received the complete version of this evolutionary path. However, this path was too vast and profound for Lin Yuan to grasp in a short time. He could only leave it for gradual comprehension later on. But for Lin Yuan, this was not a problem at all. With understanding against heaven, Lin Yuan did not fear not comprehending. He feared not having anything to comprehend. Directly sensing the natural ways of heaven and earth was too obscure. Whereas the evolutionary paths were akin to explaining the mysteries of heaven and earth in a certain descriptive manner. For Lin Yuan, comprehending the evolutionary paths was more efficient, equivalent to taking shortcuts. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's form vanished on the spot. Just like the other evolvers who had passed the test, he left the 7th Star Cave. The only difference was that the former would stand up, touch the statue in front of them, and then be teleported away. Whereas Lin Yuan was lying on the ground when he was transported. Lin Yuan's departure also caught the attention of those 12 figures within the mysterious space. Like other testers, upon seeing Lin Yuan disappear, they would only think that the other party had logged off. But these 12 figures, as observers of the 7 Star Cave trial, immediately realized that Lin Yuan did not just log off. He had successfully passed the test and left. It seems the teacher truly made a move. Among the 3 figures above, the leading one spoke. According to the rules of the 7 Star Cave trial, every evolver who passed the test would be teleported to a unified space, waiting until the 7 Star Cave world completely closed. They would then be chosen by the 12 figures. However, after Lin Yuan disappeared, they did not find Lin Yuan in the space temporarily designated for those who had passed the test. Clearly, the only one capable of altering the rules of the seven-star cave world was the high and mighty Qikuan Star Lord. Where is this? After being teleported away, Lin Yuan appeared inside a palace. The surroundings were spacious and deserted, with a throne positioned at the center. An old man in a red robe sat upon the throne. The old man's eyes were closed, yet Lin Yuan vaguely felt that he was being watched. Feng Qing had told him that after passing the seven-star cave trial, all would be shuttled to a single area, waiting for the end of the trial to choose which Star Lord's disciple to join. Yet now, within the entire palace, Lin Yuan saw no other testers. Could it be? A guess formed in Lin Yuan's mind. It must have been the evolutionary path he had last comprehended that caused a problem. I am Qikuan, and I wish to take you as my 13th disciple, said the old man in a red robe sitting on the throne, suddenly speaking up. Are you willing? Qikuan. Lin Yuan's thoughts surged. I am willing. Chapter 132 Identity, Status and Treatment. The Qikuan Star Lord does not take disciples. Feng Qing had told Lin Yuan this fact long ago. This is also known by the major powers from the Qikuan Star Domain, and even other star domains. Even though every now and then big shots from other forces, through various channels and means, try to get the Qikuan Star Lord to accept their offspring as disciples. To date, not a single one has succeeded. The reason for this is that the Qikuan Star Lord is indeed very strong in teaching disciples. Normally, out of 10 6th rank, 100 6th rank, or even 1,000 6th rank evolvers, there might not be one who can break through the 6th rank. But the disciples of the Qikuan Star Lord? 12 disciples. 3 have surpassed the 6th rank. This probability is simply terrifying. Although it must be said, those 12 disciples that the Qikuan Star Lord has accepted each have extraordinary abilities, with much higher chances to break through the 6th rank than ordinary 6th rank evolvers. Even so, having 3 out of 12 disciples achieve this is extremely remarkable. Unfortunately, since 10,000 years ago, when that junior disciple newly accepted by the Qikuan Star Lord died at the hands of a different species, he has not taken any more disciples. In fact, before that junior disciple, the Qikuan Star Lord rarely took disciples either. After all, at the level of the Qikuan Star Lord, unless he really liked someone, taking disciples was a complete waste of time. In the past, every ring competition in the Qikuan Star Domain, all the talented individuals found, he wouldn't even glance at them. Instead, he threw them all at the 12 disciples. Whether it was red-patterned geniuses or golden-patterned ones, or even ordinary silver-patterned ones, they were all about the same in the eyes of the Qikuan Star Lord. Of course, he would take a longer look at a few red-patterned geniuses. But that's about it. I have seen the teacher. Inside the spacious palace, Lin Yuan bowed slightly. Although he did not know what level the Qikuan Star Lord was at, it was clear that he was far superior to Lin Yuan. In the presence of such a powerful being, Lin Yuan naturally would not show any disrespect. Moreover, having the Qikuan Star Lord as his master was tantamount to firmly standing on the same side. If Lin Yuan had any needs or encountered any troubles, the Qikuan Star Lord would not possibly ignore them. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, formally taking a master is a very serious matter. Not bad. The Qikuan Star Lord was quite satisfied. Although his eyes were slightly closed, every little detail about Lin Yuan was imprinted in his mind. He had stopped taking disciples 20 or 30,000 years ago, because he felt it was unnecessary. With that time, he would rather cultivate himself. But Lin Yuan was different. In just 1 month, he had comprehended the basics of the Xianhuang evolutionary path. If cultivated well, he might surpass the previous 12 disciples. What's more important, the Qikuan Star Lord wanted to see just how far the limit of the Xianhuang evolutionary path was. He was eager to find out what was special about the evolution skill that he had brought back at the risk of his life from that cosmic secret realm. The Qikuan Star Lord himself was not suitable for practice, but he could see it through Lin Yuan. The Xianhuang evolutionary path. How is your comprehension? Asked the Qikuan Star Lord. The Xianhuang evolutionary path. Lin Yuan immediately knew that the mysterious evolution path he had comprehended was named Xian Huang. Just a little bit. Lin Yuan's face showed a hint of shame. In nearly 10 days of focused comprehension, Lin Yuan had only understood 1% of the first tier chapter. And above the first tier chapter, there was the second layer chapter, third layer chapter. That's normal. Being able to grasp the essence in a month's time is already very good. The Qikuan Star Lord said without a care. Evolvers' lifespans are long, as they live for 20 to 50,000 years upon reaching the 6th rank, and those who surpass it can live for 200,000 years. Lin Yuan had plenty of time to contemplate further. Besides, as Lin Yuan's realm increases, from a high vantage point, the efficiency of comprehension will gradually improve. What the Qikuan Star Lord did not know was that Lin Yuan's comprehension of the Xianhuang evolutionary path had not taken a month. It had taken only 10 days. Most importantly, Lin Yuan's understanding was forced. I am very satisfied with your character. Having reviewed Lin Yuan's trajectory of growth, the Qikuan Star Lord nodded slightly and said, the goddess of wisdom had sealed part of the information about Lin Yuan. The Qikuan Star Lord could only see an outline, but even so, he was somewhat surprised. Because the Qikuan Star Lord found that Lin Yuan was too low profile. As a 4th rank evolver, how come there was no information about Lin Yuan on Kanglan Star before participating in this ring competition? Even if the goddess of wisdom might have helped, being able to do this was quite incredible. After all, as an evolver who had concentrated power within oneself, it was difficult to return to the life of a common person. Yet Lin Yuan had managed to do so, remaining unknown until the age of 19. Then, when the ring competition began, he suddenly astonished everyone. This behavior was exactly in line with the Qikuan Star Lord's thinking. You should know that 10,000 years ago, the last disciple that the Qikuan Star Lord had accepted had the same incomparable aptitude as Lin Yuan, and was suitable for practicing the Xianhuang evolutionary path. However, that disciple was too high profile, and eventually died by assassination from a different species. Even though the Qikuan Star Lord retaliated fiercely, when the person had died, everything became meaningless. In contrast, Lin Yuan was the complete opposite. If it were not for this ring competition, perhaps Kanglan Star would not have known about the existence of Lin Yuan. The Qikuan Star Lord had never expressed his opinion, but he appreciated this approach. When he had successfully seized the Starry Sky Wanderer Kun's juvenile, he did not immediately return to human civilization, but lay low for thousands of years, only contemplating others after he surpassed the 6th rank. The more talented the individual, the more low profile they needed to be until they had fully grown. Yes, Lin Yuan did not know how to respond. In fact, he had only been an evolver for 2 or 3 years. Chapter 133 Identity, Status, and Treatment _2 Of course, the time mentioned here refers to the main world's time. However, the Qikuan Star Lord definitely wouldn't believe it, and subconsciously thought that Lin Yuan had been cultivating for over a decade. It was just that it hadn't been known to others, that's all. Since you are my disciple, you are of the Red Koan lineage, the 13th Peak Master. The Qikuan Star Lord looked towards Lin Yuan and said, I have no other demands of you except that unless your true body resides permanently on Qikuan Main Star, do not reveal your identity as my disciple before reaching 6th rank. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. The Qikuan Star Lord hadn't taken a disciple for tens of thousands of years. Today he suddenly took one. What would others think? What would the different species think? With the Qikuan Star Lord's means of nurturing disciples, this disciple had great hopes of breaking through to the 6th rank. If so, why not snuff out this disciple when they are still weak? The identity of a disciple of the Qikuan Star Lord, in the eyes of the different species, probably ranks no less than that of the founder of a certain 6th rank evolution path. They would be willing to pay a huge price to eliminate him. Of course, your identity is best kept secret, but as for other matters, the privileges and status that come with being the 13th Peak Master of the Red Koan lineage will naturally not be lacking. In this regard, I will have Gu Zhe explain the details to you, said the Qikuan Star Lord. Following that, the Qikuan Star Lord instructed Lin Yuan on a few more things. Then he waved his hand and handed over Lin Yuan to Gu Zhe, the third elder. Little junior brother. Inside a manner, Gu Zhe looked at Lin Yuan with a smiling face. Third senior brother. Lin Yuan's expression was solemn. Among the Qikuan Star Lord's 12 disciples, 3 had surpassed the 6th rank. This third senior brother was one of them. This is the virtual world of our Red Kuan lineage. The third senior brother, Gu Zhe, got up and brought Lin Yuan to the front of a vast continent. This continent was 100 times larger than Kanglan Star, with a massive peak rising in the center. Around this central peak, there stood 13 slightly smaller peaks. That over there will be your residence, little junior brother. The third senior brother, Gu Zhe, came to one of the 13 peaks. Seen from a distance, this peak indeed did not look large, especially when compared to the central peak's grandeur. But as Lin Yuan approached, he discovered that the size of this peak was nearly half that of Kanglan Star. As a peak master, you have the highest authority over this mountain. You may recruit disciples and servants, of course. This is the virtual world, so it's not of much significance. When you come to Qikuan Main Star one day, I will introduce everything in detail to you, said the third senior brother, Gu Zhe, as he brought Lin Yuan to the summit of this mountain and continued. Moreover, as the disciple of the teacher, you may peruse any evolution path recorded by the Red Kuan lineage. Any evolution path. Lin Yuan was inwardly stirred. A virtual screen appeared in front of him, flashing through numerous evolution paths, so many. Lin Yuan was slightly excited inside. Although he had gained a lot at the 7th star cave, all the evolution paths added together amounted to just over 100. But now, the evolution paths recorded by the Red Kuan lineage numbered at least 1,000, including not a few surpassing the 6th rank. The Xianhuang evolutionary path is not among them. Lin Yuan glanced through them, and did not find the Xianhuang evolutionary path. Also, every time you break through, you may apply for Scarlet Spirit Liquid, said the third senior brother, Gu Zhe, with a smile. Scarlet Spirit Liquid? Lin Yuan was puzzled. The Scarlet Spirit Liquid is a unique resource of our Red Kuan lineage, not to be found outside, explained the third senior brother, Gu Zhe, with a smile. The use of Scarlet Spirit Liquid is to transform into the purest energy, replenishing oneself. If you, junior brother, are to break through from the 4th rank 10th level to the 11th level, there is no need to slowly absorb external energy to transform yourself. Just 1 drop of Scarlet Spirit Liquid is sufficient, the third senior brother, Gu Zhe, explained. I see. Lin Yuan understood. This meant that, as a disciple of the Qikuan Star Lord, Lin Yuan did not need to spend extra time on the most basic accumulation of energy. As long as his realm was prepared, he could break through without any restrictions. This was of significant meaning for Lin Yuan. Every time he shuttled back, Lin Yuan had to spend a large amount of money to buy rare treasures and spiritual objects from the universe to restore his full strength. Now this would no longer be an issue. He could simply apply for the Scarlet Spirit Liquid. Since you are still weak right now, junior brother, the teacher has specially selected a guard troops for you along with 3 life-saving tokens. Third senior brother Gu Zhe paused, then continued to explain. The so-called guard troops are the personal forces of a Red Kuan lineage's peak master, led by a 6th rank evolver as the captain, with more than 10 5th rank evolvers as members. They are the close-range defense forces that protect the peak master. This guard troop is absolutely loyal, handpicked by the Qikuan Star Lord himself, and harbors no thoughts of rebellion. As for the 3 life-saving tokens, they are unique to Lin Yuan. The other 12 senior brothers never had such treatment. The 3 life-saving tokens were personally refined by the Qikuan Star Lord, and they would activate on their own once Lin Yuan encountered danger that he could not resist. Kanglan Star. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. This is too exaggerated. Lin Yuan's expression was one of astonishment. Through third senior brother Gu Zhe's introduction, Lin Yuan had roughly understood the treatment afforded to a disciple of the Qikuan Star Lord. It mainly divided into 5 aspects. 1. Status. As one of the 13 peak masters, Lin Yuan's status within the Red Kuan lineage was second only to the Star Lord. Equal to the other 12 peak masters, He could mobilize the Evolver army of the Red Kuan lineage, provided that he met the conditions. 2. He could browse through the many evolution paths collected by the Red Kuan lineage. This was the most important thing for Lin Yuan, as with the collection of the Red Kuan lineage, he wouldn't lack evolution paths for comprehension before reaching the 6th rank. 3. He could apply for Scarlet Spirit Liquid. It saved Lin Yuan a considerable amount of wealth. 4. He owned a guard troop led by a 6th rank Evolver. 5. 3 life-saving tokens. I've made a huge profit indeed. Lin Yuan felt joy in his heart. No wonder the goddess of wisdom had advised him to give his all in the contest on the arena. The reward indeed far exceeded the effort. What Lin Yuan didn't know was, the goddess of wisdom had not predicted that he would become the Qikuan Star Lord's disciple. If he was merely the disciple of a peak master, the treatment and status would naturally be greatly reduced. The guard troop should have already set out by now, from the Qikuan main star to Kanglan Star. Even through wormhole shuttle, it would take at least a month or 2. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Since the guard troop was to protect Lin Yuan, naturally they would be wherever Lin Yuan was. Becoming the disciple of a Star Lord, as long as I don't say anything, the Star Lord doesn't say anything, the few senior brothers don't say anything, and the 3 goddesses don't say anything, then no one will know. Lin Yuan changed his appearance and physique before participating in the 7-star cave trial. Even Feng Qing did not recognize him. A few days later, Feng Qing came looking for him, excited. Brother Lin, I have been accepted into the Red Kuan lineage. Feng Qing's tone was exhilarated as he shared the good news with Lin Yuan. Shortly after Lin Yuan left the 7th-star cave, Feng Qing had successfully comprehended the evolution path within the stone statue and passed the test. In fact, every session of the 7-star cave trial would have quite a few silver pattern challengers passing. Of course, compared to the huge number of over 1 million silver pattern challengers, the probability of finally passing the challenge was naturally extremely low. Although Feng Qing was a silver pattern challenger, as a successor of a fallen 6th-rank power, he was very close to the standard of gold pattern in many aspects, at least stronger than the vast majority of silver patterns. Plus, he had an intelligent life form devising strategies for him in the background, so passing the 7-star cave trial was not an inconceivable feat. Congratulations. Lin Yuan nodded and said. In a few days, the 7-star cave trial will end. By then, I will meet with the various peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage along with the other evolvers who have passed the test, just to be accepted as a disciple by one of the peak masters. Feng Qing couldn't help but fantasize. The peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage all had combat powers far surpassing those of the same rank, not to mention that 3 of them were even beyond the 6th rank. Even when his teacher was alive, he wasn't nearly as powerful as the peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage. Various peak masters? Lin Yuan fell into a brief contemplation. He now should also count as one of the peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage, right? Thinking this, Lin Yuan's gaze towards Feng Qing became somewhat peculiar. Feng Qing, in his wildest dreams, could not imagine that the Red Kuan peak master he looked up to with reverence was far in the sky, but also close at hand. Chapter 134 Continuous Breakthroughs. Subscribe please. The Red Kuan lineage, overseen by 12 peak masters who stood high above, looking down upon the entire Qikuan star domain. Even among the surrounding star domains, the Red Kuan lineage was extremely dominant, and the Qikuan Star Lord's strength was formidable among those of the Star Lords. As long as Feng Qing could become a disciple under any of the peak masters, he could freely traverse within the Qikuan star domain. What Feng Qing didn't know was that there were no longer 12 peak masters in the Red Kuan lineage, but 13. However, Lin Yuan's becoming the 13th disciple of the Qikuan Star Lord had not yet been announced. For now, only the Star Lord and the 12 peak masters were aware of it. Lin Yuan estimated that before reaching the 6th rank, even if it were announced, it wouldn't be under the identity of Lin Yuan. Right, Big Brother Lin, how is your challenge going? Feng Qing asked curiously. He had been so caught up in expressing his excitement that he had forgotten to ask Lin Yuan about his progress in the challenges. Me? I didn't pass, Lin Yuan said frankly. As the 13th peak master of the Red Kuan lineage, it was predetermined that he couldn't recognize Feng Qing in the early stage. It wasn't that Lin Yuan didn't trust Feng Qing. Well, actually Lin Yuan didn't entirely trust Feng Qing. It wasn't that he suspected Feng Qing would betray him, but that some information couldn't be kept secret just because you didn't want to share it. A 6th-rank spirit illusion evolutionist could skim through your memories with just one glance. Therefore, caution was necessary. Since the Qikuan Star Lord had repeatedly warned him about this, naturally Lin Yuan knew what to do. He wouldn't reveal anything to Feng Qing, not even to his own parents. However, Lin Yuan was only concealing this one aspect of his identity. He could enjoy all the benefits that came with being a peak master. The many evolution paths gathered by the Red Kuan lineage? For members of the lineage who wished to peruse these paths, there was a cost involved. But as a peak master, he could browse them at will. 6th rank. Lin Yuan's eyes were calm. If it had been before the 7-star cave challenge, he would have doubted his ability to reach the 6th rank. But now, Lin Yuan was almost certain he could step into the 6th rank. Over 100 6th rank evolution paths, 16 evolution paths that went beyond the 6th rank, and that mysterious yellow evolution path that no challenger had comprehended for millennia. All of these were of immense help to Lin Yuan. Feng Qing chatted idly with Lin Yuan for a while before standing up and leaving. On his way back to his manor in the central continent, Feng Qing wore a puzzled look. How could Big Brother Lin possibly have failed the challenge? Truthfully, Feng Qing would rather believe he had failed than Lin Yuan. Given their interaction and sparring over the past days, Feng Qing felt that even if he trained for another 100 years, he might still not catch up to Lin Yuan's current level. Such a genius, even if considered across the entire Qikuan star domain, would shine brightly. How could he possibly fail the 7-star cave challenge? Indeed, it is somewhat strange. The voice of the white-bearded old man rang out. However, it's not impossible, the white-bearded old man analyzed seriously. Among the past 7-star cave challenges, aside from red pattern geniuses and a very few special challengers, even those with golden patterns have been eliminated on occasion. Of course, the likelihood of a golden pattern challenger being eliminated midway was extremely low, but not non-existent. If one was terribly unlucky and died in one of the initial star caves, they would naturally be disqualified. There's another possibility, the white-bearded old man continued. And that is Lin Yuan intentionally failing the 7-star cave challenge. Intentionally failing the challenge? Feng Qing's eyes widened. Who would pass up such an opportunity? Young Feng, the white-bearded old man glanced at Feng Qing. There are advantages to becoming a disciple of a peak master in the Red Kuan lineage, but there are also disadvantages. While being protected by a peak master, you must serve the Red Kuan lineage, follow the peak master's commands, and you might even have to go to the battlefields of different species, the white-bearded old man explained. In general, since the Qikuan Star Lord spent most of his time in seclusion, not dealing with worldly matters, the entire Red Kuan lineage essentially served the 12 peak masters. Central Continent Manor, underground training area of the main building. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, continuing to contemplate the mysterious yellow evolution path. This evolution path was too profound and vast. After nearly 10 days of contemplation, Lin Yuan had only grasped 1% of the first-tier chapter. This was far beyond any evolution path Lin Yuan had encountered before. Mysterious yellow? Lin Yuan's entire being was immersed in it. In a daze, Lin Yuan found himself on an endless expanse of land. It bore an aura that was thick, ancient, and vast. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to comprehend the mysterious yellow evolution path, and your grasp of this path continues to deepen. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to comprehend the mysterious yellow evolution path, and your grasp of this path continues to deepen. Your against heaven's understanding allows you to comprehend the mysterious yellow evolution path, and your grasp of this path continues to deepen. The more Lin Yuan contemplated, the more astounded he became. His incomprehensible understanding allowed him to continuously analyze the essence of things. What kind of being created this evolution path? My martial path evolutionary path, my Taiji Dao. Can it one day reach such a level? Lin Yuan pondered the mysterious yellow evolution path. 2 days later, Lin Yuan paused his contemplation. Not even 2%. Lin Yuan estimated the progress of his contemplation. This 2% was not of the entire mysterious yellow evolution path, but rather of the first-tier chapter of it. No hurry, take it slow. The one thing I have plenty of right now is time, Lin Yuan reassured himself. 4th-rank evolvers can live for 6,000 years, and 6th-rank evolvers from 20 to 50,000 years. Currently in his 20s, Lin Yuan was still young. Faced with such a long lifespan, he was not even a cub. Chapter 135 Continuous Breakthroughs, subscribe please, _2 and, Lin Yuan's time was far more than just the numbers on the surface. The shuttling through the door to the myriad realms, the passage of time in different worlds, none of these were accounted for. 4th rank, 11 segments. Days later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes again, his bodily aura having increased once more. The breakthrough in strength hadn't surprised Lin Yuan, who, under the premise of comprehending this multi-evolution path, had thought it better to hit his head against the wall if he couldn't advance. Inhale. Exhale. After the breakthrough, Lin Yuan's realm improved, and his body naturally began to absorb energy from the air, slowly transforming. Calculating the time, in just over a month, the guard troops should be here. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry to purchase cosmic rare treasures and spiritual objects to promote bodily transformation. As a disciple of the Qikuan Star Lord, and one of the 13 peak masters of the Red Kuan lineage, Lin Yuan had the privilege to apply for Scarlet Spirit Liquid. This time, as the guard squad departed from the Qikuan main star, Lin Yuan had applied for a pot of Scarlet Spirit Liquid in advance, and had it brought along by the guard squad. 1 to 2 months later, outside Kanglin's star, a dark spacecraft stopped, finally reached the destination. Inside the cockpit of the spaceship sat 13 silhouettes. These 13 silhouettes had profound auras, especially the leading one, who merely sitting there, subtly solidified the surroundings. This time we come to protect the peak master of the 13 peaks. If anything happens to the peak master, there is no need for us to continue existing, understand? The leading silhouette, a bald middle-aged man, stared at the distant Kanglin star and slowly spoke. Understood. The 12 silhouettes standing behind him said in unison. They were carefully selected by the Qikuan Star Lord, absolutely loyal. Otherwise, they couldn't possibly serve as personal guards for the peak master of the 13 peaks. Central Continent Manor. Lin Yuan had just finished his cultivation. He then received the information that the guard troops had arrived. Goddess of Wisdom, I have subordinates entering Kanglin Star. Lin Yuan connected with the Goddess of Wisdom and directly spoke. For a middle-grade life planet like Kanglin Star, the entrance of 6th-rank life forms is strictly prohibited. After all, a 6th-rank life form, also known as Fallen Star level, could cause calamity if they harbored ill intent when entering a planet, and even the planetary defense system wouldn't react quickly enough. It would be a complete disaster. Therefore, every 6th-rank life form, before descending onto a planet, needs to register, otherwise, once discovered, it would lead to a star domain level manhunt. After layers of authorization by the Goddess of Wisdom, Lin Yuan's guard squad finally passed through the checkpoints and arrived outside Central Continent Manor, main building reception hall. The 13 members of the guard squad stood respectfully in front of Lin Yuan. Peak Master. The bald middle-aged man bowed in greeting. Peak Master. The other 12 5th-rank guards also respectfully saluted. Rise. Lin Yuan curiously eyed the bald middle-aged man. This person should be the head of the guard squad, a 6th-rank evolver. To be honest, this was the first time Lin Yuan had seen a being of the 6th rank up close. What's your name? Lin Yuan asked. Peak Master, I am called Ho Ming. The bald middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. Following this, Lin Yuan asked the names of the other 12 guards in turn. From now on, you all will be the bodyguards of this manor. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your strength, Lin Yuan instructed after a moment's thought. With his current identity, even if he wasn't openly known as a disciple of the Qikuan Star Lord, he was still a tournament champion and 4th-rank evolver. Hiring some bodyguards was only natural. Of course, this was limited to ordinary bodyguards. If others knew that Lin Yuan's bodyguards were of the 5th and 6th ranks, you should know that the strongest evolvers on Kanglin's star were only at the 5th rank, and their numbers didn't exceed 5. These few 5th rank evolvers could only be fully mobilized by the goddess of wisdom. As for the 6th rank evolvers, Kanglin's star, being a middle-grade life planet, could not attract evolvers of this level. Most 6th rank evolvers resided on high-grade life planets, or even at star system and star domain main stars. Also from now on, don't call me Peak Master, just call me Mr. Lin, Lin Yuan said. Although the title Peak Master was unlikely to be associated with the Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage, as long as the strengths of these 13 bodyguards were not exposed, it would still be better to avoid leaving any traces. Yes, Mr. Lin. The bald middle-aged man Homing immediately responded. From now on, I will be stationed in the main building, and everyone else will patrol the manor, Homing asked. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. Since the Qikuan Star Lord had appointed them as Lin Yuan's guard troops, he clearly trusted them. Therefore, Lin Yuan tried not to intervene in their protective arrangements as much as possible. This is the Scarlet Spirit liquid that Mr. Lin requested. The bald middle-aged man Homing took out a pot-shaped container. This is a life-saving token that the Star Lord asked me to give to Mr. Lin. Homing said reverently, taking out 3 crimson tokens. Good. Lin Yuan put them away. Then we'll be leaving first. The bald middle-aged man Homing promptly led 12 guards out of the main building. The underground training ground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In front of him was the pot-shaped container containing the Scarlet Spirit liquid. Scarlet Spirit liquid? Lin Yuan looked forward with anticipation. His third senior brother had highly praised this spirit liquid, but since the Scarlet Spirit liquid was exclusive to the Red Kuan lineage, Lin Yuan had never tried it before. Let's test it first. Lin Yuan opened the pot, and a drop of Scarlet Spirit liquid floated out. This drop of Scarlet Spirit liquid emitted a red glow, and merely by gazing at it, Lin Yuan could feel the vast energy contained within. Come. Lin Yuan's mind flickered slightly. The drop of Scarlet Spirit liquid then flew into his mouth. Boom. As the spirit liquid entered his throat, it immediately transformed into a blazing energy, starting to be absorbed by every cell in Lin Yuan's body. Although named after the word red, the energy contained in the Scarlet Spirit liquid was extremely gentle, and didn't possess the fierce heat like that of the fire system. Not to mention that Lin Yuan's own Tao of Taiji, which included the way of the Taiyang, could easily absorb this drop of Scarlet Spirit liquid even without it. Transformation completed. Moments later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his face showing a look of satisfaction. This pot of Scarlet Spirit liquid will be enough for me to reach the 6th rank. Lin Yuan looked at the pot-shaped container in front of him, and solemnly put it away. 3 life-saving tokens? Lin Yuan took out 3 entirely crimson tokens, and began to carefully inspect them. These 3 life-saving tokens were unique to Lin Yuan. The previous 12 disciples, or even the young disciples who had realized the mysterious yellow evolution path thousands of years ago just like Lin Yuan, had never had them. 3 tokens, though all are meant for saving life, have 3 different uses, Lin Yuan thought inwardly as he probed into the nature of the tokens. The first token was a teleportation token. If Lin Yuan were to face an irresistible attack, this token would automatically activate, forcibly tearing through space and teleporting him randomly. The second token was an attack token. It was to be activated by Lin Yuan himself. Just crush it, and it would unleash a terrifying blow, one that a 6th rank evolver could hardly withstand. Even those surpassing the 6th rank would need to tread carefully, lest they be severely injured. The third token was a defense token. It could form a protective barrier around Lin Yuan, blocking all attacks, including mental and physical ones. This token was the most important because as soon as it was activated, the Qikuan Star Lord would instantly be notified and would come at full speed. The mentor thought of everything. Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. With a guard troop of 6th rank evolvers, and these 3 life-saving tokens, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to die even if he wanted to. Of course, it would be best to avoid using these measures if possible. Currently, Lin Yuan's public identity was merely that of a champion in a tournament, hardly worth the effort for different species to incur great costs. At most, they would secretly influence matters, just like what had happened with Yao Qingqing before. Time passed. Another month went by. The underground training ground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The aura around him began to rise once more. Chapter 136 Fame spreads across the star domain. Congratulations to Shirsand, the Peak Master. Please subscribe. 4th rank, 12 segments. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a smile spreading across his face. Benefiting from the tests in the 7-star cave, Lin Yuan had hardly delayed at the 11th segment of the 4th rank. In less than 2 months, he had smoothly stepped into the 12th segment of the 4th rank. The 12th segment of the 4th rank was the pinnacle of this rank, marking the end of this stage. Next, it should be the 5th rank. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly solemn. Even though he had been confident, breaking into the 5th rank was still not an easy task. Even for evolvers who were guided by a complete evolution path, there were various risks when breaking through a great realm. Like failure? Like going mad with power? Like exploding and dying? Moreover, Lin Yuan was pioneering the path ahead. And even with his against heaven's understanding providing protection, it definitely wouldn't be smooth sailing. Actually, the best method would be to use the door to the myriad realms to traverse, completing the 5th rank progress in an alternate world, confirming there are no issues, and then have my real body in the main world catch up. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The consciousness transfer function of the door to the myriad realms mainly had 3 uses. One was to sense other worlds' evolution paths, and the essence of cultivation. 2 was to take advantage of different time flow rates to speed up cultivation. 3 was trial and error. Life's evolution was never fixed. Even with the same evolution path, different people might achieve different effects. But once one had walked the path once, the subsequent journey would naturally become familiar. Using the door to the myriad realms to project consciousness into an alternate world, to explore the hidden dangers in the subsequent path of evolution, was what trial and error entailed. In fact, the virtual world also had a trial and error function. But it definitely couldn't compare to the consciousness descent of the door to the myriad realms. After all, the former was only virtual, and no matter how realistic it got, it was still fake. There's still half a month before I can undergo the 4th traverse. Lin Yuan's mind moved to the depths of his sea of consciousness, gazing at the colossal, majestic gate of light. At this moment, the outer area of this gate of light was nearly filled, with only about 1/20th remaining in silence. I wonder what the world will be like on the 4th traverse. Lin Yuan was mildly curious. The only drawback of the door to the myriad realms was that it didn't allow one to choose the world they wanted to traverse to. So far, the 3 worlds that Lin Yuan had crossed into were all random, not his active choice. No, that's not right. A thought suddenly crossed Lin Yuan's mind. Perhaps it wasn't that he couldn't actively choose or was limited in the worlds he could traverse to. Instead, it was that the functionality of the door to the myriad realms hadn't been fully developed yet. The lighting of the door to the myriad realms was divided into 3 levels. The outer area, the inner area, and the core area. By illuminating the outer area, Lin Yuan could carry out consciousness descent traversing. By illuminating the inner area, Lin Yuan could opt for physical traversing. As for illuminating the core area, Lin Yuan only knew that this part of the area was related to the ability to bring items from alternate worlds back to the main world. As for more, he was not very clear, as he had never illuminated it before. The core area. Lin Yuan's expression fell into brief contemplation. Lighting the core area took too long, perhaps requiring hundreds or even hundreds of years. However, he could wait until, in the future, when he hit a major bottleneck and could no longer make progress regardless of how much he traversed, he might try waiting hundreds of years to illuminate the core area and see the effects. Whether he could actively choose the world to traverse, or according to Lin Yuan's requirements, lock down a world that met the criteria before traversing. Having broken through to the 12th segment of the 4th rank, Lin Yuan decided to rest. Just as he was about to leave the training ground, he noticed someone was contacting him. 3rd senior brother? Lin Yuan glanced at the contact and found it was his third senior brother Gu Zhe calling him. Whoosh! Lin Yuan's consciousness connected to the virtual world, appearing in his personal space. He then agreed to let his third senior brother in. Third senior brother Gu Zhe looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Junior brother. Gu Zhe's mood was good as he smiled and asked, "How has recent cultivation been? The guard troops should have arrived by now, right?" "Pretty good. They have arrived for some time now." Lin Yuan replied politely. "Junior brother, you really don't plan to come to the Qikuan main star? I can personally come to fetch you." Third senior brother Gu Zhe inquired. "At the main star, with the teacher present, it's much safer than other places. My strength is still weak now. I'll go after reaching the 6th rank. With the guard troops and the life-saving token bestowed by the teacher, it's the same wherever I am." Lin Yuan shook his head and said. In reality, this was just an excuse for Lin Yuan. The Qikuan main star was the most prosperous place in the Qikuan star domain. Their powerful evolvers were everywhere, and 6th rank fallen star warriors were no longer so rare. Especially since there were strong beings like the Qikuan Star Lord present. However, the more it was so, the more careful Lin Yuan needed to be. After all, he couldn't guarantee that the door to the myriad realms deep in his mind could escape the Qikuan Star Lord's perception. The virtual world simply couldn't replicate the door to the myriad realms in his mind, but in reality, it was uncertain whether the Qikuan Star Lord would be completely unaware. Of course, Lin Yuan also understood that the Qikuan Star Lord would most likely not detect the existence of the door to the myriad realms. But it was better to be cautious in all matters. That's true. Third senior brother Gu Zhe didn't think too deeply about it. Instead, he felt that Lin Yuan was being thorough. Given his status, if he suddenly left the Qikuan main star, it would surely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Even if he left secretly, it might not be possible to deceive everyone. If other forces became aware that he had made a special trip to Kanglan Star, Lin Yuan's true identity could very well be exposed, compared to the guard troops secretly cultivated by the Qikuan Star Lord. Chapter 137 Fame spreads across the star domain. Congratulations to Shirsan, the Peak Master. Please subscribe. _2 Third senior brother Gu Zhe attracts a lot of attention. There's another matter. Third senior brother Gu Zhe said, "We have already announced to the outside world that there will be a 13th Peak Master in the Red Kuan lineage. As for your identity, you are a prodigy who was serendipitously discovered by our teacher during his travels through the universe. He brought you back to the main star and nurtured you for several years before making it public," third senior brother added. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded. This narrative was entirely to protect him. By setting the timeline to several years ago, it would prevent others from making connections to this session's competitive matches. Since the Red Kuan lineage is welcoming a new Peak Master, naturally, we will hold a grand celebration. At that time, forces from both the Qikuan star domain and the surrounding star domains will come to participate in the congratulations. Of course, all this will take place in the virtual world. Little junior brother, remember to make an appearance and take part then. Third senior brother Gu Zhe said with a smile. Speaking of which, it has been quite a while since we held any significant ceremony. Little junior brother, you can have a good experience then. Good. Lin Yuan said. Since it was in the virtual world, where one's appearance and figure could be freely altered, no one would be able to know his real identity. As the news of several Peak Masters from the Red Kuan lineage was made public, the news of the Qikuan Star Lord taking a new disciple spread like a hurricane, swiftly reaching the Qikuan Star Domain and many surrounding star domains. The Qikuan Star Lord was already famous and powerful, garnering the attention of countless individuals. In the Qikuan Star Domain, a high-level life world, the Guangxu Star, the Guangxu family, as the most powerful force of a high-level life planet. Even the entire planet bore the family name. The Guangxu family had more than one fallen star warrior in residence. The Qikuan Star Lord has taken a new disciple? The 13th Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage? Clan head Guangxu Han of the Guangxu family looked at the intelligence report before him and fell into deep thought. He remembered, 10,000 years ago, his father, a powerful fallen star warrior whose name resonated throughout the surrounding star domains, had paid a great price, taking him, who at the time was a young child displaying terrifying potential, to the Chikuan main star to ask the Chikuan star lord to take him as a disciple. The outcome was that they were driven out without even seeing the Chikuan star lord's face. This incident had caused a tremendous psychological shadow on Guangxu Han. Before that event, Guangxu Han's talent was extraordinary, hailed as a once-in-a-10,000-years genius of Guangxu Star. A celebration ceremony. Guangxu Han glanced at the time of the Red Kuan lineage's celebration ceremony. He intended to participate in person, firstly, to see for himself what kind of person this 13th peak master, who had caught the Chikuan Star Lord's eye, was. Secondly, as the Red Kuan lineage was the most powerful force in the Chikuan star domain, holding a celebration ceremony, his Guangxu family naturally should make an appearance to show support. Chenxi main star. The most powerful force, the Dawn Association. The Chikuan Star Lord has taken a new disciple? Chairman of the Dawn Association tapped his right hand on the desk in front of him, his face showing signs of surprise. I had thought the Star Lord would no longer be interested in taking disciples, thought the chairman of the Dawn Association. Well, that's fine. I shall make a trip to this celebration ceremony. It will be a good opportunity to catch up with a few old friends. The chairman of the Dawn Association had his own considerations. Moreover, the emergence of a new peak master within the Red Kuan lineage could potentially alter the existing dynamics of the Chikuan star domain. He wanted to know what kind of person this 13th peak master was in order to plan for the future. Yaoguang star domain. On a prosperous main star. That old geezer Chikuan has accepted a new disciple? A mysterious entity became intrigued. Isn't he afraid his disciple will be assassinated by different species again? On saying this, the mysterious being seemed to realize something. Then again, since he dares to make it public, he must be prepared and won't repeat the tragedy of 10,000 years ago. The emergence of the 13th peak master from the Red Kuan lineage continued to spread its influence. One by one, powerful evolvers and numerous substantial forces began to partake in the celebration ceremony of the Red Kuan lineage. After all, the ceremony was held in the virtual world where, no matter how distant the congregation, one only needed to pay for transportation to attend. If it were held in the real world, many evolvers and forces, even if they wanted to participate, might not be able to due to various constraints. Do you know the origins of the Chikuan Star Lord's new disciple? Indeed. What kind of background does he have? With the Star Lord's stature, he presumably wouldn't take on disciples anymore, right? I heard that he is a genius discovered by the Star Lord during his travels through the universe, on some barbaric wilderness planet. TSK, to be called a genius by the Star Lord. How extraordinary must his talent be? Could it possibly be one of those legendary bloodlines or physiques mentioned in the human race's tales? Countless evolvers were discussing animatedly, speculating about the new disciple the Star Lord had recently taken under his wing. It couldn't be helped. Such an event was a rare occurrence, something that could be called a once-in-millennium affair. The virtual world, Chikuan main star. Peak 13. At the highest place, the Great Hall. Lin Yuan and his 12 senior apprentice brothers were seated. Below the Grand Hall were countless figures, densely packed, all evolvers from various parts of the universe who had come to congratulate Lin Yuan. Little junior brother, that person is from the Gongji family, not weak at all. He once crossed fists with me years ago. Little junior brother, the one sitting in the fourth row isn't from the human race. He's from a different species that pledged loyalty to our human race. Having submitted for 1,000,000 years, now he's one of us. Little junior brother. From morning till now, the senior brothers periodically introduced Lin Yuan to others, for the Chikuan star domain was too vast, exceeding 1,000,000 life planets, and one could imagine the number of evolvers who came to celebrate. If it weren't for the senior brothers, who had set a series of preconditions for participating in the celebration ceremony, the number of people present would likely be 10 to 100 times greater. Lin Yuan was nodding constantly on the side. He could feel the enthusiasm from his senior brothers. The Red Kuan lineage was extremely united. and the 12 senior brothers understood that as long as Lin Yuan didn't die prematurely, for an incredibly long time to come, they would all be brothers. In the Cosmic Human Alliance, the bond between senior and junior brothers might be even higher than that of blood relatives. After all, blood relatives may die of old age, but senior and junior brothers, usually existing at the same level, have similar lifespans, capable of accompanying each other for a long time. Right now, Lin Yuan might be weak, but they believed that soon he would catch up with them and perhaps even surpass them. Below the Great Hall, in a certain corner, Feng Qing was sitting at the same table with several evolvers who had just joined the Red Kuan lineage. Is that the Peak Master of 13? Next to Feng Qing, a gentle and weak-looking girl curiously said. He looks quite young. I wonder if I could become his disciple. The weak-looking girl spoke softly. Upon saying this, the eyes of the others at the table suddenly brightened. Even though the Peak Master of 13 was the weakest and had the smallest foundation, compared to the vast number of disciples under the previous 12 Peak Masters, becoming the disciple of the 13 Peak Master seemed to be an easier path to stand out due to lesser competition. And if you followed the 13 Peak Master while he was still weak, they would be the old-timers when he grew strong. By that time, they would be the foundational assets that would bless future generations. 13 Peak Master. Feng Qing glanced around, looking at the extremely lively ceremony, and felt somewhat lost. If Lin brother had also passed the test, we could be sitting together drinking now. Feng Qing muttered to herself, reminiscing about Lin Yuan, and abruptly drained the wine in her cup. All right. Just then, the Grand Hall's senior apprentice brother got up, walked to the entrance of the hall, and looked towards the countless evolvers who had come to congratulate them below. Now let's congratulate our junior brother, celebrate the 13 Peak Master. The voice of the senior apprentice brother reached everyone's ears. Instantly, countless people stood up. Raising the wine cups in their hands, they looked towards Lin Yuan, who was seated in the hall. Among them were the lords of high-level life planets, strong evolvers, and even heirs to vast financial empires. But at this moment, everyone's gaze was on Lin Yuan, because they all understood that from now on, the Qikuan Star Domain would have one more high-ranking individual. To the 13 Peak Master cheers. To the 13 Peak Master cheers. To the 13 Peak Master cheers. Numerous voices rose, deafening. Chapter 138 Star Domain Evolution Rankings. Founders Circle Human Race Frontier. This was a desolate expanse of starry sky. Within tens of light years, there existed no resource planets or life planets. At that moment, 3 massive consciousnesses penetrated the starry sky, descending upon this location. Are we all gathered? Let's discuss the important matters now. The 3 massive consciousnesses rapidly exchanged information, quickly completing the intelligence swap. These 3 massive consciousnesses from different species were responsible for summarizing intelligence within the human race. There was no choice. The pressure the human race brought upon the surrounding species was too immense. Even the supremely arrogant insect race was forced to form an alliance with other species to jointly counteract the human race. Right, the first massive consciousness that had spoken emitted. The Qikuan Star Lord has recently taken a disciple, which needs attention. The Qikuan Star Lord was extremely adept at mentoring disciples. Among the 12 disciples he had taken, 3 had surpassed the 6th rank, a frighteningly high probability. Since his disciple from 10,000 years ago was assassinated, the Qikuan Star Lord's enthusiasm had cooled, and he hadn't taken any disciples ever since. This time, however, he broke his usual practice and took a disciple, evidently holding high expectations. I have also heard about this matter, that disciples' potential and talents must be quite exceptional. Otherwise he wouldn't attract Qikuan to take him as a disciple. What now? Should this person be added to the assassination list? The second massive consciousness spoke. Rather than waiting for this new disciple to grow, it would be better to nip him in the bud. Added to the assassination list? Even if he is added, what then? Do you know the identity of the person? The third massive consciousness spoke. Upon this statement, the other 2 massive consciousnesses fell silent. Indeed, up to now, their knowledge about the new disciple recently taken by the Qikuan Star Lord was pitifully scant. The official statement from Red Kuan lineage is that this new disciple was discovered by the Chikuan Star Lord during his travels through the universe on some planet, then brought back to be nurtured for a few years before being officially. I find that possibility unlikely. Not long ago, Chikuan Star Lord initiated the 7-star cave test, then announced the acceptance of this new disciple. Both events' timing seems too coincidental. The three massive consciousnesses had thoughts that operated exceedingly fast, soon linking this new disciple with the recent competition. 7-star cave test. To my knowledge, the test of the 7-star cave initiated by the Chikuan Star Lord selected testers from 120,000 life planets in the Dawn star system. Over 1.2 million testers entered into the 7-star cave world. Could it possibly be that you guys want to include all these 1.2 million evolvers on the assassination list? The second massive consciousness said. What does assassination mean? Assassinating 1 or 2 people. That's called assassination. Assassinating 1 or 2 million people. That's called slaughter. If the different species had such capability, why would they form an alliance? They could simply exterminate human civilization directly. Indeed. The other 2 massive consciousnesses also found it troublesome. That the new disciple came from the 7-star cave test was merely their speculation. And even if it was true, they were unable to proceed to the next step. The scope was simply too broad. Of course, with the strength of the different species, if they really threw caution to the wind, it's not just about erasing 1.2 million evolvers. Even erasing the entire Dawn star system could be done directly. But that would then necessitate a larger, more unacceptable price to be paid afterward. Forget it. Let's see how things unfold. After discussing for a long time, the 3 massive consciousnesses decided to temporarily stand down. 10,000 years ago, that disciple of the Chikuan Star Lord had exposed himself. If this new disciple leaks any information in the future, there would be no harm in taking action then. Even if he didn't leak any information, it would merely mean the addition of 1 more existence surpassing the 6th rank. For the overall war trend between the human race and the surrounding different species, it wouldn't make much difference. Kanglan Star. Central Continent Manor. I suppose I'm already under the attention of the different species? Lin Yuan sat in the underground training arena, thinking to himself. The celebration ceremony held by Red Kuan lineage made too much noise. Countless evolvers and major powers were paying attention. Surely those different species must have noticed as well. Of course, even if Red Kuan lineage hadn't held a celebration, it was not certain to escape the surveillance of the different species. Skulking about may instead have drawn more significant attention from the different species. Considering this, it might as well be more straightforward and reveal himself, especially since the different species didn't know Lin Yuan's true identity. Lin Yuan predicted that the different species at most might link him to the 7-star cave test initiated by the Chikuan Star Lord. But that would be all. Among the 1.2 million testers who entered the 7-star cave, the range was too vast to be investigated. Even if, for argument's sake, they traced it back to Lin Yuan and attempted assassination, under the protection of Ho Ming, a 6th-rank evolver, it would not pose any threat. Unless the different species sent an existence surpassing the 6th rank, but with the 3 life-saving tokens bestowed by the Chikuan Star Lord, even an existence surpassing the 6th rank couldn't kill Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt that the different species likely wouldn't send an existence surpassing the 6th rank to assassinate him, even if they knew his real identity. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, even if he were taken as a disciple by the Chikuan Star Lord, his ultimate limit would just be the same as his eldest senior brother, and his second and third senior brothers, becoming an existence surpassing the 6th rank. Completely not worth sacrificing an assassin surpassing the 6th rank. In the territory of the human race, if the different species dared to carry out an assassination, the assassin basically couldn't escape. It would be a 1-for-1 trade. Continue training. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and resumed his training. Whatever the time, the most important thing was one's own strength. Without strength, everything else was just talk. Even with the protection of a Star Lord, one would face the ultimate limit of life. And only by continuously growing stronger and breaking through can one persist indefinitely. Chapter 139 Star Domain Evolution Rankings, Founders Circle _2, The Mysterious Yellow Evolutionary Path. After 2 or 3 months of comprehension, Lin Yuan had progressed to 1/10 of the first tier chapter of the Mysterious Yellow Evolutionary Path. What exactly is this evolutionary path? Even with my against heaven's understanding, I comprehend it so slowly. Other evolvers, even if ideally suited to cultivate this path, would find it as challenging as ascending to the heavens to fully comprehend it, right? Doubts surfaced in Lin Yuan's heart. Could it be that comprehending this evolutionary path requires some specific method? Or some sort of auxiliary means, an item? Lin Yuan thought to himself in silence. The Qikuan Star Lord had not provided him with a detailed introduction to the mysterious yellow evolutionary path, saying only to retreat for a while and discuss it after coming out. Stop the comprehension for now. Integrate the martial Tao evolutionary path. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts. Now that he was at the 4th rank 12 segments, essentially at the end of the 4th rank domain, he had the confidence to organize the 4th rank chapter of the martial Tao evolutionary path. Reviewing the path he had taken was very helpful for Lin Yuan. With his against heaven's understanding, new inspiration burst forth every moment. Half a day later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes again. It's about time. Lin Yuan let out a light breath. The 4th rank chapter of the martial Tao evolutionary path was essentially ready. Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan connected to the Goddess of Wisdom, intending to upload the 4th rank chapter. As the disciple of the Star Lord and the Peak Master of the Red Kuan lineage's 13 peaks, Lin Yuan had not given up on publishing subsequent evolutionary paths. Firstly, not only was there income from the merit points, but also a sizable share of the revenue. Countless citizens of the Human Alliance. With each purchase of the martial Tao evolutionary path, Lin Yuan would receive a 30% cut. This income streamed in continuously and would increase as the martial Tao evolutionary path rose to higher levels. Secondly, as Lin Yuan joined the Red Kuan lineage and accessed more information, he realized that publicizing and spreading his own evolutionary path seemed to have a deeper meaning. Take the ancient gods' evolution path as an example. The ancient gods in the depths of the stars have existed since the beginning of the universe. They exist aloof, without any ties to a race, enjoying freedom. Despite this, these ancient gods still spread the ancient gods' evolution path that mimics themselves. The official explanation given by the Human Alliance is that the evolvers of the ancient gods' evolution path, once deeply cultivated, may become vessels for the descent of those ancient gods. But how significant could such a weak vessel really be to an ancient god? Regardless, even the ancient gods are striving to disseminate their evolution paths. Lin Yuan continued to refine the martial Tao evolutionary path to broaden its reach. To say it had no benefits would be incorrect, but it definitively had no drawbacks. As Lin Yuan swiftly uploaded the content of the 4th rank chapter. In a mysterious space countless light years away from Kanglan Star, huge screens flickered rapidly and colossal computational power frenetically assessed and extrapolated the value of the 4th rank chapter of the martial arts evolution system. The 4th rank chapter uploaded by Lin Yuan was mainly divided into 2 parts. The first part was within the Divine Arms world, consisting of 100 divine weapons representing deeper manifestations of the world's essential rules, more profound than the 3rd rank chapter. The second part was the over 100 evolutionary paths comprehended in the 7-star cave world, and the vast and abstruse mysterious yellow evolution path. A deeper engagement with the rules detected in the 4th rank chapter. Commence re-evaluation of the potential of the martial path evolutionary path. Evaluation complete. The current martial path evolutionary path has a 10% chance of advancing to 5th rank evolutionary path, a 90% chance of advancing to 6th rank evolutionary path, and a 1% chance of advancing to 7th rank evolutionary path. The potential of advancing to 7th rank has been flagged, triggering Article 13 of the Charter. Contingency plans generated. For human citizen with ID number 123 ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Commence evaluation of the 4th ranked chapter's value. 100,000 merit points. No need to seek authorization from the nearest highest-ranking citizen. After uploading the 4th-ranked chapter of the Marshall Path Evolutionary Path, Lin Yuan began contemplating the path of the 5th rank. According to the standards set by human civilization, 5th-rank evolvers are considered the strongest life forms on the surface of a planet. With their full force, they can cause the tectonic plates to tear, leading to various natural disasters. 5th-rank evolvers can wipe out all life on a life planet in a short time. Therefore, 5th-rank evolvers are also referred to as continent-sinking rank. The strongest evolvers of a middle-grade life planet usually only reach the 5th rank. As for the 6th rank, without a special reason, it is rare for a 6th-rank life to stay on a middle-grade life planet for an extended period. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, after the final determination, your 4th-rank chapter is worth 100,000 merit points. It was at this moment that the solemn and cold voice of the goddess of wisdom came through. 100,000 merit points. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Though it was within expectations, receiving such a high evaluation from the goddess of wisdom still made Lin Yuan feel delighted. 100,000 merit points. This meant that the value of the 4th-rank chapter alone surpassed the combined value of the 1st-tier chapter, the 2nd-layer chapter, and the 3rd-rank chapter that Lin Yuan had directly uploaded. 100,000 merit points. If placed on the battlefields of the human race's frontiers, who knows how many 5th-rank and 6th-rank beings of different species would need to be killed to exchange for such a vast amount of merit points. Let's have a look at the updated information on the Marshall Path Evolutionary Path. Lin Yuan opened the network panel to check the section on Marshall Path Evolutionary Path. A 10% chance to advance to the 7th-rank evolution path. Certainty settled in Lin Yuan's heart. After assimilating the essence of over 100 6th-rank evolution paths, along with 16 evolution paths that surpassed the 6th rank, and one unfathomable mysterious yellow evolution path, if the Marshall Path Evolutionary Path still had no hope of advancing to the 7th-rank evolution pathway, Lin Yuan really wouldn't know how else to reach the 7th rank. No rush, no rush, Lin Yuan steadied his mind. Although the current Marshall Path Evolutionary Path only had a 10% chance of advancing to the 7th rank, that was because the Marshall Path Evolutionary Path had only reached the 4th-rank chapter thus far. In the future, once Lin Yuan developed the 5th stage section and the 6th-rank chapter, the likelihood of advancing to the 7th rank would inevitably increase significantly. This was also the experience Lin Yuan had summed up after uploading the 1st-tier chapter, the 2nd-layer chapter, the 3rd-rank chapter, and the 4th-rank chapter. When it was the 2nd-layer chapter, the Marshall Path Evolutionary Path hardly had any hope of advancing to the 6th-rank evolution path, but now, there was a 90% certainty of advancing to the 6th rank. Now the ranking of the Marshall Path Evolutionary Path is... A thought flickered in Lin Yuan's heart. As early as when the 3rd-rank chapter was uploaded, the Marshall Path Evolutionary Path had topped the evolution ranking, becoming the 1st. But this 1st place was on the Kanglin evolution ranking. The paths Lin Yuan had surpassed were all those born from Kanglin star. As for beyond Kanglin star, the Dawn star system, to say nothing of the Qikuan star domain. At least when Lin Yuan uploaded the 3rd-rank chapter, he didn't rank anywhere on the star system evolution ranking, or the star domain evolution ranking. In this respect, Lin Yuan didn't find it strange at all. When the 3rd-rank chapter was uploaded, the potential limit of the Marshall Path Evolutionary Path was the 6th-rank evolution path. A 6th-rank evolution path might be extremely rare on Kanglin star, a middle-grade life planet, but in the grand scheme of the entire Qikuan star domain, it was quite common. After all, the number of 6th-rank fallen star warriors was there. As 6th-rank evolvers, they definitely cultivated 6th-rank evolution paths, or even ones that surpassed 6th rank. Marshall Path Evolutionary Path, Qikuan Star Domain Evolution Ranking, 100th place. Lin Yuan was slightly surprised to see the ranking of the Marshall Path Evolutionary Path. In the Qikuan Star Domain Evolution Ranking, the top 100 were all 6th rank evolution paths. The top 50 were outright 7th rank evolution paths. Although the Marshall Path Evolutionary Path also had the potential to surpass the 6th rank, it was ultimately not yet a 6th rank evolution path. The ranking of the evolution paths on the evolution ranking is determined based on multiple factors, including potential. The Marshall Path evolutionary path, just at the 4th rank, has a 10% chance of advancing to the 7th rank, apparently outstripping many long-established 6th rank evolution paths in potential. Lin Yuan speculated internally. After checking the latest ranking of the Marshall Path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan then looked at the new permissions and features unlocked after uploading the 4th rank chapter. Founders Virtual World Permissions enabled. Founders. Lin Yuan became interested. The founders mentioned here must be the originators who pioneered various evolution paths. For human civilization, these founders are national treasure-like figures, and their identity information is considered top secret. And the founders' virtual world, surely, is a space provided for these founders to interact and discuss. Thinking this, Lin Yuan immediately activated the permissions and entered the founders' virtual world. Chapter 140 Level 5 Citizen, the 4th Shuttle, Chikuan Prime Virtual World. Central Plaza Area. For any planet-level virtual world, the Central Plaza area is always the most attention-grabbing place. Here stand the majestic and tall evolution rankings, gathering the strongest 100 evolutionary paths born from over 1 million life planets in this star domain. Even if the popularity of the Arena District surged due to tournament events, as soon as the tournaments ended, the Central Plaza area buzzed with activity once again. However, on this particular early morning, the 100th place on this star domain level evolution ranking quietly changed to a different evolutionary path. Damn. Look quick, the evolution rankings have changed. Immediately, evolvers noticed this and started discussing heatedly. Even if it was only the last 100th place, one must know that this is a star domain level evolution ranking, with each listed evolutionary path having emerged from countless others. The evolutionary paths ranked in the top 100 of the Chikuan evolution rankings, even the one in 100th place, are all of the most cutting-edge 6th rank, holding the hope of advancing to the 7th rank evolutionary pathway. The Marshall Path evolutionary path? What kind of evolutionary path is that? Heavens, this evolutionary path, is it only 4th rank? A 4th rank evolutionary path surpassing a large number of 6th rank evolutionary paths to enter the Chikuan evolution rankings? The plaza was full of stunned people. The scope of the Chikuan evolution rankings includes the entire Chikuan star domain. Therefore, the rankings are often subject to change. With such a large population base, the probability of giving rise to top-notch 6th rank evolutionary paths also greatly increases. But even with frequent changes, even when breaking into the top 100, it should be the 6th rank evolutionary paths that make it. What the hell is a 4th rank evolutionary path? It was as if a group of students, all around 18 or 19 years old, just entered a higher educational institution, and suddenly, an 8 or 9-year-old child appeared among them, making the other students feel somewhat awkward. The evolution rankings definitely don't make mistakes. They have been verified multiple times by the 3 goddesses, which means this 4th rank evolutionary path truly surpasses those top-tier 6th rank paths in the overall evaluation. Let me take a closer look. The Marshall Path evolutionary path. Someone couldn't wait any longer, and began pulling up more information about the Marshall Path evolutionary path. The Marshall Path evolutionary path originated on Kanglan Star, an ordinary middle-grade life planet in the Dawn star system. When the Marshall Path evolutionary path first appeared, it only had the first tier chapter. Afterward, it updated the subsequent stages every 6 months or so. From the first tier chapter to the present 4th rank chapter, the Marshall Path evolutionary path has not been around for more than 5 years. And yet, merely the Marshall Path evolutionary path of the 4th rank holds the potential to ascend to the 7th rank evolutionary pathway? Big shot. This must be the research achievement of some high-ranking evolver scholar from our human alliance. On the plaza, numerous evolvers and high-ranking citizens, although engaged in constant debate, shared a common viewpoint. That is, the founder of this evolutionary path must be some prestigious evolver scholar occupying a high position. Here one must mention a well-known fact. Generally speaking, founders of an evolutionary path fall into 2 categories. The first type is those who forge the path as they cultivate it, like Lin Yuan, who develops the evolutionary path to the same realm that he has cultivated to himself. However, such founders are extremely rare. As for the second type, they are those high-rank evolver scholars who, from a position of great authority, develop and create entirely new evolutionary paths. The latter represents the mainstream among the evolutionary path founders of the human alliance. After all, for high-rank evolvers to create new evolutionary paths, they have significant advantages in both experience and efficiency. Just like teachers in schools, even those teaching at the most basic level, at least have a university degree, if not a doctorate from a research institute. From a higher vantage point, it's easier to identify and solve problems. Because of this common knowledge, the vast majority on the plaza believed that the Marshall Path evolutionary path was established by a seasoned evolver scholar. After all, the time interval for uploading from the first tier chapter to the fourth rank chapter is too short. And it is also very regular. It resembles how those well-versed evolver scholars would release their research findings on a schedule. I want to see what makes this evolutionary path, based only on the first tier chapter to the fourth rank chapter, crush those top-tier 6th rank evolutionary paths. Exactly, I've purchased the complete set and am studying it carefully. I've finished reading it, and decided to have my son cultivate this evolutionary path. After all, coming from the hands of an evolver scholar, it's certain to have follow-ups. In the Central Continent Manor on Kanglan Star, Lin Yuan was exploring the Founder's virtual world. The Founder's virtual world has two modes. One is similar to the virtual world of the major planets. However, a prerequisite to entering the Founder's virtual world is to be a founder oneself, and the evolutionary path one has created must have the potential to advance to the 7th rank. In addition, even if what's created isn't an evolutionary path, but rather another significant research achievement, as long as it meets the standards, one can also enter the Founder's virtual world. If one cannot meet the aforementioned criteria, then there is no access to this world. This leads to very few people in the Founder's virtual world. Although human civilization has quite a few 7th rank evolutionary pathways, over the long years, most of their founders have died for various reasons. Chapter 141 Level 5 Citizen. The 4th Shuttle _2. The number of living founders can be imagined. Moreover, most founders are engrossed in various types of research, and usually can't be bothered to stroll around the virtual world in their free time. Thus, there came the second mode of the founder's virtual world, the forum mode. This mode is incredibly primitive. It's where every founder can express their views or ask questions on the forum, for later generations to ponder or answer. Lin Yuan spent most of his time browsing in forum mode. After all, he had just entered the founder's virtual world, and was still a newcomer. It's too profound. Lin Yuan watched for a while and marveled. The posts on the forum were strange and varied. There was the possibility of traveling to a higher dimensional world. There was how many ways are there for an 8th layer evolver to advance to a 9th layer evolver. There was how to transplant those peak bloodlines from the universe, such as Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan and others, onto the human race. After looking around, Lin Yuan felt he was still too young, having no significant achievements compared to those founders who had lived for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. This question. Suddenly Lin Yuan's expression changed. He stopped at a post. The description of this post was quite simple. It asked whether it was better for a high-rank evolver to fully comprehend one rule, or to comprehend multiple rules at the same time. Evolvers' energy and time are limited. Comprehending one rule has its benefits, while comprehending multiple rules has its own advantages. The former allows one to understand a rule to a deeper level, while the latter's collision of various rules could bring additional surprises. Lin Yuan scrolled through the responses below the post. The earliest response was from 23,000 years ago. The gist was that it is certainly better to comprehend one rule. There were successive responses afterwards. Some evolvers believe that comprehending multiple rules holds a broader prospect. Over the past 20,000 years, people have been responding from time to time, debating with earlier comments. I can answer this one. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, and after looking for a long time he finally found something he understood. After carefully contemplating for a moment, Lin Yuan also replied below. Comprehend a certain rule, and then use this Dao to govern all other Daos. The Taiji Dao created by Lin Yuan is based on this principle. No matter to what level Lin Yuan cultivates in the future, the foundation will always be Taiji, which is formed by the fusion of Taiyin and Taiyang. Beyond the foundation, there is no limit to the means Lin Yuan can master. Because Lin Yuan can comprehend all kinds of rules, and all the rules are supplementing the Dao of Taiji, Taiji gives birth to all things. With Taiji command all the other Daos. After browsing a little longer, Lin Yuan exited the founder's virtual world. The fourth-ranked chapter sold so many copies. Lin Yuan glanced at the share situation and found that in just a few hours, the fourth-ranked chapter he had just uploaded had already sold nearly 100 copies. You should know, Lin Yuan had priced the fourth-ranked chapter at 50 million civilization coins. Currently, for the various stages of the martial path evolutionary path, first tier chapter, 10,000. Second layer chapter, 500,000. Third rank chapter, 5 million. Fourth rank chapter, 50 million. Are 50 million a lot? Definitely a lot. This is a fortune that ordinary citizens can only look up to. But for an evolver, it's something that can be afforded. In human civilization, evolvers cultivate the evolution path in stages. For example, a first-rank evolver would only temporarily purchase the evolution path's first-tier chapter. As for the second-layer chapter, it would be considered only after cultivating to the first-rank 12th segment. The fourth-rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path is aimed at evolvers who have cultivated to the third-rank 12th segment. It's not difficult for an evolver at the limit of the third rank to come up with 50 million. But now there isn't even a third-rank evolver cultivating the martial path evolutionary path, let alone one at the 12th segment of the third rank. It must be the exposure from the star domain rankings. When he had just uploaded the third-rank chapter and topped the Kanglin evolution ranking, there was also a surge of purchases for the full stages of the martial path evolutionary path. Now the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan glanced at the current number of practitioners of the martial path evolutionary path. First tier chapter, 26,783 people. Second layer chapter, 394 people. Third rank chapter 0. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. When the third rank chapter was uploaded, not a single person had cultivated to the second layer. In just over half a year, nearly 400 people had stepped into the second layer. Lin Yuan speculated that this might be because the martial path evolutionary path had further spread, and those citizens who were cultivating it had good innate conditions, which was why they had made such rapid progress. The martial path evolutionary path did not rely heavily on external resources or environment. But that meant even without high-quality resources and environments, one could still cultivate this evolution path. If more resources were available for use, undoubtedly, the pace of martial Tao cultivation could be accelerated. 100,000 merit points can elevate a citizen's rank to the 5th level. Lin Yuan glanced at his accumulated merit points. 149,000 merit points. And the merit points required for a 4th level citizen to advance to 5th level was 50,000. Promote. Lin Yuan did not hesitate. He immediately chose to promote. After a few breaths, Lin Yuan successfully advanced to a 5th level citizen. Compared to a 4th level citizen, a 5th level citizen had more privileges. One of them included the ability to mobilize a fleet of warships, used to ensure one's own safety. Warship fleet. Lin Yuan looked at the many new authorities he had gained. If he wished, he could at any time draw a warship fleet from the Dawn Star System's main star to be stationed permanently outside Kanglin Star to protect him. Forget it. No point. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, and decided not to use this authority. Currently, he had a 6th rank evolver and 12 5th rank evolvers for personal protection, as well as 3 life-saving tokens bestowed by the Star Lord. Having a fleet of warships come over wouldn't make much of a difference. Besides, it could easily draw other people's attention. After all, the commotion caused by a fleet of warships would be much greater than when Ho Ming and the others came over. It would be impossible to hide. Time passed. 10 days later. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. I can make the fourth traverse now. Lin Yuan felt slightly excited in his heart. At this moment, deep in his mind, the majestic gate of light on the periphery had been completely illuminated. This meant that Lin Yuan could traverse at any time now. Let's try again. Lin Yuan concentrated in front of the gate of light, while also extending a wisp of his mind beyond it. This would allow Lin Yuan to know in advance some general information about the world he would traverse to. During the third traverse, Lin Yuan had used this method to learn in advance that the world he was crossing into was related to arms, along with details such as the general flow of time in the traverse world. Moments later, the wisp of consciousness Lin Yuan had sent out entered the gate of light. Boom! This wisp of consciousness arrived in a vast world. This world was about 10 times the size of the Divine Arms world, and at a glance, it was divided into 5 continents, each continent being the size of several Kanglan stars. Warfare. Disaster. Lin Yuan faintly sensed limitless warfare and disaster from this world. The next instant, the wisp of consciousness turned to dust. In the outside world, Lin Yuan's face sank into thought. From the brief contact earlier, Lin Yuan had received some information about the world he was about to traverse into. The first was the duration of stay. This time, Lin Yuan could stay for 200 years. Next was the time flow speed. 200 years in the traverse world would be half a month in the main world. 200 years. The duration of stay for this traverse was a bit longer than that in the Divine Arms world, but compared to the previous traverses, the increase was actually lower. Warfare. Disaster. Lin Yuan thought of the aura he had just sensed. Next, Lin Yuan informed Ho Ming, the captain of the 6th rank guard troops, that he would go into seclusion for half a month and not to allow anyone to disturb him during this period. He then approached the nutrient pod. These 3 tokens. Lin Yuan made sure to place the 3 life-saving tokens on his person, and he lay down in the nutrient pod. Immediately, his consciousness returned to the depths of his mind. New world, here I come. Lin Yuan exhaled softly, confirming there were no other omissions, and with a thought, the door to the myriad realms emitted a suction, drawing all his consciousness into the door. Chapter 142 Desperate Realm. 10 years. Please subscribe. Northern Region Great Abyss. In the harsh winter, like a prison, water droplets turn to ice. This is the place of suppression for a generation's great supervillain. Ever since the supervillain Xiahou Yuan was defeated by Tianjianzi 5 years ago, he has been sealed here. Tianjianzi, out of empathy for the world, even though the great supervillain Xiahou Yuan's crimes were heinous, being the leader of countless villains in the 5 domains, still did not bring himself to kill him. 18 layers beneath the great abyss, a gaunt figure sat there. His chest, pierced by black chains, his limbs also bound by those chains. Every chain was covered with dense patterns, which vaguely isolated heaven and earth, suppressing everything. Xiahou, I'm sorry. Qing'er, why did you betray me? What's so good about joining Tianjianzi? Could he give you a status above all others? Xiahou, that's not true. I'm not the Qing'er you speak of. The descendants of the Bai family have long since perished. I merely borrowed the Bai family's bloodline to get close to you. My real name isn't Bai Qing'er. Do you remember when you were hunted, critically wounded, and on the brink of death? It was I who saved you, who performed the marrow cleansing for you. Xiahou, that too was a lie. The ones who hunted me did it all for you to see. When your cultivation went awry, I used the fruits of heaven and earth to save your life. That was all fake. I did it on purpose to let you discover that my blood and aura were related to the Bai family, to make you believe that I was a descendant of the Bai family. I made you the Demon Queen, granting you the power to command the villains of the 5 domains, above millions of living beings. Xiahou, you are a supervillain, the source of chaos in this world. Because of you, villains from the 5 domains have gathered. If you don't die, the masses will perish. 18 layers beneath the great abyss, Xiahou Yuan sat there, the past events flickering through his mind like a fast-forwarding scene. No one knew that the supervillain Xiahou Yuan had an ordinary background, born in a regular village. At the age of 10, he stumbled into a cave and acquired a demonic Tao heritage. However, when Xiahou Yuan returned to his village, he found that everyone had been slaughtered by a passing supervillain. Since then, Xiahou Yuan completely stood against the supervillains. Xiahou Yuan had exceptional aptitude in cultivation, advancing to the fourth realm by solely relying on that demonic Tao heritage. During this time, Xiahou Yuan also dedicated himself to hunting down major supervillains. But soon, Xiahou Yuan realized that supervillains couldn't be exterminated. Even if he wiped out all the villains in the world, within 50 to 100 years, a new generation of supervillains would emerge. Because the methods of the demonic Tao, despite inherent risks, are shortcuts compared to the orthodox Taoist cultivation practices. As long as there are living beings, there will be those who can't control themselves and embark on the path of the demonic Tao. Hence, Xiahou Yuan thought of another way. If supervillains can't be killed off, then he would become the strongest among them, and lay down laws for all supervillains, thus limiting the harm they cause to the most stable range possible. However, Xiahou Yuan overlooked the righteous forces. As he was unifying the five-domain demonic path, in the eyes of the righteous forces, he became a thorn in their side. Originally, the demonic path of the five domains was scattered, posing no great threat to the righteous ones. Besides, it was civilians who died, not them. But now, with the demonic path of the five domains on the verge of unification, how could they tolerate it? Thus, the earth-shaking battle between the righteous and the demonic happened 5 years ago. Originally, with the power of Xiahou Yuan, even if he lost, he should have been able to retreat in one piece. But he had overlooked Qing'er, his companion of many decades. Qing'er, in Xiahou Yuan's lifeless eyes, a trace of tenderness appeared. Even though he had been betrayed by Qing'er, resulting in his current state, Xiahou Yuan never bore any resentment toward Qing'er. Just don't know, without me, will the world be as Tianjianzi wished, a land of peace? The vitality of Xiahou Yuan grew weaker and weaker. With his qi sealed and primordial spirit suppressed, on top of losing the will to live, his life force was rapidly fleeing. As he neared complete obliteration, suddenly, a consciousness descended. Lin Yuan blinked in surprise, immediately feeling endless pain surging from where his chest's breastbone and limbs were located. What kind of start is this? Lin Yuan inhaled sharply, only to feel the pain intensifying several-fold. This made Lin Yuan dare not move, his breathing even cautious. Soon Lin Yuan quickly went through Xiahou Yuan's memories, one of the top powerhouses in the world, someone most likely to break through to the 9th realm, ending up in such a predicament after losing the battle 5 years ago? If it weren't for me, Xiahou Yuan would have been dead by now. Lin Yuan sensed his Buddhist extreme weakness. But since I'm here, everything is different. What you Xiahou Yuan dare not face, I will face for you. Outside of the great abyss, over a dozen guards did their round and, finding no anomalies, gathered to chat. The northern region is a land of bitter cold, and the great abyss is even more so, a veritable no-man's land. If it weren't for the duty of guarding Xiahou Yuan, who had been sealed below, who would want to stay in such a place? In fact, to call it guarding was merely a formality. They were just confirming that Xiahou Yuan imprisoned below hadn't died. In the prison of the Great Abyss, outsiders cannot enter, and those inside cannot leave. It's just like Xiahou Yuan to have survived 5 years without dying, commented a man with triangular eyes among the guards. Although they dare not venture to the 18th layer underground, they have means to confirm whether Xiahou Yuan is dead or alive. Chapter 143 Desperate Realm. 10 years, please subscribe. _2 This was the contingency left behind by Tianjianzi when he sealed Xiahou Yuan in this place years ago. I heard that 5 years ago, the battle between Xiahou Yuan and Tianjianzi shattered the heavens and split the earth, and in the end, Tianjianzi used the Tianjian sect's ultimate technique to crush the demonic Tao true body of Xiahou Yuan. Another guard whispered. In this bitterly cold place, their only pleasure was to discuss the legendary great demon Xiahou Yuan. After all, he was imprisoned right beneath their feet. I've heard another version saying that Qinghe by Xiahou Yuan's side was actually Tianjianzi's childhood sweetheart, and it was precisely because of Qinghe's betrayal that Xiahou Yuan was defeated and sealed. The third guard couldn't help but chime in. Impossible. What kind of person is Tianjianzi, holding the righteous power of the world? How could he resort to such a tactic? Indeed, I also think it's impossible. Even if Tianjianzi defeated Xiahou Yuan back then, he did not kill him but instead sealed him here to live a lingering and miserable life. Facing such a fierce and evil demon like Xiahou Yuan, even the venerable Tianjianzi harbored a compassionate and reformative heart. So how could he possibly employ such despicable tactics? One after another, the guards voiced their opinions. Many of them greatly admired Tianjianzi, and naturally did not allow others to speculate like that. Compassionate? Sympathetic to the world? All bullshit. On the 18th level underground, Lin Yuan's face revealed a sneer. Tianjianzi hadn't killed him simply because he feared the demonic secret technique Xiahou Yuan mastered. Soul out-of-body parasitism skill. This demonic Tao secret technique is akin to the seizure technique. When the physical body dies, the primordial spirit would escape, finding a suitable carrier to parasitize. The primordial spirit, being a concentration of mental and spiritual power, is not a physical entity, and thus is difficult to restrain and deal with. If Tianjianzi had killed Xiahou Yuan during the battle 5 years ago, it would have been difficult to stop the escaping primordial spirit of Xiahou Yuan. If he had let Xiahou Yuan's primordial spirit escape, it would be tantamount to the battle being fought in vain, as Xiahou Yuan would recover his full strength and return after decades or even a century. So, Tianjianzi thought of a method. That was to seal Xiahou Yuan's body, confine his primordial spirit within his body, and suppress his body under the great abyss, seeking to literally torture Xiahou Yuan to death. This method proved effective. Just 5 years had passed, and Xiahou Yuan could no longer endure it. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's arrival, he would probably already be dead. Qing'er, having observed Xiahou Yuan's situation, Lin Yuan discovered the primary culprit behind Xiahou Yuan's current plight. In fact, even if confronted with Qing'er's betrayal, with Xiahou Yuan's capabilities, there was a great chance for him to escape. At most, the price paid would be greater. It was just that at that moment, Xiahou Yuan was utterly despaired. Qing'er's betrayal had somewhat shattered his state of mind, so he did not make any resistance. Foolish. Such a strong figure, and yet to be bewildered by such low-level emotions. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows. At his peak, Xiahou Yuan was a peak powerhouse of the 9th realm. And the peak of the 9th realm is almost equivalent to a 4th-rank evolver of the main world. If Xiahou Yuan had had a strong will to survive 5 years ago, it would have been impossible for him to be suppressed here, and Lin Yuan wouldn't be in his current predicament. Forget it. Lin Yuan began to ponder. The Great Abyss is an incredibly mystical place, not only a forbidden zone for ordinary people, but also to those powerful cultivators. Because the deeper one goes into the Great Abyss, the more the cultivator's mastered powers will be suppressed. 18 layers of the Great Abyss are enough to turn the powerhouses of the 7th and 8th realm into ordinary people. Of course, none of this posed a problem for Lin Yuan. What really troubled Lin Yuan were the 6 black chains that locked his body. Of these 6 black chains, 2 pierced through his sternum while 4 secured his limbs. The chains were made from deep-sea millennium fine gold, which even peak powerhouses of the 9th realm could hardly damage. On the surface of the fine gold, there were even more secret scripts from the heritage of the Tianjian sect. Just these 6 black chains alone completely restrained Lin Yuan. The slightest movement brought endless pain. Besides the chains, Lin Yuan's physical body and soul and spirit were also heavily sealed by secret techniques. The reason Tianjianzi dared to imprison Xiahou Yuan under the Great Abyss was that he was certain there was no possibility of escape. With so many sealing techniques, Xiahou Yuan indeed couldn't escape. Lin Yuan sighed. But he was not Xiahou Yuan. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan immediately thought of several methods. First was to reduce as much as possible the 6 black chains' suppression on his body and soul and spirit. Only in this way could Lin Yuan have a chance to regain his strength. Once he returned to the 4th rank, even if not the 12th segment, leaving the Great Abyss would be more than possible. In the Swallowing Sky evolution path, there is a swallowing method that can transform the heterogeneous energy of the world into one's own. I use the method of Taiji to operate this technique, slowly swallowing the essence of the deep-sea fine gold within the black chains. As long as the deep-sea fine gold turns into scrap metal, the secret script engraved on it will naturally become rootless water, unable to suppress me. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The Swallowing Sky evolution path is a beyond 6th rank evolution path of the 7-star cave world. It is extremely eerie and can affect the minds of evolvers. But it must be said this evolution path is indeed powerful, and even in such a dire situation, Lin Yuan could make use of it. Let's begin. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, slowly circulated his internal qi and blood, enduring immense pain while slowly eroding the 6 black chains. Using the most basic method of qi and blood circulation. Indeed, it did not trigger the backlash of the soul and spirit seal. Lin Yuan steadied his mind. His physical body and soul and spirit were heavily sealed by secret techniques. If he used even a little power, he would encounter backlash. But now merely circulating basic qi and blood apparently did not meet the requirements for backlash. After all, the circulation of basic qi and blood is too common. As long as one is alive and breathing, the qi and blood are slowly circulating. Initially, Tianjian's idea was to grind Xiahou Yuan to death, but naturally left behind a way to live. Outside the Great Abyss, 2 guardians were slowly approaching the entrance. One guardian was large, and the other was small. The larger one was a middle-aged man with a face full of beard. The smaller one was only in his early 20s, his face still showing traces of immaturity. Is this the Great Abyss? It's terrifying. The smaller guardian, named Zhao Si, was a second realm cultivator. His expression was heavy, as if under immense pressure. They hadn't even entered the Great Abyss yet. Just approaching it made Zhao Si feel as if his qi and blood were nearly immersing. For ordinary people, every step would involve a great pressure. One can imagine. The Xiahou Yuan suppressed at the deepest part of the Great Abyss, at the 18th underground layer. What kind of terrifying pressure he must be enduring every moment. Keep your voice down. The bearded middle-aged man said softly beside him. For some reason, the closer they got to the entrance of the Great Abyss, they felt a mental pressure in addition to the physical one. Maybe because the one held inside was that legendary demon. A person's reputation mirrors them, even though it's been 5 years. Even though they knew this legendary demon was no longer as he was. Even though they could now trample this legendary demon under their feet. That fear instilled deep in their souls still lingered. It was like sheep encountering a tiger. Even though the tiger was about to die of old age, they dared not approach. Moments later, the 2 arrived at the entrance of the Great Abyss. They cautiously observed the area in front of the entrance. On the pitch-black stone lantern there, a small flame was burning slowly inside. Xiahou Yuan is alive, said the bearded middle-aged man. This lantern left by Tianjian could always sense Xiahou Yuan's life status at the 18th layer underground. If Xiahou Yuan completely died, and his soul and spirit perished, the flame inside the lantern would extinguish. As the flame was still burning, it indicated Xiahou Yuan was not dead. Not dead. Zhao Si shrank his head. He couldn't imagine how Xiahou Yuan managed to survive until now at the deepest part of the Great Abyss without any food supply. Let's go. After confirming the status of the lantern, the bearded middle-aged man immediately led Zhao Si back. Just like that. It was suddenly 10 years later. Chapter 144 The Big Villain Comes Out. Please subscribe. Name: Xiahou Yuan Lin Yuan. Identity: Holder of the Myriad Realms Gate, Bound Talent. Heaven-defying comprehension. Current status: Consciousness descent. Remaining residence time: 290 years, the 18th layer beneath the Great Abyss. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, glancing at the illusory characters below his line of sight. Unknowingly, Lin Yuan had been in this realm for 10 years through consciousness descent. In those 10 years, Lin Yuan hadn't moved at all, focusing solely on eroding the 6 black chains that surrounded him. As for why he hadn't starved to death, in this realm's cultivation system, by reaching the 7th realm, one could absorb heavenly earth vital energy to achieve fasting. Within the Great Abyss, although the heavenly earth vital energy was extremely scarce, it was not completely absent. Moreover, with Lin Yuan's consciousness descent, It was natural for him not to starve to death. Besides, Tianjianzi would not allow Xiahou Yuan to starve to death. The physical body starving to death didn't mean the annihilation of the primordial spirit. Only if Xiahou Yuan actively sought death would he truly die. 10 years, Lin Yuan sighed. Finally, Lin Yuan slowly rose to his feet. At the same time, the 2 black chains that pierced through Lin Yuan's clavicle silently turned into a fine dust. The other 4 black chains that bound his limbs likewise shattered inch by inch. 10 years' time. Lin Yuan hadn't stopped eroding and devouring the black chains for a single moment. And today at last, the 6 black chains that suppressed him were completely resolved. Freedom is good. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Having lost the suppression of the 6 black chains, Lin Yuan finally dared to breathe deeply. The 6 chains of Millennium Deep Sea Essence surprisingly caused my physical body to shed and evolve several levels. A hint of wonder flashed across Lin Yuan's face. With the secret techniques of swallowing and conversion from the swallowing sky evolution path, he constantly transformed the essence from the deep sea metal into evolution, without rest for 10 years, leading to significant enhancements in Lin Yuan's physical body. This was indeed an unexpected joy. Outside the Great Abyss, the numerous guards had not yet departed. As long as Xiahou Yuan lived, these guardians could not leave. Of course, the guards were rotated yearly, for the northern region was bitterly cold, and the Great Abyss was even worse, the northernmost of the northern region. If not for the rewards promised by the Tianjian sect, and the ability to rotate back after a year, no cultivator would be willing to come here. This Xiahou Yuan hasn't died yet. At the entrance, Zhao Si, who could now handle things on his own, brought a new guardian to check the stone lantern. When he noticed that the flame inside the lantern was still burning slowly, he couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. In the past 10 years, he had rotated 3 times, relying on guarding the Great Abyss to obtain the rewards bestowed by the Tianjian sect. Zhao Si had reached the 4th realm. Even so, standing outside the Great Abyss, he still felt suppressed. He could only move step by step, almost like an ordinary person. Yet 10 years had passed, and the legendary Great Demon, Xiahou Yuan, was still alive. If not for the fact that this stone lantern was left by Tianjianzi, the world's strongest, Zhao Si almost doubted whether the lantern was malfunctioning. This Xiahou Yuan in his day was a calamity on all sides, a genuine great demon. Sect leader Tianjian. Zhao Si, following routine, informed the new guardian next to him about Xiahou Yuan's utterly evil deeds. Uncle Zhao, you say that with Xiahou Yuan suppressed here, the demons of the 5 domains would behave and not cause chaos. But over these years in my hometown, we've often seen traces of demons, and several villages have been slaughtered. This new guardian spoke with a tone of confusion. He had heard from his elders that more than a decade ago, when the great demon Xiahou Yuan was still around, the demonic Tao forces of the 5 domains were unprecedented, but such large-scale slaughter of villages rarely happened. This, Zhao Si, suddenly felt a bit silent upon hearing this. It wasn't just the new guardian who was puzzled. He too had heard plenty of such incidents. Having lost Xiahou Yuan, the chief of demonic Tao, it was as if the demons from the 5 domains had lost their shackles and had completely gone mad. Of course, the forces of righteous path led by the Tianjian sect constantly deployed disciples to annihilate these demons. But it hardly made any difference. Even if demons were exterminated, it was likely that within a few years or a decade, new demons would arise. And most of these new demons were once those who had set out to eliminate them. These individuals had obtained some demonic Tao heritage or techniques, and eventually couldn't resist the temptation to cultivate them on their own. It couldn't be helped. The demonic Tao cultivation methods were too alluring. They were practically like cheating. Normal cultivation methods required years of arduous cultivation to break through from the 1st realm to the 2nd realm, and one also needed a good natural aptitude. What about demonic Tao cultivation methods? No arduous cultivation needed, no aptitude required. One merely needed to know how to kill. The blood, energy, and souls of living beings were like great tonics for a demonic Tao cultivator. Don't think too much about it. Now that these demons are so rampant, you can imagine how much more dire the situation would be if Xiahou Yuan were still around. Zhao Si consoled. He was comforting the new guardian, but it was more like he was consoling himself. A bold and presumptuous thought had crept into his mind. Perhaps Tianjianzi should have never suppressed Xiahou Yuan. If Xiahou Yuan had been around, the situation in the 5 domains, even if not alleviated, could not have worsened to the current extent, could it? The 18th layer underground. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. Next, it's time to restore my strength, Lin Yuan pondered to himself. While the 6 black chains were present, both Lin Yuan's physical body and primordial spirit were suppressed, let alone cultivating. Even the slightest movement was excruciatingly painful. But now, free from the suppression of the 6 black chains, regaining strength became much easier. Even in the deepest part of the Great Abyss, where all laws withered and ordinary 7th and 8th realm powerhouses would have 90% of their strength suppressed while here. Chapter 145 The Big Devil Comes Out. Please subscribe. _2 But for Lin Yuan, it was not a difficult task. Moreover, in the past 10 years, Lin Yuan had devoted all his energy to eroding the black chains. Yet he had not forgotten his enlightenment. In those 10 years, Lin Yuan had essentially assimilated more than 100 evolutionary paths of the 7-star cave world. Even the Xianhuang evolutionary path, he had comprehended it to 8/10 of the 2nd layer chapter. It's a pity I don't have any magical treasures to aid me. Regaining strength was not difficult. Reaching the realm was merely a matter of accumulating energy. If he could bring over the Scarlet Spirit liquid from the main world, Lin Yuan would only need half a day, or even just a few hours, to restore his full strength. But without the Scarlet Spirit liquid and other rare treasures, he could only honestly recover slowly. Of course, Lin Yuan's slow recovery was relative to taking the Scarlet Spirit liquid. If compared to other cultivators, even those demons with strange progressions, the two simply couldn't be compared. They weren't on the same level at all. Time passed once again. Another 10 years went by. Northern region. On a hill near the Great Abyss, more than a dozen figures stood, gazing towards the distant Great Abyss. Lord above. The one leading was a woman, her gaze icy cold, standing there quietly. Nuan the protector. At that moment, a figure dressed in black quickly approached. Bowing respectfully to the woman, he said, Muang Demon Lord said he is currently facing a chase from the Tianjian sect and cannot meet up with us in time. This guy. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Nuan's eyes. Facing a chase from the Tianjian sect? With the strength of Muang Demon Lord at the 9th realm. If he truly wanted to escape, unless Tianjianzi and more than a dozen other righteous 9th realm experts joined forces and set up a killing formation, they couldn't even bother him. Back when the Lord was around, each of these demon lords was so eager to please, almost willing to die for him. Now that they've been sealed by that despicable Tianjianzi, none of them even thinks of rescuing. Nuan's face showed anger, yet she sighed in her heart. People of the demonic Tao, who isn't selfish? Hoping they would rescue Xiahou Yuan without expecting anything in return was unrealistic. But Nuan knew, Muang True Monarch once owed Xiahou Yuan numerous great favors. Ordinarily, he should have at least shown some willingness. It's all that bitch Bai Qing'er's fault. I warned the Lord many times back then, asking him to be wary of this bitch. Nuan was clear about the inside story of that earth-shattering righteous versus demonic battle 25 years ago. If it weren't for Bai Qing'er stabbing the Lord in the back, it was uncertain who would have won or lost. We can't wait any longer. Even without Muang Demon Lord, I must try again. Nuan made up her mind. It had been 25 years since Xiahou Yuan was sealed in the depths of the Great Abyss ground. In this long time, Nuan really worried that Xiahou Yuan wouldn't hold on. Outside the Great Abyss, Zhao Si and several guardians were patrolling. Just then, more than a dozen figures rapidly rushed towards this place. Even though being close to the Great Abyss, they were somewhat suppressed, yet, the speed of these figures was still extremely fast. Not good. It's those remnants of the demonic Tao. Zhao Si, with his wealth of experience, immediately knew what was happening. The fact that Xiahou Yuan was sealed in the depths of the Great Abyss was no secret. So it led to a group of demonic remnants attempting a rescue every so often. Demonic remnants? The newcomer guardian beside him suddenly shocked. just as he mustered the courage to block the rapidly approaching group of demonic remnants. "What are you trying to do?" Before the new guardian could rush out, he was pulled back by Zhao Si. Ha! A million questions rose in the mind of the new guardian. These remnants are fearless of death. Are you rushing to your death? Zhao Si immediately led all the guardians to quickly retreat. Only when they reached a safe position did Zhao Si stop. Looking afar towards the entrance of the Great Abyss, the group of demonic remnants were now standing outside the entrance, continuously trying something. "Uncle Zhao, are we just going to watch from here?" The newcomer guardian was somewhat unable to accept this. "Don't worry, they can't break through the entrance of the Great Abyss." Zhao Si seemed much calmer. Such events occurred every few years. However, the Great Abyss was jointly constructed back then by Tianjianzi along with many other righteous strongmen. Xiahou Yuan was confined in the 18th layer of the Great Abyss ground, starting from the first layer at the entrance, all the way to the deepest 18th layer. Each layer's door was made from profound gold, and the deeper the doors, the more durable they were. Over the years, despite all the efforts of these demonic remnants, they couldn't even break the first layer door, let alone rescue Xiahou Yuan. "I've already contacted Jiang Jinke. He'll arrive in at most half an hour," continued Zhao Si. Jiang Jinke was specifically responsible for guarding the Great Abyss as an 8th realm expert. However, because the area around the Great Abyss was filled with extreme suppressive power, Jiang Jinke usually stationed himself 100 li away from the Great Abyss. Otherwise, Jiang Jinke could not practice normally. If something happened at the Great Abyss, Zhao Si just needed to contact him in the agreed manner, and Jiang Jinke would arrive in a very short time. Outside the entrance of the Great Abyss, Nguan the Protector took out a gourd and poured the sticky liquid inside over the entrance gate. Sizzling! A puff of blue smoke emerged. The surface of the entrance gate corroded, revealing a faint golden interior. Damn it! Seeing this, Nguan instantly felt somewhat desperate. The sticky liquid in the gourd was known as the dissolver of all things. Even the hardest substances would quickly disappear under this kind of liquid. Chapter 146 The Big Demon Comes Out. Please subscribe. _3 Protector Nguan had thought that the profound gold constructed entrance to the Great Abyss would be countered by the Mother Water. But now it seems she had been too optimistic. "My lord." Protector Nguan's right hand was placed against the entrance to the Great Abyss. This was the closest distance she had been to Xiahou Yuan. Useless. Protector Nguan's eyes began to redden slightly. "Time's almost up. Wait a little longer, and that Jiang Sword's master should arrive." The man beside her suddenly spoke. "Jiang Sword's master." Protector Nguan took a deep breath. "Muang Demon Lord." If Muang Demon Lord were here, he could have deterred the Jiang Sword's master and bought her more time. "My lord." "Hold on a little longer. I will return soon." After saying this, Protector Nguan led her followers away quickly. As time passed, the truly loyal minions to Xiahou Yuan became fewer and fewer. Therefore, Protector Nguan absolutely couldn't let her followers die in vain. The Jiang Sword's master was a formidable foe of the 8th realm. If they were intercepted by him, it would be difficult for them to retreat unharmed. And as Protector Nguan, a remnant of the demonic Tao, left, the many guards who had been stationed at a distance now began to approach. "Look at that. These remnants of the demonic Tao can't do anything to the profound gold entrance gate." Zhao Si carefully inspected the entrance gate, and finding only a thin outer layer slightly melted, grinned and laughed. "Ha ha ha, these remnants of the demonic Tao are completely ignorant of their own limitations. This entrance gate, crafted personally by sect leader Tianjianzi and a host of powerful figures. Even if they breach the first layer, there are still 17 more. Dream on if you think you can rescue Xiahou Yuan. In my opinion, even if Xiahou Yuan were unharmed and at peak combat power, he couldn't possibly break through the Great Abyss 18 layers of gates." The numerous guards spoke with great confidence in their voices about the entrance gate. They even believed that Xiahou Yuan couldn't escape even if he regained all his strength. Suddenly, at that moment, crack, crack, crack. Muffled sounds of breaking echoed faintly. What's that sound? Zhao Si, with his sharp senses, immediately noticed something. The other guards were also slightly startled and exchanged glances. It seems to be coming from the entrance gate. A faint voice spoke up, belonging to a new guard. At this moment, his eyes widened as he stared straight at the entrance gate to the great abyss. What did you say? Zhao Si's heart tensed. He turned his head to look quickly, but with that glance, Zhao Si saw a scene he would never forget. The previously intact entrance gate to the great abyss, from inside out, began to show crack after crack. The cracks spread and divided, growing rapidly. In an instant they covered the whole gate. That's bad. Zhao Si's heartbeat nearly stopped. Before he could speak, the entrance gate to the great abyss burst open with a roar. Countless pieces of profound gold, like meteors, shot out in all directions. But nobody was paying attention to these fragments. Their gazes were all fixed on the now empty entrance to the great abyss. Then came soft footsteps, slow and prolonged, from deep within the great abyss ground. Under the shocked gaze of the onlookers, a figure in tattered clothes slowly emerged. The figure initially raised a hand to shield his eyes, seemingly finding the light a bit too harsh. Freedom. The figure took a deep breath, and all the heavenly earth vital energy within a radius of tens of miles, willingly or not, was drawn into him. Chapter 147 Shaking of the Five Domains. Please subscribe. Finally out. Lin Yuan's eyes slightly narrowed, savoring the breath of freedom. Even before his arrival, Xiahou Yuan had already been suppressed for 5 years. Lin Yuan himself had spent 20 years on the 18th layer underground. During those 20 years, the first 10 were the most torturous, constantly suppressed by 6 black chains. The next 10 years he escaped the clutches of the black chains, but still had to endure the omnipresent suppression deep within the great abyss. 20 long years without freedom, without entertainment, only endless darkness and cold. If replaced by the evolvers from the main world, who were merely a couple hundred years old, their state of mind would probably have collapsed already. This had nothing to do with strength. It was purely a test of will and spirit. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had traversed it 3 times, his mental endurance sufficiently honed. Only then could he support himself and walk out in the most secure and safest way. 20 years ago, Lin Yuan thought of multiple ways to escape suppression, not just one. Besides operating on his own vital blood and energy to erode the black chains, there were several other shortcuts, such as voluntarily activating the soul out-of-body parasitism skill, allowing his primordial spirit to escape and seek a new host. Tianjianzi had placed multiple seals on Xiahou Yuan's physical primordial spirit. Xiahou Yuan couldn't break through, but that didn't mean Lin Yuan couldn't. However, the escape of the primordial spirit carried great risks, and the new host might not be compatible with the primordial spirit. Thus, Lin Yuan eventually chose the most tormenting method. The most tormenting, but also the safest and most complication-free. Breathe a few more times. Lin Yuan sucked dry the heavenly earth vital energy within 100 miles, feeling his body moisturized as if drought-stricken land met sweet rain. On the 18th layer of the great abyss ground, Lin Yuan spent 10 years to recover to the peak of the 9th realm, which was Xiahou Yuan's full strength. However, breaking the gate of the 18th layer had exhausted some of his power. Now that he had the chance, he naturally continued to recover. After all, Xiahou Yuan's peak strength did not represent Lin Yuan's peak strength. But for Lin Yuan, the strength of the 9th realm peak already made him fearless. The same knife, in the hands of an ordinary person versus a master of the blade, the deterrence is naturally different. With Lin Yuan's mastery and control of power, alongside his numerous secret techniques, if Tianjianzi from 25 years ago dared to appear before him, he would be suppressed within dozens of moves. Compared to Lin Yuan's joy of escaping, the guardians led by Zhao Si were trembling and weak at the knees. My God! Who did they see? Xiahou Yuan from 25 years ago? The legendary demon who oppressed the people of the 5 domains? Could they face someone like that? Zhao Si's mind was a mess. These guardians couldn't even handle the remnants of the demonic Tao, let alone the legendary demon himself. It's over. Zhao Si sat down on the ground, without the thought of running away. Are you kidding? Even though he didn't know the current state of this legendary demon, Even if weak, facing them, small fries from the third and fourth realm. A mere glance would suffice. If they turned to run now, it would only hasten their deaths. Zhao Si and the other guardians bowed their heads, not daring to even glance at Lin Yuan, afraid to catch the attention of this great demon. Miles away, the protector, Nuan, who was about to retreat with a group from the demon crowd, noticed the disturbance at the entrance of the abyss. She subconsciously looked back to investigate. My lord. Protector Nuan was instantly stunned. Even after 25 years of not seeing him, she recognized at first glance the towering figure standing at the entrance of the abyss. My lord. The other members of the demon crowd widened their eyes. Among them, many had never seen Xiahou Yuan, but since Protector Nuan was so sure, no one doubted it. Whoosh. Protector Nuan didn't think twice. She transformed into a ray of light, rushing towards the entrance of the abyss. In just a few breaths, Protector Nuan arrived in front of Lin Yuan. At that moment, she was absolutely certain. The man before her was Xiahou Yuan, the once chieftain of the five-domain demonic path, a legendary demon. Greetings, my lord. Protector Nuan, with surging emotions, didn't even think about how Lin Yuan came out. She kneeled down and excitedly spoke. Greetings, my lord. Seeing this, the other demons who had rushed over also knelt down in succession. Nuan Shua. Lin Yuan glanced at Protector Nuan and casually said. In Xiahou Yuan's memory, Nuan Shu was a child he had picked up, who had followed him since her youth. Because of this, when Xiahou Yuan was suppressed and the demon chief scattered, only Nuan Shu thought about how to rescue her lord. In terms of loyalty, Protector Nuan could be called the most dedicated among the demons. Though for demons, loyalty was the most meaningless thing. Initially, Xiahou Yuan was able to command the chiefs of the five-domain demonic path not because of loyalty, but because of absolute power. And more so because of his invisible suppression over all the demons. Especially the latter. 100 miles away, a sword light rushed forward rapidly. These damned remnants of the demonic Tao. They come every so often. Jiang Jianke was filled with anger. As a superior being at the peak of the 8th realm, stationed in the cold, bitter land of the North Domain Abyss, he was already displeased. After all, the heavenly earth vital energy near the North Domain Abyss was sparse, staying here too long, let alone advancing further. It was already not easy to maintain his current realm, and this was more acutely felt the higher one's realm was. Had it not been for Tianjianzi personally speaking out and promising those few rewards, Jiang Jianke would not have come here. Even so, Jiang Jianke would not foolishly stay at the entrance of the abyss, but distanced himself from the abyss, finding a secluded place 100 miles away for seclusion. Chapter 148 Tremors of the Five Domains. Please subscribe. _2 At this distance, if anything happened at the Great Abyss, he could rush over in an instant. This time, I must teach those remnants of the demonic Tao a lesson, one that will leave them struggling to recover for years. Jiang Jianke already had a plan in mind. In the past, when Jiang Jianke arrived, those remnants of the demonic Tao had already run away. Jiang Jianke did not pursue them. After all, even if he killed the demon chiefs, there was no real benefit, and he might even get injured. But this time Jiang Jianke changed his mind. If he didn't display his strength, those remnants of the demon chiefs would probably become even more brazen. Just as Jiang Jianke was rushing towards the great abyss at top speed, he suddenly froze. Because he noticed that the heavenly earth vital energy from all directions was rapidly flowing towards the direction of the great abyss. Within the range Jiang Jianke had covered, for dozens of miles around, it was all the same. What on earth is happening? Jiang Jianke was startled. Being able to mobilize such a vast range of heavenly earth vital energy near the North Domain Abyss was no easy feat. At least he, Jiang Jianke, admitted it would be difficult to accomplish. He estimated that only a 9th realm powerhouse could be confident in doing this. But why the North Domain Abyss? If it weren't necessary, which 9th realm powerhouse would come to such a forsaken place? Could it be that a few demon lords have come to rescue Xiahou Yuan? Jiang Jianke's eyebrows furrowed slightly. The demon chiefs in the 5 domains were always heartless, especially those of the 9th realm. If they didn't come to kick someone while they were down, that would be unexpected, but to rescue someone? Jiang Jinke thought the likelihood was slim. Without Xiahou Yuan, those demon lords were free as birds, and even Tianjianzi couldn't control them. Coming to rescue Xiahou Yuan would just be asking for trouble, wouldn't it? Moreover, the 18-layered gate at the entrance to the Great Abyss would take several Ninth Realm powerhouses working together half a year or more to break through, and Tianjianzi would never give them so much time. Perhaps it's a treasure? Jiang Jinke suddenly thought. Apart from a Ninth Realm powerhouse, certain treasures' emergence could also cause unusual phenomena in heaven and earth, but given the commotion at the moment, if it really was a treasure, it would certainly be no trivial item. It seems to be my Jiang's fortuitous opportunity. Jiang Jiang's eyes gleamed slightly as he continued to fly towards the location of the Great Abyss. He was ready to take just a glance from afar, and if it indeed was a treasure, he would claim it for his own. If it was a few Ninth Realm demon lords, he would turn around and leave. Although Jiang Jinke was no match for a Ninth Realm demon lord, he could still get away if he kept his distance. Whoosh! Very soon, Jiang Jinke arrived just a few miles from the entrance to the Great Abyss. Let me take a look. Jiang Jinke hovered in the air, his gaze scanning the area. But in the next moment he froze. He saw a tall man in tattered clothes standing at the entrance to the Great Abyss. Nguyen and a group of other remnants of the demonic Tao were kneeling before the man, speaking in hushed tones. Xiahou Yuan. Jiang Jiang's scalp tingled. Without thinking, he started to flee in the opposite direction at breakneck speed. How could he not have thought that the one causing such a large commotion would be Xiahou Yuan himself? Wasn't he sealed by Tianjianzi, unable to move his body or primordial spirit? Wasn't he thrown into the 18th layer of the Great Abyss, suffering endless torment from the suppression? How did he escape? Jiang Jinke was in a complete turmoil, with only one thought on his mind: to run. Then to head to Tianjian's sect, castigate Tianjianzi for being unreliable, for causing him such fright. An 8th realm. Lin Yuan was listening to Nguyen, the protector, reporting on the situation over the years. Suddenly sensing something, he looked up, his gaze following the frantically fleeing Jiang Jinke. Honored one, that is Jiang Jinke, responsible for overseeing. Nguyen also lifted his head to look and immediately recognized the familiar individual. Perfect. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and grasped into the void. Boom boom boom. A huge hand of heavenly earth vital energy formed, encompassing 10 miles to grip Jiang Jinke, who was like dust in its palm. No. Jiang Jiang's soul trembled as he struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, under the overwhelming force of heaven and earth, Jiang Jinke, like true dust, sent up a few splashes before completely vanishing without a trace. Boom. The enormous hand slowly clenched. Jiang Jiang's body directly exploded, turning into a massive mist of blood. Immediately afterward, far away at the entrance of the Great Abyss, Lin Yuan once again took a gentle breath. All the blood mist and essence of the primordial spirit turned into a long dragon, being completely inhaled into Lin Yuan's belly. Compared to directly devouring heavenly earth vital energy, pillaging the lifeblood and primordial spirit of stronger individuals was naturally more efficient. A method almost all demon lords coveted. Master. Nguyen, standing beside him, swallowed hard. She wasn't surprised that Lin Yuan directly devoured Jiang Jinke as nourishment. But she was astounded at Lin Yuan's strength, considering that Jiang Jinke was a peak powerhouse of the 8th realm, capable of escaping even from the grasp of ordinary 9th realm individuals. Even more so since Jiang Jinke started fleeing from such a distance. One had originally thought that being suppressed 18 levels under the ground of the Great Abyss, Lin Yuan's strength would be greatly weakened. However, it now seemed to be sheer fiction. With the strength Lin Yuan had just displayed, he seemed no weaker than Xiahou Yuan at his zenith 25 years ago. Jiang Jinke is just gone like that. Zhao Si and the other guards were numb with shock, harboring in their hearts a last sliver of hope until now. That hope was Jiang Jinke. Before Nguyen and the other remnants of the demonic Tao arrived, Zhao Si had contacted Jiang Jinke. Although Zhao Si wasn't strong, he understood that even Xiahou Yuan, having forcefully made his way up from the 18th level under the Great Hall, must have paid a substantial price. Therefore, as long as Jiang Jinke, a peak powerhouse of the 8th realm, arrived in time, Xiahou Yuan might have been driven away, and thus, they might have been saved. However, things had gone contrary to their wishes. Not only had Jiang Jinke failed to drive away Xiahou Yuan, he was devoured by Xiahou Yuan instead. Upon swallowing the lifeblood and essence of Jiang Jiang's primordial spirit, Lin Yuan's eyebrows slightly furrowed. The lifeblood and primordial spirit of Jiang Jinke indeed greatly replenished Lin Yuan's exhaustion. But during the absorption, Lin Yuan faintly felt traces of Jiang Jiang's soul impurities beginning to affect himself. Of course, these soul impurities were easily erased by the current Lin Yuan. However, if Lin Yuan wished to continue using this method to recover his strength or break through to a higher realm, a small amount might be inconsequential, but a large quantity could affect the purity of his own soul. This swallowing sky evolution path's secret technique is indeed bizarre. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The technique he had used to devour Jiang Jinke was indeed a secret technique from the swallowing sky evolution path. This evolution path enabled one to supplement oneself by consuming all things. Of course, the more one consumed, the more likely one's spiritual wisdom and consciousness could be impacted. Similar methods existed within the demonic Tao secret techniques, but their efficiency in absorbing was far less than the secret techniques of the swallowing sky evolution path. This secret technique, once spread, would surely be revered as a sacred, divine technique amongst the demon lords of the world. Let's go. First, let's find a quiet place. Lin Yuan glanced at Nguyen, who was still in shock, and spoke indifferently. Yes. On hearing Lin Yuan's words, Nguyen promptly snapped to attention and led Lin Yuan to a nearby stronghold. It wasn't until Lin Yuan and his party completely left that Zhao Si and the other guards came to their senses. We survived. Many guards burst into tears of joy, knowing all too well that only moments ago, they had been preparing their last words. In the eyes of Xiahou Yuan, we probably don't even count as ants. Zhao Si exhaled sharply, thinking to himself. It wasn't that Xiahou Yuan was merciful, but rather he disdained to lay hands on the weak. Of course, his reluctance to act was under the condition that the weak made no other moves. If any of the guards had shown even the slightest anomaly, whether to rush forward or to flee, they would surely have been dead beyond doubt. With Xiahou Yuan emerging from the abyss, the five domains are about to change. Zhao Si steadied his spirit and looked towards the direction Lin Yuan had left, this thought springing up in his heart. Several days later, the news of the legendary demon, Xiahou Yuan, being released from the abyss after 25 years and returning to the world spread like a hurricane in all directions. For a time, the five domains were shaken. Chapter 149 All the Demons in the World. Behold Xiahou, please subscribe. A dark underground palace. The Moyang demon lord looked at the intelligence before him, and his expression changed dramatically. Xiahou Yuan has left the great abyss? The face of the Moyang demon lord turned ugly. As one of the 9 great demon lords under Xiahou Yuan in years past, he was acutely aware of Xiahou Yuan's terror. He was a being that drove every demon chief to utter despair, such that even demon lords of the 9th realm would tremble in his presence and dare not defy him. This was not to say Xiahou Yuan's strength was far superior to that of a 9th realm demon lord. Rather, it was the person Xiahou Yuan, who was born with an ability to suppress all demons, as naturally as a mouse cowers before a cat. Even if the mouse were larger than the cat, it still wouldn't dare to resist upon seeing the cat. It was a fear etched deep within the soul. 25 years ago, the Moyang demon lord had personally witnessed Tianjianzi suppress, and then cast Xiahou Yuan down into the 18th layer of the Great Abyss. He had breathed a sigh of relief, believing his days of good fortune were on the horizon, free from Xiahou Yuan's constraints. He could do whatever he wanted, whether it was the Tianjian sect or Tianjianzi himself. Even if he couldn't beat them, couldn't he still escape? The 5 domains were vast, the world was vast. What could those righteous forces do to him? Worthless. Tianjianzi, you worthless fool. I gave you an opportunity to be of use. The Moyang demon lord was plagued by frustration. It had been such a golden opportunity. But how did Xiahou Yuan escape from the 18th layer under the Great Abyss? Could it be that girl Nguyen used some method? The Moyang demon lord forced himself to calm down. During the years immediately following Xiahou Yuan's suppression, he, the Moyang demon lord, had also secretly approached the vicinity of the Great Abyss to observe for some time. Only after he confirmed that the 18th layer's gates were like a true net of heaven and earth, and that Xiahou Yuan had no possibility of escape, did he feel at ease to leave. Never mind. Even if Xiahou Yuan has truly left the Great Abyss, the first ones he would find should be the Tianjian sect, Tianjianzi. The Moyang demon lord thought to himself. After all, in terms of hatred, it was Tianjianzi, with Bai Qing'er, who caused a rupture in Xiahou Yuan's mental state, leading to his suppression. The enmity was as deep as the sea. If Xiahou Yuan truly broke free, he would certainly go to the Tianjian sect for vengeance, sparing no expense. And they, the demon chiefs, could naturally sit back and watch the tigers fight, and perhaps take the opportunity to fish in troubled waters when necessary. The central region. The Tianjian sect. Lofty mountain peaks. Drifting clouds and mist. Just like a paradise. This is where the gate to the Tianjian sect resides. The place where the heavenly earth vital energy is richest in the central region. Practicing here, one could easily break through to the third realm, the fourth realm, even without consuming elixirs, with just decent aptitude. Xiahou Yuan is out. In the grand hall at the mountain's summit, a white-haired man was slightly surprised. He was Tianjianzi. Indeed, during the battle 25 years ago, he had resorted to a despicable tactic by using Bai Qing'er to disturb Xiahou Yuan's mental state. But without the strength to stand against Xiahou Yuan, whatever he did would have been in vain. Interesting. A smile spread across Tianjianzi's face. Ever since defeating Xiahou Yuan and suppressing him 25 years ago, he felt that destiny had favored him, and his cultivation had continually advanced. Now he was just a half step away from breaking through to the 9th realm and stepping into the 10th realm, which only a handful of people had entered in tens of thousands of years. Thus, Tianjianzi was not overly concerned with the news of Xiahou Yuan's escape. He was even somewhat pleased. He had indeed been somewhat unscrupulous when he defeated Xiahou Yuan 25 years ago. But now, Tianjianzi was confident that he could crush Xiahou Yuan fair and square. Deep within the Tianjian sect, an exceptionally beautiful valley, a woman wearing a flowing white dress, almost celestial in her bearing, sat within a pavilion. Brother Xiahou. Bai Qing'er appeared somewhat distracted. She too had learned of Xiahou Yuan's escape from the Great Abyss. Back then, I was the one who wronged you. Bai Qing'er's expression was complex. She had masqueraded as a descendant of the Bai family, gotten close to Xiahou Yuan, and successfully won his trust. At the crucial moment, she deeply betrayed him. Logically, regardless of the perspective, she, Bai Qing'er, hadn't done anything wrong, as everything she did was to eradicate the demonic Tao and provide a peaceful world for the common people. But with the passage of time, Bai Qing'er's guilt grew. Xiahou Yuan's boundless trust, bestowed upon her over the decades, weighed on Bai Qing'er's chest, making it difficult for her to breathe. I have no regrets. Even if it were to happen 10 times, 100 times, I would have no regrets. Bai Qing'er's gaze gradually firmed up. The northern region. Near the western side. Here, the temperature was higher, suitable for living beings to thrive. My lord, this stronghold is the last one I've arranged. You can rest here. Protector Nuan led Lin Yuan to a house within the stronghold. What Protector Nuan didn't say was that this stronghold was the last one over which she still had control. At the beginning of Xiahou Yuan's suppression 25 years ago, there were still many demon chiefs willing to follow her. However, after several failed attempts to rescue Xiahou Yuan, Protector Nuan's control over resources and power began to shrink. After all, Protector Nuan was not a 9th realm demon lord and, wanting to rescue Xiahou Yuan, she was constantly targeted and suppressed by all righteous forces. When it became apparent there was little hope of rescuing Xiahou Yuan, those selfish and self-interested demon chiefs naturally realized that following Nuan would lead them nowhere. In times of great peril, it is not unusual for each to escape on their own. Understood. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He was very pleased with the environment around him, mainly because compared to the harsh environment of the Great Abyss, This place was brimming with primordial qi, like paradise to Lin Yuan. Chapter 150 All the Demons in the World. Behold Xiahou, please subscribe. _2 I will enter seclusion for a period of time. Unless there is an urgent matter, do not disturb me. Lin Yuan instructed. This time in seclusion, Lin Yuan mainly prepared for his breakthrough to the 5th rank. Yes. Protector Nuan said earnestly. She thought Xiahou Yuan had sustained injuries, and was now in seclusion to recuperate. After all, being suppressed in the 18th layer of the Great Abyss for 25 years, how could he not have paid any price? Lin Yuan, raising a hand to kill the peak of the 8th realm Jiang Jianka, was already incredibly inconceivable. His body must undoubtedly have many hidden issues. He walked into the room. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed. 5th rank. Lin Yuan wore a thoughtful expression. Spending 20 years on the 18th layer of the Great Abyss ground, Lin Yuan spent most of his time in enlightenment, contemplating the path of the 5th rank. The 18th layer of the Great Abyss ground, with its harsh environment and sparse heavenly earth vital energy. Even if Lin Yuan could break through, he would not choose to do it there. There shouldn't be any problems. Half a day later, Lin Yuan exhaled lightly. However, this Xiahou Yuan indeed possesses extraordinary talent. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted back to himself. Based on the memories he perused about Xiahou Yuan, this person possessed unimaginable talent in the demonic Tao. Not just that, Xiahou Yuan had an almost suppressive power over other demon lords. Continue to recover strength. Reach the peak of the 4th rank. Then break through to the 5th rank. Lin Yuan's thoughts moved, and he proceeded with his cultivation. Suddenly, the heavenly earth vital energy for dozens of miles around, like a funnel, converged towards the mountain village where Lin Yuan resided. The news of Xiahou Yuan emerging from the Great Abyss caused a huge uproar throughout the 5 domains. This matter couldn't be concealed, especially since the guardian of the Great Abyss hadn't died. Even if he had, there would still be inspections from time to time. The righteous forces naturally remembered the fear under Xiahou Yuan's domination. The veteran demon lords who had experienced the events 20 or 30 years prior immediately became panic-stricken. They were well aware of how terrible Xiahou Yuan was. But the demon lords born in the last 2 or 3 decades were somewhat dismissive. Demons, by nature, value freedom and independence. The newer demon lords thought, even if Xiahou Yuan was once an unrivaled demon in the demonic Tao, he had been suppressed for 2 or 3 decades. How much strength could he have left? 10%? 20%? Or 30%? Some even saw this as an opportunity. For most demon lords, Xiahou Yuan was like a demon obstacle. If they could kill him at this time, they would completely replace his status from 20 to 30 years ago. Become the leader of countless demon lords in the 5 domains? This idea spread rapidly among most demon lords, especially among the newer ones. Over the past 2 to 3 decades, they had heard too many legends about Xiahou Yuan. If they could shatter that legend, then they could become the new legend. Outside the mountain village where Lin Yuan resided, unknown when one figure after another appeared. These figures had dark and oppressive auras, clearly experienced demon lords. There, was that the last known location of Xiahou Yuan? A sinister young man with his hands behind his back spoke faintly. This sinister young man, named Bian Mao, emerged as a prodigious talent in the demonic Tao almost 20 years ago, possessing peak 8th realm strength and known as the Minor Demon Lord. The title Demon Lord is generally used for 9th realm demons. That Bian Mao could be called a Minor Demon Lord. Obviously, there was a great possibility that he would step into the 9th realm. By then, the Minor Demon Lord would become a true demon monarch. Bian Mao, listen well, this hunt for Xiahou Yuan is a significant matter. This is a legendary grand demon from 25 years ago, nearly invincible in the world. A hoarse voice sounded. A figure emerged from a nearby shadow and spoke. If you Yin Shirlu dare to, why wouldn't I, Bian Mao? The sinister young man Bian Mao let out a cold chuckle. Yin Shirlu was also a demon lord whose reputation was not much less than his. He was best at assassination, even having severely wounded a 9th realm powerhouse. Of course, that act of severely wounding a ninth realm powerhouse involved an ambush by Yin Shirlu when the opponent's mind was distracted, allowing him to strike fiercely. But regardless, being able to severely wound a ninth realm practitioner had indeed proved Yin Shilia's strength. If Yin Shirlu ambushed a certain 8th realm practitioner, wouldn't the latter be doomed? All right. Stop arguing. Just then a crisp female voice came. It rang like a bell in the breeze. A young girl in a light green skirt stretched and jumped down from a large rock. She had been sitting on the rock all this while, watching the movements at the distant mountain village. This joint hunt for Xiahou Yuan by the three of us is a significant event. If successful, we could become the next generation leaders of the demonic path in the 5 domains. The girl's expression became rarely solemn. If we fail, she stopped there, not continuing further. Don't worry. With the strength of the 3 of us plus hundreds of subordinates, Xiahou Yuan would definitely die unless he has regained his peak 9th realm strength. Even if he has returned to full strength, we could still abandon those subordinates, and the 3 of us might have a chance to escape. Yin Shirlu spoke indifferently. As his voice fell, figures stepped out from the shadows in all directions simultaneously. These figures revealed their auras, all 7th realm demon lords. Interspersed, they formed a formation capable of killing an 8th realm practitioner outright, and even a 9th realm practitioner would be immensely troubled. Chapter 151. All the demons in the world, see me Xiahou, seeking subscriptions. _3 Moreover, there were 3 masters at the peak of the 8th realm who could even wrestle with a demon lord of the 9th realm. Such exceptional talents of the demonic Tao? It's about time. We can make a move now. The sinister youth, Bien Mao, glanced at the distant stronghold and spoke. The atmosphere feels off. Deep in the stronghold, in front of the house where Lin Yuan was in retreat. As a protector, Nuan naturally guarded him all the time, but at this moment, she faintly sensed danger. Could this place have been discovered? Nuan felt a shock in her heart. Indeed, that was a possibility. Ever since Xiahou Yuan was suppressed, the forces she could muster had grown weaker, and even the specially arranged strongholds were no longer flawless. No. I must see the master. I need to leave quickly. Nuan was highly vigilant, but just as she was about to knock on the door, she suddenly remembered that the master should be healing now. Disturbing him at this moment could potentially exacerbate his injuries. Would that not be a death-deserving crime? While Nuan hesitated, swish, swish, swish. Several figures clad in black swiftly retreated back. They were precisely Nuan's few remaining subordinates. What's happening? Nuan sensed something was wrong. We are surrounded. One of the subordinates spoke in a deep voice. Surrounded. Nuan's expression darkened. This fast. Tap, tap, tap. Light footsteps began to sound. Unbeknownst to them, hundreds of figures had already appeared around the house within the stronghold. These hundreds of figures, with their auras faintly connected, clearly shared a common intent, and had mastered some powerful joint attack skill. Come out. Seeing this, Nuan knew she couldn't escape unscathed. So you are one of the 36 protectors under Xiahou Yuan from years ago, Nuan Shu? A sinister youth stepped forward, looking at Nuan Shu with interest. He had not lived through Xiahou Yuan's era, and thus had no fear of it. Indeed loyal. If I'm not mistaken, your master is in this house, right? How dare you? Nuan burst into rage. What status does the master hold? For a junior like this sinister youth to address him directly. Bien Mao, how dare you? Nuan stared intently at the sinister youth. She also recognized Bien Mao, the most promising to ascend to the 9th realm's little demon lord. Protector Nuan, times have changed. Upon hearing this, the sinister youth Bien Mao's expression turned cold. The era belonging to Xiahou Yuan has passed. The sinister youth Bien Mao said with a cold laugh. Stop talking. Attack directly. A girl in a light green skirt appeared simultaneously with Yin Shirlu. A profound aura suddenly spread, rapidly enveloping the entire stronghold. Just as the sinister youth Bien Mao, the girl in the light green skirt, Yin Shirlu, and the hundreds of demon crowd were about to attack. Crack. The wooden door behind Nuan was pushed open. Such a lively scene? A gentle voice came from inside the house. Immediately, a foot stepped out. Under the gaze of the sinister youth, Inshirlu and others, a tall man walked out from the cabin. Is that Xiahou Yuan? Even though they had anticipated this scene in their minds, the sinister youth and others still felt their heartbeats accelerate. This was a legend from 20 or 30 years ago. Kill. The sinister youth Bian Mao, Inshirlu, and the girl in the light green skirt were resolute. Even if it was truly Xiahou Yuan, how did it matter? It wasn't 30 years ago anymore, and even if he was once a legend, they dared to make a move to hunt him down. Lin Yuan stood at a distance, his lips curling into a smile. Boom. In an instant, within a 10 to several tens of kilometers radius, any demon practicing demonic Tao arts, be it from the 7th realm, 8th realm, or even 9th realm, couldn't help but prostrate themselves on the ground, trembling. All demons in the world, upon seeing Xiahou, must bow down. Chapter 152. The 9 Demon Lords, subscribe please. Inside the stronghold, hundreds of demon chiefs had murderous intentions reaching for the skies. Yet, they found themselves involuntarily kneeling and kowtowing the instant they saw Lin Yuan. This was an incomparable suppression, emanating from the depths of the soul, as if all demon chiefs who practiced demonic cultivation in the world were under its jurisdiction. How is this possible? The sinister young man Bian Mao knelt on the ground, unable to move, waves of shock flooding his heart. With his strength, even if he encountered a peak existence of the 9th realm, he might not be able to fight or escape, but he wouldn't just kneel directly. Yet now not only had he Bian Mao knelt down, but all the demonic arts and forbidden techniques inside him had fallen eerily silent. This was simply unthinkable. This Xiahou Yuan. A chill ran down the spine of the sinister young man Bian Mao. He finally understood why the seasoned demon chiefs, who had lived through the era 30 years ago, were panicked upon hearing that Xiahou Yuan had emerged from the great abyss. They were not considering hunting him down, not even entertaining a thought of hostility. At that time, he Bian Mao had been somewhat contemptuous, even mocking those seasoned demon chiefs for being so terrified by Xiahou Yuan that they hadn't emerged for decades. However, facing Xiahou Yuan directly, the sinister young man Bian Mao deeply realized just how terrifying Xiahou Yuan, who once dominated the demons of the 5 domains and was known as Demon Lord, truly was. His own grand ambitions to replace Xiahou Yuan and become the next legendary figure now seemed ludicrous. If Xiahou Yuan were so easy to deal with, then upon learning he had emerged from the great abyss, the 9 great demon lords of the 5 domains would have come to hunt him down already. How could a lesser demon lord like himself possibly get a head start? It turns out we were being used. Inshirlu, also kneeling on the ground, suddenly realized something. Their operation was not exactly clandestine. A few of the 9 great demon lords were aware of it. Yet from the beginning to the end, they had encountered no hindrances. Instead, everything went unusually smoothly, easily pinpointing Xiahou Yuan's location. Before this, Inshirlu had merely thought it was Providence aiding him. But now, they, the young generation, had clearly become the knife in the hands of those seasoned demon chiefs. Those seasoned demon chiefs, including the 9 great demon lords, having experienced the era of Xiahou Yuan, knew too well the terror he wielded. That's why, even upon learning that Xiahou Yuan had just stepped out of the great abyss and couldn't possibly be in peak condition, they still dared not make a move. To those seasoned demon chiefs, the rise of this younger generation was an unexpected delight. With the tacit agreement of several demon lords, they gathered together and discussed the hunting of the legendary demon chief, Xiahou Yuan. Little did they know, all of their actions were under the scrutiny of those seasoned demon chiefs. With great caution, they used them to test Xiahou Yuan. If they managed to kill Xiahou Yuan, it would be tantamount to helping those seasoned demon chiefs eliminate a major worry. If not, it had nothing to do with those seasoned demon chiefs. From beginning to end, this young generation of demon chiefs had never collaborated with them on anything. All actions were of their own volition. Master! Why hasn't Master come? Xiahou Yuan is too terrifying. Wah 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 wah. The girl in a light green dress crushed the jade amulet in her hand. According to the plan she had with her master, as soon as she crushed the amulet, her ninth realm master would come at the fastest speed and end everything. At that time, whether it was the lesser demon Lord Bien Mao or Yin Shirlu, both could only kneel under her skirt. But she had ground the jade amulet into dust, and her master still hadn't arrived. In front of the wooden hut, Lin Yuan looked at all the demon chiefs kneeling on the ground. His expression showed no surprise. As soon as he had arrived in this world, Lin Yuan knew that Xiahou Yuan had a near-terrifying suppressive power over all demon chiefs. Of course, this suppressive power was not without limit. It had to be within the same realm. For example, when Xiahou Yuan was in the 7th realm, all demon chiefs of the 7th realm and below would be suppressed in his presence. Even those at the peak of the 7th realm could not escape this suppression, and would have no choice but to kneel and kowtow upon encountering Xiahou Yuan. If it were a demon chief of the 8th realm, they might mitigate the suppression, but they would only ensure they would not have to kneel and kowtow. Attacking Xiahou Yuan was something they would not dare to contemplate. Decades ago, how did Xiahou Yuan gain dominance over the demon chiefs of the 5 domains? Was it simply by force? By strength? The Tianjian sect and other righteous forces had not dominated the demonic Tao for so many years. So how could Xiahou Yuan have managed it? Even if one's strength were great, for those demon chiefs and demon lords, they could simply choose to stay far away. If they couldn't defeat him, couldn't they just hide? Even against the righteous forces, when faced with a 10th realm powerhouse of righteousness, demon chiefs could indeed hide. For tens of thousands of years, 3 10th realm powerhouses had emerged from the Tianjian sect. Even so, at most, they made the demon chiefs of the 5 domains fall silent and disappear for a few hundred years. Once the 10th realm powerhouse died, the demon chiefs would emerge again. But Xiahou Yuan managed to make all the demon chiefs of the 5 domains submit, and strength alone was definitely not enough to explain it. Lin Yuan, suppressed on the 18th layer beneath the Great Abyss ground, chose the most torturous method to recover his strength instead of simply letting his primordial spirit exit the body and seek a new vessel. He was concerned that if he changed bodies he would lose this suppressive power. He knew that even without this natural means to suppress demons, Lin Yuan was destined to be invincible in the world. But having it in advance could definitely help him avoid some detours. Moreover, Lin Yuan was also quite curious. What was the principle behind this suppression? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.